Yellow. Trump, MAGA debates, politics debates, Kamala, Mamala, sunshine, universal health care. What up, Bobo? Today Thursday, yo? What's going on? What's up, Jason? Today's Friday. It's Friday, thank goodness. Happy Friday, yo. I had no idea. I fell asleep pretty early last night. There's a lot of people on. I think we just got kind of a slow start. I also need to make coffee real bad. Do you guys want to watch me make coffee? I know you do. We're back. Chat, tap the screen. What's cracking, chat? What up? Yup, yo, 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 yo. What's up, Kim? How we doing? Making some coffee, chat. We're making some coffee. What up, Huskies? Thank you. How we doing, y'all? We had kind of a slow start when we turned the stream on. Kind of a slow start. I have not found my green glasses yet. Nowhere in sight. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame, y'all. Who are we watching? Who's on today? I'm gonna try to listen for the boiling water. Oof. Guys, we passed out hard. American regime change is needed. Yeah. Yeah. You crashed out too, Jason? What were we watching? It was something good. Yeah, I don't even know. Who even knows? What matters is friendship was had. What's up, Jody? Jody. Shout out to Jody for sending this to me. It's a go on get sign. How we doing, y'all? How we doing? Is Trump in Texas right now? Gross. 911 services down across Pennsylvania. Perfectly. Perfect. Sounds like things are starting out good. Pretty good Friday. It's a nice little Friday. What the? Oh my god. I stay in Texas too, dude. I'm in Dallas. Would I consider myself a master debatier? I think some would. Some would say that. We got a guess. Here we go.
Hello?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
Well, let me answer your question with a question.
Yeah.
You know who can't make meatballs?
Oh.
Niggers.
All right, chat. I didn't get his username either. Howdy doody, y'all. Howdy doody. Getting kind of a slow start today. Let me get my caffeine. Almost had an actual disaster. Guys, that was an almost disaster. Almost called FEMA. Yeah, if I wanted help 4 days from now, I'd call FEMA. Whew. ICE is gonna come. What? Gonna save us from having a nice birthday party. That's all they're doing. Gonna save us from having a decent population. I wish you'd come back to PUBG, but I support you whatever you do. Oh my god, it's Palm Tree. Dude, what's up, bro? Dude, I'm so burnt out on PUBG. Never again. I was actually watching someone play earlier. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. It's not color changing. My mug is not color changing. Chat, where's the MAGA? MAGA, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. For the rest of you, happy Friday. What's up, y'all? What do I want to do for my birthday? I don't know. I don't know. I was thinking we can have like someone perform, Meg the Stallion, something subtle. When's the last time you did the horizontal cha cha? That is too funny. Yeah, Paul, he's MAGA. He's MAGA. Why did Biden put illegals and immigrants in hotels for by us? What? Did I like to? I haven't tried it yet. So I have one coffee canister that I scoop coffee out of. I want to finish it before I have your coffee, and I also have New Mexico coffee from Lori. Matt Raid, what? Hello,
Hello, hi. What's your name?
my name is
Your name.
Pickles. Are you a Trump
Okay,
supporter?
Pickles. So before I go to that, I want to introduce myself. I'm Eric Vega. I'm 30 years old, and my parents are Latinos from originally from Peru. I live in Albany, New York State, and of course, I voted for Trump. I like what he's doing. I like his policies, and me personally, I'm against the woke and the rainbow propaganda. I'm happy that he won. Seriously, I think that
Yeah,
he is the best leader for all North America or USA, we can say.
I would say he's a like in bare aspects of leaders. Sorry, I think as a
So
leader, I
because
think Trump is an actual disgrace. I think he's a joke.
because I will just give you an example from myself, for example. So the Democrats they used to talk about the white supremacy and blah blah blah. And me personally, I'm not white and never that affected in my life. I have a good job, I have a stable life, I live very good. So where is this supremacy that they are crying about? And I see a lot of homeless white people. They live
Yeah.
miserable.
So
So where
what
is
you're
their
talking about?
supremacy?
What you're talking about is like possibly maybe your own personal experience when
No, it didn't affect in any way possible.
yeah, that's you,
Never,
right?
never I've been affected from this in my
Cool.
life, from this
That's
so-called
hey, that
supremacy.
sounds nice. It sounds great. But what we have is like studies that show that say if you're black, you get a 20% longer prison sentence than somebody who's just white. If you're
So
Hispanic,
how
I
about the
believe it's like
crimes?
15% higher.
How about the crimes that they do when they go to loot the shops for the BLM, when they go to vandalize? Is that not counted? It's counted, so we have to accept
It's
everything that they
we
do
count all of
instead.
them. Yeah, we count
No,
all
you
of
don't
them.
count. You don't count that. You count only one part of the story because
I
you're talking for
no,
their
we
rights, but
also
you
have
don't
a
talk for.
we have like a I think you're 50% more likely to be exonerated for a crime if you're black as well. So that means you're 50% more likely to be wrongly arrested for crimes. So
And
it's
how
in the
and how
math. It's indisputable. You can't just say go
And
look at
how about the
these
USA
riots.
birth rate? The birth rate that they want to turn USA minority white because the whites can make very few
Are you
kids
even
compared.
white?
No, I'm not. I'm
Then why
not.
are you worried about?
I'm worried because first of all, I like and I praise them. That doesn't change my mind, my pickles. So I'm worried because of your propaganda, because you want to go to the schools and you want to teach kids how to be different
You're
gender.
literally just perpetuating white supremacist propaganda. That great replacement theory, that is propaganda.
So you think it's just a theory? It's not happening for real. Everybody knows that it's happening for real,
It's
people. We are
literally
not. We are
inevitable,
not dumb.
yes.
We are not
But
dumb. We know that.
nobody's looking at it like anybody who's not racist, I guess, isn't looking at like blood quantum stuff.
Of course, nobody from you guys is not looking at it. Sure, because that's what you want. But luckily, people are waking up. We know your propaganda. You know your agenda very well.
Yeah,
You know
we want
you,
a
you,
great
you want to.
replacement. We want us no longer to be white.
Is that not happening in Europe too? Do
The
you know
fuck
that the youngest
that itself is propaganda. You really think we're like powwowing and being like we want to get rid of white people? Like you know how
And how
fucking
about the
stupid that
gender?
sounds?
How about the genders? How about the genders of the people that you want to go to the kids and tell them you can be different gender from
Can you tell me a politician who's pushing any of that?
all of your politicians? They are doing
Can you
that
just tell me
because
one
all.
so I can find what they're
I
saying?
don't even know all their names because really I feel disgusted by them. I like
So
beauty,
you don't have
people.
anything.
I like beauty. I like art. I like freedom. I like, I don't like, you like ugliness. You like people to be with piercing, with colored hair. You want people to be with dogs and cats, not with kids. That's all what you want. You want to see an ugly
You like
world.
art,
I don't
but
want that.
like inside the box. Got it.
Because people are waking up, really. That's why Trump won. You can change our mind. And yes, I'm Latino. Yes, I'm non white, but still, I like him. No matter how much you say me with this consume old rhetoric, oh, you can't like him because you're Latino. You can't change my mind. You understand how easy it is? I will still
I
like him
don't even know
even
what you're
more
saying. I don't even know who you're arguing with. What do you mean? I can't change your mind on what?
because you want to brainwash me because I'm not white and I'm Latino to not like Trump. But yes, I voted for Trump, and I'll keep doing for him.
Good,
I'll keep
good,
voting
good
for
job.
him.
Good job. I feel like this
Yes.
was just you getting that off your chest. It wasn't a debate.
It's not about the debate because you are coming here with propaganda, with left-wing propaganda, which usually I heard it so many times,
Uh.
and you are telling to me that I don't know what's your agenda. I know very well what your agenda is. Now, just explain to me when I talk to you
Can you tell
that.
me like you can't tell me who like one politician who's doing what you're saying like with the gender stuff?
So yeah, okay. So first of all, you don't go to that. Let's talk where we've been before. You were talking me for the so-called white supremacy. I'm telling you, I'm not white,
The
and
great
I get that.
yes, the great replacement theory, the rhetoric you are spouting is a white supremacist conspiracy theory.
Okay, okay, that's white supremacy. Let's leave that on side. So you were talking me for the supremacy, right? So how is the supremacy? Me personally, I get a very good job. I live very well, and I see homeless white people in LA. I think
Uh-huh.
them in Florida. Where is their supremacy? The so-called supremacy that everybody's
The
getting their
presence of a
rights.
few white people in homelessness does not mean that there's not
No,
privilege
no, no, it
in being
does
white.
it mean? It means because they are white, right? They have to be privileged. So how
That's
come we live so
very
bad?
that's very I guess
And I
that's
live
very simple-minded, right? But there's
and I
nuance.
live and I live much better than them. Trust me. So me, you understand how nonsense this one. Me as a non-white, I live much better than them that they are white. So where is this supposed supremacy that you are always
Yeah, we're a
talking here?
society, so we there's going to be outliers. There's going to be people who perform
No, no, no.
well.
It's not outliers. It's not outliers. No, no, no. You don't tell me it's outliers. A lot of them they do suicide. They live miserable, and I live much better. You know that Asians,
Hey,
they
we're
are the
proud of you. We're proud of you. You
so
sounds like you're doing real good.
you know that Asians are the race with the highest wealth compared with the whites. So where is the supremacy that you tell me? If I go to work in a let's say in a store and there are a lot of Asians there, they will hire the Asians, not you. So where is the supremacy? And in terms of DEY or I, what is called this bullshit of diversity, inclusion, and if this they will hire them more than you
Listen,
people.
listen. This the whole developed world has some sort of DEI woven into their society,
No, 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 no. It's
and
not you know, in
it's
China, it's homogeneous. In Japan, it's
okay.
homogeneous.
Okay, well then, if you want to strive to be like them, if you would be homogenous, then go for it. But I'm saying the rest of the developed world that's like sovereign and gets to
Who
like
said that they
vote
are
their people
developed? Or
in.
it's not developed. It's not developed. Who said that? Because they live
Okay,
miserable.
excuse me. They all have these things. They all practice these things. So imagine being the people that have to come out and explain your position being against diversity, equity, and inclusion. Like, what are the
People,
opposite of those things? What's the opposite of
you know,
those things?
I would just make your own question. You were talking to me before for the great replacement. It's a bullshit, and you told me it's
It's a
propaganda.
bullshit,
Okay,
and that's it. That's
okay,
all you
let's
got.
accept this. So tell me, when I saw the word population, you know the word population, you know that all both Americas, Europe, and North Africa, with some part in the Middle East, is the same population as India and China alone, and they are homogeneous. You know that the whites in the world are
Are you
five
saying
percent of
they're
the
we should be more like them?
you know that the whites in the world are 5% of the world population, and they treat other people as minorities. They are the minorities. It's not them who are the minorities. You know that Indian population is 1.4 billion together with China.
Okay,
So
when we
how
talk about
come?
minorities, we're talking about per population, though, right? So
No,
it's
in the
not true
world,
here.
you are the minorities. They are the minorities. The whites are the
Sure,
minority in the
okay,
world.
okay, but not here in the United States. It's not true. We're like 60%.
Soon they will be. Don't worry, we know
Soon.
that. You know that soon they will
So
be.
you see how I'm not worried about that, and you are, and you're not even white.
No, 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 no. I'm not worried. I'm just you're missing my point. I'm just showing what kind of plan they have. What's their plan?
That's
That's what I'm
their
showing.
great, their sneaky plan.
No, no, it's not about that. It's not just about that. It's just about promoting their agenda everywhere because you know that
But you
China and
can't tell
India,
me
for
who's
example,
doing it. You can't point to one person that's pushing that.
George Soros.
George Soros is doing this.
Yeah,
Yeah. Can you give me
yeah,
a?
of course.
Can you tell me what like his recent? What's his quote? Is there a good
There are a lot
quote?
of books, and there are lots of, and this not by coincidence. I have Jewish
George
friends, by the
Soros.
way. I have Jewish friends who told me this, and they are Jewish, and they talk
Okay.
against Torah. So how comes all
So
these people
Jewish
are wrong?
people who are more particular than anything about continuing their lineage, they're trying to erase the white population from the United States.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about the race, man. You're missing my point. What I'm talking you that is the bullshit treating another nationality or ethnicity as the minority when you are the minority. You get my point. I'm not talking about being worried or
Do you
not.
see how
I'm
like
just telling
unhinged you sound? You just sound weird, bro. You sound like crazy uncle at Thanksgiving.
you know that China and India they can consider you a minority, but you can't consider them a minority. You understand? Because it's not about me being
I
worried.
guess in a
No,
perspective, good, sure, cool. But here, Asian people are a minority. You're a minority.
no. We are not a minority. It's just by papers because I'm sure that the birth rate in Asia is much higher than you guys. So
Dog, you're
you are the
just
minority.
sitting here in your head trying to undo reality of the fact that there are minorities here and it's
No, they
different
are
than
not.
other
They are not. They are not.
places.
They are not. They are not.
There's no, okay. All right.
We
You
have
got it.
we have lot of we have lot of undocumented migrants also. So you don't consider them too? You think that all of the people in USA are documented? How about them?
We have
How
about
about them?
12 million undocumented. It doesn't really change the
No, we
weight
have
of
even more.
things.
It changed a lot. It changed a lot. And you guys, you are very old population. You have dogs, cats, and you don't have kids.
Trisha, thank you so much for the cake. Much love,
Yeah.
Trish. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, I was about to kick him regardless. I just want to I want to be really quick because I know that taking up your time messes with the algorithm. I just want to let y'all know how harmful the Great Replacement Theory is, how harmful that rhetoric is, and how much it all boils down to birth rates. Like he said the term right there, which was it's the birth rates. There's been 4 mass shooting. I can't use the word mass pew pewings since 2018 that have all been because of the Great Replacement Theory. The Christchurch mosque shooting. I can't say that word. Pew pewings. El Paso pew pewings. There was one in Buffalo in 2022, and there was one in Pittsburgh in a synagogue. Those mass pew pewings all are because every manifesto that the person that the pew pewer. It's hard to not use the word. Sorry. That the pew pewer said their main reason was because of the Great Replacement Theory. That theory all boils down to like what right-wing propaganda has become to nowadays, which is see somebody in the comments just said it. So if you look at the comments right now, somebody just put it in the comments. It's all Great Replacement Theory. It's fucking disgusting. It is all white supremacy. Everybody that says that immigrants are coming in and taking our jobs, it all boils down to Great Replacement Theory, and it's fucking disgusting. It leads to people dying. There are 51 Muslims that are dead because of the Christchurch mosque shooting because of a Great Replacement Theorist, a white supremacist. It's not funny. Look at the statistics. It has never been proven true. It is all not fucking true. There's never been a time in life where it has been true. And it kills people. That's all I gotta say. It fucking disgusts me so much. It's so goddamn stupid. That's all I gotta say.
Appreciate you. Much love, Tanner. What's up, Nemo? How you doing, dude?
What's up, man?
Not much.
You got some kooks out today.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Hello? Michelle? She's sleeping. Hello?
What's going on?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a libertarian, so by default, I guess I have to be.
That makes no sense.
I'm a conservative libertarian, so my views align more with him than they do with Democrats. No matter who I vote for, I don't get what I want, so it doesn't really matter. You understand what I'm saying?
Maybe.
What am I gonna vote?
I don't
What
know.
am I gonna vote libertarian and throw my vote away? What's the point of that?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's silly position. I mean, it literally you would be for like absolutely no wars. You'd be absolutely against Trump. You'd be
The Democrats,
you'd be
Kamala Harris, Joe
you'd be
Biden
for
started
open
wars.
borders, though, right?
I'm against more of my party on that. I think it's all like that's one of the bad anarcho-capitalists. I'm not an anarcho-capitalist, so
Oh.
that's an
So
anarcho-capitalist
you
belief.
believe in borders?
Yeah, I'm not an idiot. So, but
Alright.
I mean, do you guys really think that it's a great replacement theory? It's really about cheap labor. That's why it's Koch brothers. That's why every No Kings protest was funded by the heiress of Walmart. I mean, the fact that people don't, yeah, its biggest funder to the No Kings was the heiress of Walmart. And that's public knowledge. You can look it up as we speak. So, I mean, it's not really rocket science here if you understand, if you have critical thinking.
Yeah. I don't know. The Koch brothers are right leaning, aren't they?
Yes, it was a right-wing policy for a long time, and then it turned into a left-wing policy.
So that, but they're still
Yes,
Koch
the Koch
brothers, and they
were
still
Republicans.
fund
Yes.
right wing stuff.
No, now they're mostly left-wing. I think
What?
they're
No.
descendants.
Jesus
The
Christ.
Koch brothers, I'm pretty sure
Absolutely not.
they donate more to left-wing causes.
No.
Lucy, shut up.
The Koch brothers are notoriously right wing. Also,
Yes,
one of them is dead,
I
so
don't
it's
think-
just the Koch brother now.
Oh, yeah. So, you know,
And no, he's not anywhere remotely close to left wing.
have you ever read their manifesto about open borders and the new American century? Bomb the world
They
and right the
meaning
world?
who?
Well, meeting them and others who think like them in the
Okay,
60s,
what
70s,
what
80s.
group or what group, agency, organization? Who are we talking about?
Well, they were Republican, high wing Reaganite Republican donors who believed in open borders.
Okay, but you're talking about a new American century. It sounds like a white paper. So who published this?
I'm pretty sure it was published by an organization. I'm not sure of the organization, but if you look up Koch brothers immigration, that it does come up in their I don't know if it's called a manifesto. I'm just going to keep calling it a manifesto.
Okay.
So that's what they wanted because the right wing for a long time, and it still is, both parties were the business and corporate party who wanted cheap labor to come across the border, who offshored the manufacturing and left the working class of this country to eat dick.
Those kind of contradict each other, right? So like if
No, because the
we're-
little jobs that we still have here, like agricultural based jobs and and the weapons manufacturing basically that we still do.
you know how many migrants are here
is-
right now undocumented?
Exact numbers today, no, I could have probably told you 2 years ago.
What was it 2 years ago?
Wasn't it about 10? I want to say it was 10. No.
It
Right,
was
around
like
there.
11, 10, 11.
Yeah, it was something like
So now it's like 12.
that. Yeah.
I don't think, like, we're talking about 3% of our population, and
And how much manufacturing do we have left?
and literally how many of those people are working those jobs? How many of them are just
I would
kids?
say about 80% are working manufacturing labor jobs.
I mean, well, I would say
I
maybe
would-
half of them are working.
Half of them.
Yeah, they're not all working. Like some of our women
I
and
think
children.
That's another issue, the fact that half of them aren't working. It's like,
Yeah, well,
pick one.
well, half of them could be children, right?
Well, yes, if we're putting in those statistics. But yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, the adult working population either should
So-
be fast tracked to citizenship so businesses can't rip them off, or
And you think Trump
'em
is
out.
the answer to that? Didn't he just roll back the like his position on raiding farms and hospitality and food and beverage industry?
yeah, I was pretty angry at that. That it's like I was pretty mad at that, and I think a lot of his base was mad at that because these people are being paid pennies on the dollar, and yes, that's
It's
better
not
than.
even true.
What do you mean that's not true?
Like they're obviously they're not being paid like a lot,
You're a
but they're
leftist.
they're
You're the
getting
party
they're
of
getting
workers.
paid. We want higher wages. Y'all don't. But I would say I've worked with people I have directly paid undocumented people for work, and they make a lot of money. And most
Well, yeah, you're a good boss, I would say, if you're hiring undocumented immigrants and paying them a living American's wage. You think I would say about 75 or more percent of bosses, like the ones that I worked in 10 restaurants in my life, scumbags, they got paid nothing.
well,
They got the illegals that I was boys with got paid nothing.
so this is what happens when you usually you pay them something. You say you pay them. They're at least getting paid minimum wage, right? I would
No.
argue. Do you know what minimum wage is?
In my state, it's 16 or is it 15 in New York?
It's
I think it's
$7.25
yes, $7.25 in the federal
federally.
government.
So they're at least getting that. At least.
I looked it up, by the way, just for future reference. It's estimated that between 5 and 6% of manufacturing in the United States, 5 to 6% of the workforce is undocumented migrants. So it's not
5 to 6%
that
of the
huge
workforce in the United
percentage
States.
that you were trying to make it
this
out
is
to
not
be.
some like all these rich people, like this is a syndicate of, I mean, it helps with the flexible workforce, and they're overrepresented in some industries and they are viable to us.
They're
But
overrepresented for the uncollege. I'm sorry, my phone gave me a 10% warning. They're in the only industries left for the uncollege educated working class of America, who is the majority of the United States. About 60, I think it's 60%, probably more of the United States does not have a 4-year college degree.
they're actually more likely to be entrepreneurs too. So
Well, yes, I would give you that because they're hardworking people,
I think
just
they're
like the
80% more
Italians.
likely.
Yes, I completely agree with you. But at the end of the day, we have undocumented immigrants who are coming, taking the little jobs that we have left for the normal people, for the just average Joes in this country.
But we're
The
not
ones that we
seeing that
haven't.
though.
You're not seeing that.
Yeah, like
Go to,
it's not in the data. Like I just read that off to you.
it's
What
not in
what
the
number
data.
did you originally say for how much of manufacturing you think undocumented migrants?
I never said a number.
I could have swore that you said a number. It's fine. It's whatever. So the point is, they like. I mean, as far as manufacturing goes, which that was the big push for Trump there that Trump was talking about. You know, the whole rationale for tariffs and whatnot. That it's at most 6% and maybe 4%. It just depends on
6%
like
of the
who you want to look
manufacturing
at.
jobs in the United States. Just
Sorry?
manufacturing. You're including. You're just saying manufacturing jobs. You're not saying like the workforce of the United States.
Well, that wasn't the original statement. So you were
Well,
talking about manufacturing jobs.
obviously, undocumented immigrants aren't working for United Healthcare. They need papers for
United
that.
Healthcare is not a manufacturing job.
You know, exactly. I said manufacturing. Are you saying the workforce of the United States? Or are you including just like the manufacturing workforce? Or are you just saying like the workforce in general?
I was checking the thing that you said, which I mean, I could have swore that you had said like 80% of manufacturing jobs in the US were done by undocumented migrants.
No,
That was your original statement.
I said 80% of the manufacturing jobs in the U.S., if I had to put a rough estimate on it, have been extradited to different countries. And the little ones that we have left, undocumented immigrants are taking the jobs. And look, if they were citizens and we want to give them citizenship, do it. I don't care. But at the end of the day, these people shouldn't be working for nothing, getting treated like shit. And I'm a libertarian. I'm saying this. This is what you guys should be saying as leftists. Like I
we
feel
are
like
the only ones who push for like higher pay, like better
yeah,
work
I feel like I'm in fucking
conditions.
upside down world, dude. I feel like I'm in a different universe.
We're watching your party say things like this and rolling back child labor laws.
When has Trump? Did he roll back child labor laws? If you give me specifics, because I don't. I
Yeah,
never heard
Florida, they're trying to those poor kids. They're yearning to work overnight, is what they're trying to allow.
How old are the kids? Give me 16.
I think it was 14. I want to say.
Yeah.
14
I'll pull
in
it up.
Florida.
One
You know what the
Florida.
working age in China is, bro?
What's the working age in China?
16.
It's 16 in the United States as well, is it not?
No.
It's 16 in my state.
It's state by state.
State by state. Then it's state by state. At the end of the day, Florida probably shouldn't be doing that. That's pretty stupid of Florida. But yeah, I worked when I was 13. I was working in a restaurant. So I mean, depends how much you work. If your parents are making you go to work like 6 days a week, that's crazy.
Did you make minimum wage when you were 13?
Well, I got paid by tips, so no.
Yeah.
I made like 200 a
So
day.
you were a victim. Yeah. So
As a
you,
victim, I
I,
mean, I made a good amount. I made $300 a day.
it's called child labor, right?
I'll do child labor for 300 a day, 2 days a week at 16. I was walking out Saturdays and Sundays after a 5-hour shift with $300 in my pocket.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's this weird assumption that you made that we are not advocating for, I guess, workers' rights for undocumented migrants. We absolutely are. Holy mother of God. Hi.
How are you doing,
Hi.
Anthony?
Oh, no. Be quiet. Hi, Brenna.
Hi.
Big fan.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're awesome. Okay, I'm going to be quiet now.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Wow. I didn't expect to be known, but thank you. Also, thank you, Pickles, for bringing me up.
Mhm.
I admittedly came in the middle of this discussion. I understand that FIF is frustrated with the exploitation of migrant workers. Is that true? Just trying to get my facts straight.
Yeah, I'm just saying you guys should be consistent. You are for workers' rights, but yet the people that you're saying that should stay in this country are being exploited by the rich in this country. It's kind of like,
I mean, I actually agree with you on that point, Fief. I think we should be going after the people who hire and exploit undocumented immigrants and pay them below the minimum wage, and perhaps violate labor laws when they hire them, because that's often why they're hiring undocumented workers. I agree with you on that. I would love to know why we're not then just going after the people who exploit the migrant labor for exploiting humans that way. Why are we punishing the people who are being exploited?
Yeah, your answer to helping these people is to throw them back into a country that they fled and to be homeless again. Like, this person's making less minimum wage. Let's make them extra homeless.
no, what I'm saying is the people who we could prove have been working should most likely, in most cases, about 90%, should probably stay here and be given a track to citizenship. That's my belief. If you haven't been working, or your husband hasn't been working, or your partner.
So you don't believe that we should be virtue signaling and demonizing these people constantly on TV and spending hundreds of billions of dollars to do political theater, capturing these people?
It's like I don't think we should be demonizing everyone who's calling for deportations, because a lot of the deportations are going to better the country. A lot of them aren't.
But Steve, you understand? So I'm sorry. Can I just get this straight? Do you agree with what the administration is doing right now, or not?
I agree with parts of it, but I could criticize a good amount.
Can I ask which parts? And obviously, we're talking like with regards to immigrants and stuff. Which parts do you agree with right now?
Well, the criminals, obviously, I think everyone can agree with that.
Which is a minority of the people they're picking up.
Yes, but I think everybody can agree that they should be gone. The people who are not
actually,
working,
one sec. When you say criminals, do you mean people with like a parking ticket, or do you mean like violent criminals?
I think I mean probably both. Honestly, if you're gonna be in a country illegally, you should do everything in your power to stay off of the radar. I think it's
sure, but we're talking about sometimes people who had like a parking ticket like 20 years ago.
Well, yes, I would disagree with that, and I know Trump's doing stuff like that, and he's trying to, just like the left tries to meander to their far left, he's trying to meander to his far right.
What does that mean? Meander to his?
Like, he's trying to please, like, you know how the left will always try to please the far left, which I think is stupid because I'll vote for them anyway.
No, I don't know that. I have, my experience is the exact opposite.
I wish that was the thing.
Well, on the social issues, and this is not a social issue. Illegal immigration is not a social. I mean, at the end of the day, that's a social issue.
I mean, it like dips into human rights, kind of.
Human rights. We're the only country in the world with this immigration policy.
That's not true.
That's not even true.
Well, it is true that people aren't rising up. I mean, look at Europe.
I mean,
it's on fire right now.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of politicians
Europe's
using.
on fire? Is that what you just said?
Europe, the protests going on in Europe. I have family in Italy. You can't tell me.
Yeah, it's so very easily politicized, and people just can't see past it. And people, in my opinion, on the right, the conservatives, no matter what country, you don't really have much to offer people. So you just do the like nativism, like migrants are
Well,
bad
in Europe,
thing.
nativism is probably like a not. It's probably a good thing in Europe. In America, no, because there is no native. A United
There's
States.
no native
There
what in
literally
America?
is.
United States.
There literally
That's why I
is.
didn't say Americans. I said United States citizens.
You
Like
understand that, oh, but how are there native, let's say, Spain citizens?
people who are Spanish, who that's their last.
Define that.
People who are Spanish and they've been on that land for thousands of years.
Okay, so you understand that
Roman times.
Spain has been like 7 or 8 different things, right, through
Yes,
history.
they were. Do not try to lecture me on medieval history. You will lose that. Aragon, Castile, the Moors. Yes, I understand. But they fought for the land against the Moors. Aragon and Castile became Spain, and then from what was it, I think it was 1486. From 1486 on, they have been Spain for the Spanish people. It's not that. It's not rocket science.
But how does that, but you're saying there's like no one who's native to the United States, but you're saying people who were in Spain for thousands of years are native Spaniards, even though Spain itself is only a few hundred years old?
They fought, their ancestors fought and bled for the land. That is their land. That's how I believe it.
Okay, so then how are there no native to the United States people in that?
That's why I excluded Native Americans, because I said there are Native Americans. That's a whole different 4-hour long discussion, and I would agree with probably you guys on half of that. So that's why I
said
said
that there's no native to the United States. I'm trying to understand
because
what the difference is to
the United States was built on an immigrant culture. The United States was built on immigrants, legal immigrants most of the time. So that there is no like, look, if I went to Italy right now, even though I'm blood Italian, they will never call me an Italian. They'll say you're an American. You're an American. But if someone from Japan came to the United States right now, citizenship in the South, learn English. You're an American. Okay, that's how it works.
Do you mean legally?
No, I mean culturally. If I got Italian citizenship right now, and I went to Italy, they would never classify me as Italian. They would say, no, you're
That's not
American.
actually true.
That is 1,000,000%. I have family all up and down the peninsula, bro.
Dude, I was born and raised in Spain, man. I know, I have friends from all nationalities that we grew up in Europe. That is not necessarily true. If you live to Italy, get Italian citizenship, call yourself Italian, people will respect that.
No, because my dad's a dual citizen and he gets literally berated at restaurants. Tourists, they throw shit at him. They don't really like that right now. That's not what they like. So I don't know what your argument is. You're trying to literally tell someone who's there like once every 3 months. I really don't know what your argument is.
Does your dad live there or no?
My dad has a citizenship and he goes back and forth he lives at my uncle's.
I don't know where your uncle's.
My uncle lives in Naples.
In Naples. Okay, so he lives in Naples?
He spends like a month there on and off.
So he doesn't live in Naples.
No, but he's there enough that he could.
Okay,
that's not false in the culture.
Whatever. I mean, we're getting fucking sidetracked here. But you kind of proved my point. He doesn't live there. Whatever. He's not like culturally just living as an Italian person. He probably shows up with a crazy fucking accent. Sure. He doesn't live there. Most people aren't going to be like, oh yeah, you person who doesn't live here probably has never lived here and stuff are Italian. Whatever. Let's fucking set this aside. I'm still trying to figure out your whole thing, your stance on migration. I'm trying to understand. You're saying there are no native United States people. And I'm trying to understand what you mean by that, because you said there's no one who's been here for thousands of years, and then people pointed out obviously Native Americans, and you said that could be a whole other 4-hour discussion.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the United States, which is built by the white men, and then we got diversity, and that's all great. It's all good. You know what I mean? I'm saying there is no besides the Native Americans, but that's a different discussion.
Built
the United
by who?
States never had an identity. Basically ever to the Civil War. There was no American identity. You never classified yourself as an American. You were a New Yorker, you were a Virginian. That's
You're
what I'm
talking
saying.
culturally.
Yes, culturally.
Okay, so what the fuck does culturally have to do with fucking citizenship?
Because that's what you're fucking asking me. You ask me a direct
No,
question.
I'm trying to understand when you said there are no native people to United States. I'm trying to understand what kind of what you're referring to. And the reason I bring up Spain, I said, are there people native to Spain? And you said, yes, people who have been there for thousands of years. And even though you acknowledge Spain is only Spain as Hispania and then later España, like has only been around for a few hundred. So the peoples that now populate Spain have not always historically considered themselves Spanish. Many people consider themselves to be American. And by that, that's the shortening of estadounidense, which is how the Spanish word for it, which means United Statesian. We just don't have a fucking word for that. So you're saying culturally, no one has ever considered themselves like native to the United States. I'm going to call bull on that.
What are you talking? I'm saying that there is no American like race. That's or ethnicity. That's what I'm saying.
That's a different sentence, right? Because there's also ethnicity is different from nationality.
But that's my point. Like there is no like American ethnicity. So
okay. There's also not a Spanish ethnicity.
Italian ethnicity.
There's also not a Spanish ethnicity, by the way.
Well, they're Iberian and then culturally Spanish.
That's not an ethnicity. That's not an ethnicity.
Iberian?
Yeah, it's not an ethnicity, man.
I think there's a good amount of people who disagree with you on that.
Okay. Literally never heard of Iberian referred to as an ethnicity. Again, grown up in the Iberian Peninsula.
Okay.
Not an ethnicity.
Okay, so what are you? You're just nothing? Spanish people are nothing?
No, we're a mix of different ones. I'm part Gitana, which, I know in English you can't say, but gypsy, Spanish gypsy, that's part of my family. Part of my family comes from France, so like European white from there. There's possible Sephardic roots in there, which were the Jewish peoples in Spain. That's what that means. I'm a mix of different ethnicities.
Aren't the gypsies
Spanish is not an ethnicity.
You just named two diaspora peoples, though, did you not?
Sure. Spain is not, Iberian is not an ethnicity, bro.
That's a whole different discussion. If you're saying by my,
I'm like every other fucking Spaniard, dude. Dude. Spaniard is not an ethnicity. Chat. Spaniard is a fucking.
You're disagreeing with like the Romans who fought with the Spaniards for hundreds of years, and the people who fought against Napoleon.
It's not an ethnicity, bro. History does not.
You're disagreeing with the people who fought against the Romans in guerrilla warfare for years, and the people who fought against Napoleon in guerrilla warfare for years. I'm just saying, who imposed the French on them and said, "We want a Spaniard on the throne."
Doesn't create an ethnicity.
Okay. Well, I mean,
also like you're talking about if you're talking about Rome. I mean, first off, we're going back 2,000 years. That's number one. Number two, wouldn't that have been Gaul?
No, Gaul was France.
Ah, shit. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, Gaul was France. The Spaniards fought against the Romans for basically their entire occupation of the land, because they saw themselves as an independent, different people than the Romans. The Romans populated Gaul, and they considered themselves Romans. The Spaniards were under Carthaginian rule and never considered themselves to be fully Roman. Then
that doesn't mean anything about ethnicity.
If there is a people who are saying we are not this, we are something else, that is the start of an ethnicity.
Identity is not every type of identity is an ethnicity.
When it starts 2,000 years ago, it could become an ethnicity pretty easily. When you are fighting against a foreign power,
it's not an ethnicity. That doesn't just magically make something an ethnicity.
So you're saying to me, I'll fast forward to modern times. You're saying to me that a French king being on the Spanish throne and Spaniards saying we want a Spaniard on the throne isn't saying we have our own ethnicity and we want him to rule. And
that's not an ethnicity. That's about identity. It's not ethnicity. That's national identity, not ethnicity.
So what is there no like ethnic Italians? Is there no ethnic French? Is there no ethnic Germans? So no ethnic English, no ethnic Irish. Europe has fought wars about this for fucking hundreds of years.
Yeah, dude. Just because nations warring, they're not always warring about ethnicities. Again, and this is fun. I mean, it's funny because I just I've gone on rants like for years about how Americans tend to conflate ethnicity and nationality. You guys have this weird you conflate ethnicity with race with nationality, and they are not like a one-to-one thing. They aren't. But but again. So trying to bring this right back, you're trying to make a point about America.
I have one
Native
question.
Americans, there's no American
We'll go into America, but my question to you, because this is me, because I consider myself, someone asks me, what's your ethnicity? I go, Italian. Am I wrong for saying that? There's no ethnic Italians or no ethnic?
I mean, it's like, you could say it in America because Americans probably don't fucking know.
No, so I mean, how many wars have the Irish fought with the Brits, with the English?
A war doesn't make an ethnicity, brother.
You're disagreeing with the majority of the history of Europe. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that's not what ethnicity means.
Literally are.
That's not what ethnicity means.
Dude.
Also, I'm pretty sure that a lot of the war that occurred between Ireland and Britain was because of religion, mostly.
Yes, religion.
So not ethnicity.
No. There was an
like the Irish were predominantly Catholic, and the British created the Anglican Church because Homeboy wanted to divorce his wife.
Ethnic Irish, ethnic British. The British said to the Irish, we'll give you like protection. The Irish are like, all right, we guess. And then religion set it over the top. If you read about English and Irish history, the Irish always consider themselves a different people being ruled by different ethnicity. And then the religion, the Catholic persecution, starting after Luther's 99 Theses, were like, that set it over the top for the Irish people. They said, all right, no, we're not fucking doing this.
Okay, Fief, you can look it up. You are, to quote Oslo, you are lost at sea, but you are wrong about your understanding of ethnicity. You are wrong. This is not an opinion. You can look it up. You are incorrect. A nationality is not an ethnicity. And if it were, you would be disproving your own point, which is you're saying there is no ethnically American person. And so by you equating every other country in Europe to somehow being an ethnicity, you are somehow like not realizing that you're basically making your own original point incorrect. If a nationality equals, hold on, Fief, if a nationality equals an ethnicity, then there is an American ethnicity. And the way you're saying, well, wars were fought. Okay, so what about the American War of Independence? According to your own description of what these supposed like European ethnicities are, you're like, oh, because they fought a war. Cool. America also fought a few fucking wars. Does that not make America an ethnicity?
The American revolutionaries were Scottish. The American revolutionaries were English. The American revolutionaries were French. The American revolutionaries were Britons. The American revolutionaries were Irish. The American revolutionaries.
Okay, so you understand.
There was no American identity.
And so you understand when you say, oh, but when the Spanish say we don't want a French king, we want a Spanish king, doesn't that prove ethnicity? So when Americans say, oh, we don't want a foreign national as our president, we'll make it only legal for people born in America, American citizens, to be the president, does that create an ethnicity? Like your own logic can contradict. You're incorrect about your understanding about ethnicity, but the problem is you are contradicting your own incorrect logic.
Say a part of Britain when the war broke out, they said, hey, we just want representation. We consider ourselves British citizens. We are British. We belong. We are British. We are British subjects. We are British. George Washington always considered himself British. But we said we want our representation in Parliament. King George said, stick it up your ass. So George Washington said, all right, well, we're an independent nation. Again, that's nationality. When you declare an independent nation from your sister or father or motherland. That's when a nationality is formed.
And yet the
Italians, though they were different states warring with each other, always knew, hey, we're from this peninsula, so we're all Italians. Yeah, I might be Venetian, but I'm an Italian above that. So again, no sense. It's a geographical location of where your ancestors and where your family could trace their roots back
That's
from.
not what ethnicity means, dude. You are straight up wrong, Thief. You are wrong.
No, it's not
You
wrong.
can look it up. You are wrong. That is not what an
Every
ethnicity
person who has
is.
fought a war in
And by
Europe
your
died
own
for a
logic,
country.
American is an ethnicity. The reason.
So how many Europeans died for literally nothing in your eyes? Died for literally
what
like
does that have to do with
a
ethnicity?
small disagreement.
What does that have to do with ethnicity?
Italians said, we're not fucking Austrian. Northern Italians fought Austrians saying, we're not Austrians. We are not Germanic peoples. We are Italian peoples. We are Southern Europeans. We are Italian. We are descendants of the Romans, not the barbarians. That's what that was about.
So
What do you think? Austrian occupation. Then when Napoleon came in, they said, oh, this is a Southern European. Hey, we're not Gauls. We're not French. Again, our ancestors are the Romans. Fuck you. You're going against all of European history at this point, and it's honestly sad and
no,
disgusting.
I'm just saying none of that proves that it's an ethnicity. It's an identity. It's just simple.
So what's an ethnicity to you? So when a university says it's an ethnicity?
Pickles, Cottage in the comments is literally like, I mean, very well. She's got a PhD she's working on in working colonization and ethnicities and whatnot. It's one. Yeah.
So what deems it something an ethnicity in your eyes? Because if you go, there's a million different people say a million different things. I'm using the Italian definition that I was told by my great-parents, by my grandparents, by my parents, by the history that I learned.
Your great-grandparents don't get to just define that they're a special ethnicity, bro.
Well, the Israelis did, and the world kind of accepts it, so.
We're hopping around on the timeline quite a lot here. Hi, I'm Cottage. I'm in my 30s if you need that for TikTok purposes or whatever. I don't really know exactly how it is. I'm an anthropologist, which means that I study people across time and space. I'm currently in the process of my PhD writing it, which means that I write lots of things and I read lots of things, and I happen to know at least a little bit about ethnicity.
So what makes an ethnicity a valid ethnicity in academia?
Well, anthropologists, quite famously, don't gauge or judge on whether or not an ethnicity is valid. We look at how people view themselves in relationship to the people around them, in relationship to people that they might call different to themselves, in relationship to people that they encounter. Ethnicity is different than nationalism. Both are ways of describing different aspects of a person's identity. Just to keep it simple, I feel like that's the easiest way of defining it here.
So do the Irish and the Brits, do they derive from the same people? Is that what you're saying?
So I feel like what you're going at here when you trace back to all these different time periods. I feel like what you're going here when you trace back to all these different time periods is you're looking for less long-standing cultural tie-in that would make a person living today the same as we would consider, in quotes, the same as someone who lived, say, 2,000 years ago in a Roman time and space on Earth. That's just not necessarily the case. You're looking genetically. Genetically is not the same as what is expressed socially.
So let's take the Irish. Socially, they fought against the British for thousands of years to say, hey, we're not British, we're not English, go fuck yourselves. Genetically, they're Gaelic peoples who derive from the Gauls, who the Romans.
If you want to talk about how the Romans represent the Celts is how they write about them. I've read those texts. They're very, very, very thick. My props to anybody who reads them in their entirety. I could not make my way through. But the issue, and this is longstanding, you are free to Google this. Anyone here is free to Google this. The issue in academia with how the Romans described people is, number one, they were describing everybody as others. They were describing people over there and all of the ways in which they are different, and they exaggerated those because those reports were made to send back to people to spread messages of different things. So the purposes in which documents historically are written is something that anthropologists and other people of different fields of study look at. And the Celts, as the Romans called them, they used that term to describe every single group of people that they met, all the way through what we now would consider to be Germanic peoples, or stretching into Eastern Europe, all the way up through over into Ireland and up into the High Islands. So that term doesn't even work then. It's not in history and in anthropology. We look at that and we go, this is just not quite the same. If you look in the chat, I see people that are typing the same things.
Still, they fought to say we are not genetically, our ancestors do not genetically.
The Irish fight against. Sorry, Brenna, you go right ahead.
I was just gonna pop in and say, genetics, fighting based on genetics is a relatively modern thing.
Well, yeah, based on scientific genetics, but at the end of the day, do you really think that the Germanic?
It's really important here that I correct you. When you say scientific genetics, what people think of is actually called phrenology, which is a pseudoscience that was used in order to falsely apply more racial bias into all aspects of law that particularly affected slave trade in the US. So that's all fake. We don't use that. That's bad.
So your guys' argument is that Ukrainians are same as Russians, Irish are the same as the British, Italians are the same.
I want you to just think about all the things I've said to you right now. And I've talked about how important it is that it's about how people view themselves in relationship to one another. And now I want you to think, is that something that I said, or are you being a bit unfair here and wanting to just prove your point?
No, I think that's exactly what you guys are saying. At the end of the day, you're saying that.
Then I would invite you to ask me questions to clarify, because it doesn't seem like you've understood what I've said.
So what's the difference between an Irish and a British person or an English person? Depending on how.
First of all, it's important for me to mention here that I actually live in the UK. I'm a legal migrant, for whatever that seems to be worth for people these days. I don't think that term is useful here, but that's my own personal opinion. That argument in and of itself is a whole other debate that people have been fighting for a very long time, and that's not mine. But yes, of course, the fight here between the Irish and the British is colonial, like the fights that exist both that brought America, the USA, to be what it is today, and also in how the USA perpetrates itself on the world.
Still did not answer my question.
Yes, she did, Fief. You just are choosing.
Yes, I understand. I understand it's a colonial dispute. I can't say that. Restarted. That's not what I'm saying.
We don't need to use slurs, even if you're trying to circumvent a thing. That's a little ridiculous.
All right, well, I don't think I've been saying that since I was 3 years old. I don't know. So I'm just keep going to say it. But either way, that it makes.
So I'm sorry, you just said that you've been doing something since you were 3. So you'll continue to do it that way because you've been doing it since you were 3.
That's a normal word. It's not an offensive word.
That's not a normal word. There are several articles about how that's inappropriate, and it's also in the TikTok terms of service. So you have fun with that.
That's why I didn't say it. Either way, it still makes no sense.
I mean, trying to circumvent around it to use it is that's really a choice.
So you're saying that every single European war saying we're not the same as you was not about ethnicity, wasn't about differences.
I'm saying that what we consider ethnicity now is not necessarily what they would have considered then. No, I don't think that Romans looked at people and said, you're of the wrong ethnic group. I don't think they spoke that way because they thought about the world in their own contemporary way. That means at their own time. They didn't have the same perspective. You cannot apply a 2025 perspective to 300 BC. That's not how that works. That's unhelpful. We don't do that in science or in humanities or in academic knowledge creation outside of colonial skyscrapers at all. That's unhelpful.
He's swiped out. He's Googling.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry if I interrupted things. It just bothers me when people are wildly incorrect.
Yeah, you're totally fine. It was a weird hill to die on.
Yeah. Have a great one. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you. Thank you for coming up and helping.
Thanks.
That was awesome.
I feel bad. That was so easily derailed. Yeah. I'd love to know how the people who think migrants are exploited think that the best way of dealing with exploited migrants is to put them in concentration camps.
Yeah.
You know, if that's the
Yeah.
concern here, that's ultimately my point that I was trying to get to. If your concern is the exploitation of migrants, why are you putting them in concentrate? How is that the solution to anything? Maybe we should put the people who have been hiring those migrants in those concentration camps. Just a thought, you know? But
No,
It was also
let's-
interesting, like his whole like rationale. It seemed almost inherently contradictory because he originally came up and he was talking about how the U.S. exploits undocumented migrants by paying them less, and it basically tried to dress up the "they're taking her jobs" talking point. And then he went on that odd little tangent about nativism, which the thing is he was it almost sounded as if he was arguing that nativism is fine, but also the US doesn't have nativism.
yeah.
And so I don't know how he was supposed to square them because, like, I mean, there are absolutely nativists here. There have been, like, since the beginning of the country, there have been nativists. But if he's arguing that the US inherently should not have, like, a nativist mindset, then that would imply that he shouldn't have a problem with undocumented migrants. But, oh, wow.
Yeah, and
my
literally,
God.
I have people arguing the opposite all day. They don't assimilate. What's up, Swamp? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I've talked to you before.
Oh, that's right.
54. I'm attorney.
Okay.
Live in Florida, and I just listened to the biggest hogwash I've ever listened to about ethnicity. I don't know who that lady is writing her thesis for, but she's going to fail. Under her definition, ethnicity, nobody has any ethnicity. It's a big conglomerate blend of people from all over the world. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I feel like we're
Yes.
splitting hairs on something that isn't.
No, she was
Too
splitting
relevant.
hairs on the
where's
dumbest
your
thing.
PhD from, Swamp?
I'm sorry?
Where's your PhD from and in?
I'm an attorney. I'm a Juris Doctor. I'm not going to display where I'm from.
So you don't have a PhD in
No, I have a doc. I'm an attorney. I have a Juris Doctorate, and I read a lot more than she probably does. Guarantee you.
on ethnicity.
Everything.
Okay, whatever.
Just because she thinks she's writing a thesis and she knows what she's talking about doesn't mean she knows what she's talking about. We've been in this country for 250 years. We conquered the natives, and our country is a blend of a lot of
Gross.
different people. And guess what? You're entitled to call yourself an American now. It's been 250 fucking years. You know what? The Italians can still call themselves, we're Italian. You know, it just, it's not about identity.
That's literally what is.
It's not about.
Is that not?
That's a really nice waffle that you have there, but I'm just gonna stop you for just a second. Providing a succinct lay definition for the purposes of directing a conversation to
I don't
provide
need to
clear
hear your
information
long
is not
definitions
incorrect.
that you don't even understand yourself. So
Okay, that's fine. I'm in a PhD program. I'm obviously not
Oh,
afraid of
you're in a
learning things.
wow, you're
Are
in a
you
PhD
okay?
program.
Like,
was in a
obviously,
jur-
I'm
I'm
okay
in a-
with not understanding things at any point in time.
Well-
I'm absolutely well aware of the fact that I don't know everything, and I think that's great. Have you ever heard of the phrase, the more degrees you get, the stupider you feel? Because I'll tell you, it's definitely true. I read a
Well,
lot. I
have
read a lot
three
of things that I don't necessarily agree with. And
I
I
have
do
three
also
degrees.
work in law, and I know that people who say they know everything know very little.
I don't say I do, but I have 3 degrees too.
You just
And I-
did. You just did.
You know
Wow.
more about everything.
I said I know a lot more about you, about what you're saying.
No, you said you read on everything and you know
I
everything.
do. I litigate. So I
Swamp,
fucking-
you know more about
everything I
anthropology than
litigate,
somebody
I have
who's
to read
pursuing
up
an
on.
anthropologist like PhD.
You don't understand. as an attorney.
No, I understand perfectly.
What field of law do you work in?
I just said litigation, real estate.
What type of, you work in real estate litigation? Okay, that's fine. My master's program included taking LLM courses in international human rights law.
Moron. If you let me
so
finish.
I think I'm fine here.
No,
I'm literally more qualified to speak about international human rights law than you are.
No, you're not. You sound crazy. You really do sound crazy.
That's fine. I'm not interested in your opinion of me.
And I'm not interested in your opinion of me. But I tell you what.
I tell you what. My opinion. I summarized your own statements of yourself.
Would have worked in your thesis because it's gonna not get you your degree.
No, I don't actually engage in unethical research. So if I was engaging in research, this profile would say that.
Engage in ethical research with the big words. I got it. Okay. So
ethical is a big word.
Ethical is not a proper noun. It doesn't require capitalization.
I'm not talking about ethical. I'm talking about the word she said previously. Who's this guy down here who's talking? Nemo? Who are you?
I'm
no. Are you a fish? I mean, what the fuck?
No. Nemo's literally the Latin word for nobody.
What is your expertise on? What do you have? Like 1 degree? 0 degree?
I have a degree in IT.
Oh, good.
Someone doesn't have to have degrees in order to be able to engage in a conversation. That's absolute fallacy.
To you, they do. The more degrees they have.
No, I was using.
According to you,
No.
I'm sorry. So
I said that you learn less. Sorry, Brenna, you go ahead.
You're literally claiming that you know more than someone else in their degree just because you read a lot. So according to you, you don't need degrees and stuff to like know more than people who do have degrees. According to you, just saying.
No, that's according to your little summary, but that's not right. Oh. She was bragging about how she reads all the time because she's an anthropologist.
I mentioned that I read because the reason that Brenna said that I was here in the comments was because I sent her a photo of a book, an anthropological text titled Rethinking Ethnicity that I have read 500 bajillion times. That's the reason I said it, because I spent all day reading, which made me cranky, and I then spent my evening having fun listening to this. That's why. Reading is relevant.
You know what I do? I spend all day reading and drafting contracts till the fucking middle of the night.
Great. So that sounds really boring, but if it suits you, that's great.
It could be on anthropology.
Okay.
It could be on.
You have fun with that.
Your stupid concentration.
Anthropology is a fascinating topic. I think you should read about it.
It's the most boring topic of the planet. But
if you do, I would actually like to suggest some authors to you. I'd like to suggest you Anand Pandian. He's super great. Actually, anybody in here, I'll type the name in chat. Anybody should read Anand Pandian. There's blog posts that you can read that are all available for free through Colamp.
Other words,
super highly recommend them.
Let me just
all really approachable reading as well. Super approachable.
Let me just give you some advice. Given your
no, I'm not interested. Thank you. But that's nice that you're interested in trying to tell people how to live their lives. That's very American, actually.
Assistance. Any other type of government help, because you're going to need it. You're not going to make shit.
Oh, you don't know what country I live in. You didn't listen long enough to find out. That's okay.
I did.
Yep.
You're not from over here?
Country? What country does she live in?
I don't remember exactly, but it's not from here.
Damn, wow. Like,
wait.
You had one thing.
You don't think I'm from quote, over here. I'm a U.S. citizen. Not that it matters.
How do we have concentration camps here because we're deporting illegal aliens who are here illegally and they're committing crimes?
Sure. Okay, fine. We can go down that path. What was the first? Calm down. You started talking. You asked me a question. You start talking. What? Like, control yourself. Be a man. Like, exercise self-discipline. Be a grown-up. Come on.
Speak. I'm listening.
Okay, cool. So, what was the first concentration camp in Nazi Germany?
I don't know. Dachau?
Very good. Yes, it was Dachau. Very good. Yeah, it was in southern Bavaria. Yeah. So Dachau was the first one, right? And what was the original purpose of Dachau?
They killed Jews. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. And watch the language, man. Watch the language.
The purpose of the concentration camps was to exterminate Jews.
No.
So no,
Yes,
that's
it was.
literally
There
not
was
what it
no
was.
other purpose.
Okay, so Swamp, like that,
For
the
someone who reads
stated
a lot, you sure
the
didn't even start with the basics, huh? Sorry, go ahead.
no, you're good. The stated purpose of Dachau and like its original thing, it was effectively like a gulag. It was a prison for like political dissidents and people that in undesirables. Obviously, that is going to be Jewish people in this case, but also anybody that fell into the LGBTQIA plus community, which there was an absolutely
What was going to be the ultimate purpose of those concentration camps? To kill those people. That's what they are. They were
when did
gonna kill
Dachau open?
During World War II. I don't know.
What time? No, it wasn't during World War II. Clearly, you don't know history.
Dude, I know more history than you.
You clearly don't. You can't tell me the year Dachau was open and you like said during World War II. You like World War II, there's a defined period of time that World War II is occurring, right? And it wasn't during that time.
Okay,
so if you know more about history than me, you should be able to tell me when Dachau was opened.
So answer my question.
1933.
Great. So what was the purpose? Yeah, that's when
I told you the purpose.
Hitler was rising in power, and he was concentrating these people in these concentration camps to ultimately gas them and kill them. You realize that?
There were only 6 camps. There were only 6.
We are deporting illegal aliens. We're feeding them. We're giving them medical
Swamp. What do you have you heard of?
Them back to their
okay, all right, cool,
country.
dude, you are like very emotional right now. Listen, do you know what the Madagascar plan was? Of course not. Yeah, just say that you don't. It's fine. 1940, the Yahtzees. I can't remember the exact guy who did it.
Remember, but hey, you know everything.
I don't know the name of the guy who originally proposed the Madagascar plan, but I'm going to continue to tell you about it because I know I'm certain that you don't know anything about the Madagascar plan. So let's continue. So 1940, the Madagascar plan is proposed, and it very simply was, hey, let's take all the people that we don't like and let's put them in Madagascar. Then they found out very quickly, hey, that's expensive, and then the quote unquote final solution starts. There's like, I mean, there's a hint in the name final, as in last. There were other things done before that, right? I'm not sitting here defending the Yahtzees whatsoever. I'm saying that the death camps that you are alleging, they did not ramp up until 41. And there were only 6 of them.
The word concentration camp evolved into that. You realize that it evolved to the final definition of killing Jews, and it's an insult.
Careful with the language, dude. Swamp, you gotta watch the fucking language, man.
Well, shut the fuck up, bitch. You know what? You're already pissed.
Oh, there it is.
Swamp, for someone who reads a lot, you don't even seem to understand how TikTok lives work, man. You don't even listen to people on these, clearly.
Wow. I am so sorry.
Oh no, I love it when they get angry like that. That's fine. I'm sorry that we didn't catch it. Like I tried to get him to stop using the words like that a few times just for your live, but
wow.
Cottage said I did a good summary, and I'm gonna take that to the bank. Boom.
Betty's a great litigator.
yeah, I'm sure. Pickles, I'm okay with them insulting me, by the way. You don't ever have to worry about that. It's a lot more fun that way too. It reveals their lack of argument.
That was fun.
What's up, user?
Good afternoon, guys. That was fun.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely not.
All right.
I'm sorry. I mean, I am not.
All right. I love you. I love you. Chat, if you are friendly, get out of my box. Oslo, I love you too. We've got a lot of people up here though. I want to get to some good debates. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box if you wanted to tell us why you like Trump.
Pickles, if it ever feels too crowded, you can always drop me.
Yeah, no problem. Right now, I think it's fine. It's fine. we're all pretty chill. Let
Hello?
Oslo up. I know. I love Oslo too. Hello.
Yeah. I'm a Trump supporter. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What do you like about Trump?
If I could pick one man to represent the face of the United States and represent us, like as a country, it'll be Donald Trump. Yeah, I don't regret my vote one bit. I would do it again.
All right. I mean, you know that what we're gonna do is like roast you and tell you all of the embarrassing things he's done, including the fact he paints his face orange.
Paints his face orange. Hey,
He
what are you
paints
talking
his
about?
face orange.
Now you're getting into some racist, or some racist points. I don't prescribe to that. I think we should talk about something else, not about skin color or anything like that, right?
Is orange face painting a race?
Well, you're getting into some racial topics like skin color and all that makes me uncomfortable. I don't like to talk about all that. Said someone's character is what matters. We shouldn't judge people based on their skin color, but the content of the
someone's character. So after you bomb a country, go post a meme about it that features United States fighter jets and a parody of a song called "Bomb Iran."
We gotta stick. We gotta stick to what he's doing, as far as here in the United States, right? Like he's keeping jobs in America, and that's the one thing that I love about Donald Trump is that he's trying to keep his jobs here in America. Like we're trying to create more jobs. We're trying to build things for America by America. If that makes sense. That's the reason why I support him. And the only other man that I would vote over Trump would be Jesus himself. But you put me back in that ballot, I'm voting Trump again.
You'd vote for a socialist like Jesus?
What are you talking about? A socialist? Jesus would be conservative, hands down. He'll be Jesus will be so
literally.
Far right. He would be saying.
Care of the sick and the poor. That guy wouldn't be a socialist.
Is it 1 Corinthians? Build a wall, fuck thy poor starving neighbors. Don't wash their feet, etc.
That wall actually helps, the immigrants. On the contrary, right? Because what happens over the border, if there wasn't any wall, there'd be a lot of immigrants, getting assaulted. I can't even tell you what exactly happens to a lot of these immigrants that want to cross over the border. I can't say it because it's banned on TikTok, but not a lot of things.
So we need to go throw them back into that situation. That's what we need to do.
What are you talking about?
We need to kidnap them from their birthday parties and put them back in that situation.
Put them back in what situation? The wall situation?
Put them in a country they fled.
I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're talking about mass deportation?
I'm talking about the illegal. The reason why there's a wall there in the first place is because you had a lot of people doing a lot of bad things. And I can't even get into specifics with you because it's on TikTok. But there's a lot of people doing a lot of bad things. That wall is helping migrants. On the contrary to what you have been told on CNN, right? Because I actually do read. And on the contrary, what you see on TV and TikTok, that's not the reality.
Hold on. I just want to make sure we have the same wall. And we're talking about this wall?
Yeah, that's the wall we're talking about right there.
This one?
Yeah, what are you trying to say here?
I don't know. That wall?
I think Trump made a bigger wall. And I think that those are some old
No,
pictures.
this is Trump's wall.
I think it's we're making it.
I can show you. You want to see a video? There's like a 6-year-old girl that climbs it.
Not the 6-year-old girl.
Are you sure this is Trump's wall, or is this a?
This is a replica of his wall right here. This is an exact replica. She climbs it in like 26 seconds. She's a baller, dude.
I still think that even if the wall is climbable, I still say that we have it up anyway because it's a lot harder to cross. That girl, if somebody's crossing, climbing this big wall, they're going to be seen. I say stretch it out into outer space.
Okay, so people are going to be walking hundreds of miles. They're going to pass 0 Home Depots on the way, by the way, and they're going to look at this wall and they're going to go, "Fuck!" They're going to, "Damn it, fuck!" There's a wall. And they're going to turn all the way around, and they're going to walk home.
It makes them more obvious that they're crossing over illegally because if you think about it, right, if there's this big wall and somebody's climbing over it, they're going to be seen. However, if there's no wall, is that what you're saying? You really believe that? You think we should take down our wall and sell it for scrap metal and put it into the economy?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
We should get a refund for this wall.
Yeah, I think that it doesn't make sense. Like, there's parts that a wall won't even be able to be built on, and people are gonna get hurt climbing it. We're gonna have to pay for that. We're gonna have to pay for repairs for whatever decades, right? However long until somebody says, "Hey, why do we have this fucking wall?" and tears it down. But yeah, we have technology, right? Like we have thermal. We have.
Let me ask you an honest question. Your house right now at this moment, do you have a fence in your yard?
In my private property?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Why do you? It's a waste of money. Why do you have this wall? If anybody could climb it, anybody wants to get into, break into your home, they could climb that wall. Why do you have a wall?
So I would ask you, is there, what state are you in?
Texas.
I mean, too. Oklahoma, is there a wall between us and Oklahoma?
Why would there be? We could freely go into Oklahoma all we want. There's nothing wrong with that.
Why is that? They have no idea who you are.
Because it's America. Americans could travel to America anywhere they want in America.
That's crazy.
So you don't want any foreigners traveling to America?
No, nothing like that. It's just the reality is you got people taking advantage of a loose border. They're smuggling in drugs and human trafficking.
Careful with the language, man. Careful with
that's what I'm trying to do. Is see, the reality is I can't tell you exactly what's going on across the border because there's a lot of dangerous things going on across the border. But just know for this that they're not bringing in any kind of vegetables, fruits, nothing like that.
They absolutely are.
Yeah, they're bringing produce across.
They absolutely are.
Also, the majority of smuggling, just so we can navigate this, happy substance. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
The majority of happy substance smuggling is done by Americans crossing the border legally.
83%.
Yeah, it's north of 80-something%. Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's doing it. The reality is that it's going across that border. That's
okay, but it in a discussion about undocumented migrants and the need for a wall or being tougher on immigration or whatever, that it doesn't matter. It's Americans taking the happy substance across the border.
Where are they getting it from?
Where are they getting it from? South of the border? They're getting it from cartels. It's a black market.
That's your answer right there.
That's not an answer. That's just you saying that cartels are bad.
So we should stop Americans from ever re-entering America if they ever visited Mexico or anywhere south of the border. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's nothing wrong with this wall that we have. There's a reason why we have security. I say that we have to amp up security, as a matter of fact. I don't think the wall is big enough. I don't think that security is, where I would like it to be.
Okay, sorry. Hold on. James, I just want to get this. You say that the border is important to stop the flow of substances coming in with migrants. And then when we point out the wall doesn't stop the flow of substances because 83% of those are carried in by American citizens. That your solution is or your answer to that is that's why we need the wall. The wall isn't stopping that.
What are you talking about? If the wall wasn't there, it would be a lot easier to smuggle these drugs across.
The wall is mostly not there already. It's barely over a third of the border has some sort of physical barrier, and less than a fourth of it is Trump's wall, which again is scalable. But that the wall isn't preventing the flow of anything because Americans are bringing in the substances like the vast majority of the time. So the wall isn't stopping that.
Doesn't matter who's doing it. What matters is that we stop whoever's doing it. Doesn't matter who.
So the wall is not stopping whoever's doing it.
I don't think it's not where I want it to be. That's the problem, is that we're missing security up on that wall.
Okay.
Yeah, the security is not great, right? Otherwise, there wouldn't be any drugs coming.
So like I don't know. I just want to update you with like security methods of like today's today's technology. We have things like drones. We have heat vision, night vision, like thermal, and we have all sorts of that. We have motion detectors. And what happens when you put this wall up is you're fucking up migratory patterns for a lot of things. I think butterflies, there's a certain type of butterfly that will go extinct probably because of this. So like you see how like you have to see through it. That's why it's like this. But yeah, it's just something we're going to have to maintain. It's going to cost us billions and billions and billions. People are going to hack at it. People are going to dig under it. They're going to go over it. It's just like a fun obstacle course, I guess.
And that whole time, the flow of substances is not even being slowed down.
What about the statement that this wall makes, right? Because if this wall is gigantic up in the air, it says, "Hey, don't come over here." And we take down this wall. What kind of message are we sending across, to the south, to the south?
So it's like a monument, not really like it's going to be the Great Wall of China one day. Yeah, have you seen that? It's like the biggest tourist place on Earth now.
To be honest with you, that's the reason why I have a fence up in my front yard, is that it makes a statement. Yeah, I know that somebody could climb it, right? But it makes a statement that you climb over that and there's going to be some consequences. But if I didn't care about all that, I would go ahead and take down my fence and anybody could come in.
Dude, if you guys would have like cut people off of their healthcare and like take food stamps out of kids' mouths and build this.
What does this have anything to do with
bro? That? Go for it. This is in the tens of billions of dollars, right?
It's well, I think it's worth it, honestly. I think that to be honest with you,
a statement.
It's not necessarily. I don't believe it's just a statement, because we already disagreed that it doesn't. I mean, I think that it does help with illegal immigration and help stop.
It's not a matter of opinion. Well, James, I'm sorry. Are you one of those people who believes that like the immigration undocumented migrants were coming in at record numbers under Biden?
There's 30,000 per month.
Okay. So James, the wall is exactly the same as it was back then. So if it was the wall that was stopping anyone, you yourself claimed that it wasn't stopping anyone. In fact, it seems like the numbers went up once the wall was put up.
It's probably due to who was, because for example, if somebody is out in my yard, right, and I leave out of town, and that person is saying, "Hey, come on in. There's a fence right there. Don't worry about that. We're going to knock it down. Come on in." Of course, there's going to be people at my house. But if I'm in charge, if I'm in here and I'm telling people, "Hey, don't trespass and you can't come in unless I invite you in, or unless you have a reason to come in." Now, that's a different situation. That's what I'm saying, is Biden encouraged people to legally cross over because they don't respect him as a leader. Donald Trump is respected as a leader.
Actually, James, I can tell you for a fact that Donald Trump is laughed at globally. He's laughed at. I can tell you that because I actually know people outside of the U.S.
Well, we don't trust us. There's a new Pew Research poll on this, Trump's approval, and it is true. Him versus Biden, it was real bad. Hold on, my browser's loaded.
That's a good point. Chat. Someone in the chat also. Sorry, just while you're looking for it, because someone said that for the last 4 years, Republicans were the ones advertising that the border is open.
Yeah.
Isn't it their fault?
Fox News all day, every day. And then Trump gives Venezuelans temporary protective status on his way out, like four days before he left office. Pretty much shot a flare up, said, "Hey, come." This is Trump's confidence level. Everything that you see leaning left here in the blue, these countries do not approve of Trump. The only ones that love him are
what's the source?
This is
What's the source?
It's Pew Research.
Oh
dude.
no, that's a biased resource right there. I don't accept
Pew Research is biased.
It's a biased source. I don't accept that source.
Got it. But Hungary loves them. They are authoritarian. India, Israel. I mean, yeah, Nigeria. Everyone else hates them. Fucking hates them.
To be honest, what if I say that I don't care that we're hated by the world? What if I say that just America first? We go ahead and create American jobs by Americans and for Americans. What if I just say that?
I think it's silly and it's like economics for stupid people. If that's what you think tariffs are doing.
So you're saying I'm stupid?
When it comes to economics.
I don't think so. Yeah, because in the short term, it will impact us, right? Because we're not ready for that. But in the long term, more jobs are going to be created as a result of this.
Well, but the labor market is actually slowing down. Fox News itself pulled up a jobs report a week or two ago, and we're like, whoops, it went down.
Yeah, because we're putting tariffs right on imports, and I would like to see more things made in
jobs.
Excuse me.
So that's why we're losing American jobs, according to Fox News.
I think that in the short term, it's going to impact us, but in the long term, I think we're going to have more things made in America, and that's something I advocate for. Why don't you guys want more things made in America? Why do you guys want to go ahead and seek out?
He's just doing it the wrong way. It's stupid. It's big sloppy tariffs. He's not subsidizing anything new and like targeting any sort of like market. He's just kind of doing huge, insane tariffs. Just to collect taxes.
You agree on his goal, but disagree with how he's doing it.
Yeah.
Well, also, I mean, if I may, I just want to point out, just because more things are made in America doesn't mean that there's going to be more jobs in America. There might be a shift in manufacturing jobs, in some of them, right? A lot of manufacturing is automated nowadays, but if the economy as a whole is suffering and people are less and less able to afford the goods because now you have to pay more expensive American prices and whatnot, businesses are going to start struggling. They're going to have to cut their own jobs and stuff, basically making everything more expensive just to gain like a handful of American manufacturing jobs doesn't mean that there's more jobs total in America. In fact, it's very likely it will result in a very net negative amount of jobs because companies just won't be able to afford to keep that many people employed.
This sounds like speculation. I'm not sure. I would need a source on that because we haven't done that yet, right? We don't know if that would happen.
James, I'm sorry, but you don't get to say he's going to make more jobs and that not be called out for speculation. And then you tell me that my counterpoint, which is actually, based in logic and understanding of economic theory, that's just speculation. It's sure. If mine is speculation, so is yours, James.
That's his goal. He's trying to make things made in America, more things made in America.
Right, but more things made in America doesn't mean more American jobs.
Even if that's the case, right? I still think that it's a pride thing. I want to go to the store and I want to buy things made in America.
Okay, but if you don't have a job to afford to buy those things, what do you care if they're made in America?
I do have a job. What are you talking about?
For now.
Yeah, I mean, also, if the majority of Americans cared more about like the whole pride thing, like, oh yeah, well, this is made in America. If that were true, then we would already see that. And we don't. The market is governed by consumer habits. It's governed by like how people buy shit. Like, do they buy this? Okay, so then that is going to thrive over, whatever. That is capitalism 101 or market economy 101. So, okay, if made in America was genuinely that important that it beats everything else, including price, then we would still have RCA and Zenith and like all these other random American companies. Like those are two electronic companies that were American, like back in the 90s and stuff, the tube TVs. We don't have those anymore. And that's because the market decided. Americans collectively said, we prefer the better, cheaper alternative. Because when it came to electronics, America was not. We weren't beating Japan. We weren't beating South Korea. Whenever it came to that, they were better at it. They made better products for less money. And Americans were like, well, I prefer the better product that costs less versus the more expensive product that is not as good but made in America.
I think we're getting better. I think that technology has been improving, that we could compete at that level, I would say.
Do you buy American 100% of the time, James?
I try to, yeah.
Oh, wow.
What kind of shirt are you wearing right now?
So then how are you going to be more proud of buying American if you're already buying American?
I would like to see more things made in America is all I'm saying. You guys also said the same thing, though. So that's the part that's confusing, is that you said the same thing yourself.
Yeah, but we actually did a thing. Like the Chips and Science Act. We actually did a thing. We subsidized it. And what happens when you do that is Americans, or even people foreign, they look around at things they can invest in, and they go, look at this. Biden's giving out huge subsidies, huge tax breaks, huge tax credits for making semiconductors and all this stuff. And that's when people start dumping money into it and start competing here. But the tariffs are going to slow down the economy. They've shown that they've already slowed down the economy, and it's not winning for anybody. It's going to be years and years before anybody even starts to like being able to like manufacture something. Like imagine the process of starting a business, opening up a factory. Factory takes years to build. For any
saying
one
there
thing.
has to be a there has to be a transition period. I'm not saying to stop all of this and start doing this, right? There has to be a transition period that's reasonable, where we start creating more things made in America.
Yeah,
So
sure, but this is just silly. This is just him collecting taxes, in my opinion, or using our body weight to throw our weight around and get what he wants out of people.
And in the process, piss off the entire world, isolate us, and negatively affect our, I guess, global influence. So we are going the route that you could argue Russia kind of went during the Cold War. Russia used a lot of like hard power. The U.S. also used hard power, but we also used a lot of soft power during our expansionist imperial whatever, especially the 20th century. We absolutely used hard power, but we also used soft power, which is like, oh, hey, we'll do you favors, we'll invest here, we'll improve conditions, and then we're buddies. But Russia insisted on using almost exclusively hard power, which is like military. Just okay, we're rolling up with all the tanks. We own you now. That was Russia, or I guess the USSR's kind of approach. So the issue with that is that we've seen from history it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Eventually that runs out. Soft power is way more effective, and by pissing off the entire world, why would they continue to do business with you? Even if they have to, there's not going to be that same motivation there. And when an alternative presents itself, they're more likely to go that way. What is that alternative? China. China has been sitting there waiting, just waiting. And they aren't being quiet about it either. Like they refer to the 20th century as the basically the century of humiliation, right? And the 21st century, this is a new ball game, and they are very much throwing their weight around on the world stage, and they're not doing it with military force, not yet, and they are doing soft power. They are making a lot of advantageous relationships all throughout the continent of Africa, Southeast Asia, and also Europe. There's a lot that they are doing. And if you want to maintain American hegemony, then isolating yourself, isolating this country from the rest of the world is not going to do that. If you want the US to be like the kings of, or if you want America to be king of the world, then retreating from the world and like, going inward, that's not how you do it. And history shows that because we've done it 2 times. We did it in the late 1800s-ish, kind of. And then, well, early 1900s, World War I pops off. Okay, well, that was bad. And then after World War I, we're like, okay, screw this. We don't want to fight European wars. And then we did more isolationism. Then what happened? Oh, yeah, World War II. When we have periods of isolationism, inevitably something pops off. Bad things happen. And after that, we didn't do the isolationist thing. We did the opposite. We said, okay, hey, no, we actually do need to have like global trade and global relationships. We made the fucking UN and all the I guess adjacent agencies and orgs that are tied in. We made NATO. And the idea was that if we build these tight relationships with other countries, these tight, mutually beneficial relationships, we are way, way, way less likely to go to war with any of them. And I mean, the U.S., I'm not sitting here like, you know, huffing Merca juice. I know for a fact that we got up to all sorts of messed up stuff throughout the Cold War, like just pure imperialist psychopathy. But the point is that this isolationist game, this tariff game, Trump is using like McKinley's model and the model that was pushed via the Smoot-Hawley Act. I can tell you that in both cases, like, it wasn't good. It didn't work out well for us.
We'd like to see more of a balance, not complete isolation. Complete isolation, right? I'm not advocating for that. Neither is Trump, actually. We'd like to see like a 70-30, 80-20 split, not advocating for 100-0, where we just don't have any relationships with any part of the world. I never said that.
Who's going to do all of this stuff? How many? Do you know what? No, who's going to work all of these jobs? Do you know what the unemployment rate is?
There's a reason why that's that.
Do you know what it is?
No, I don't know what it is. Not off the top of my head.
It's like 4.2%. You know how many open jobs we have right now? Like 8 million.
Why do you think people are not working? I don't know it. I don't know why.
That's a decent. I mean, it's not that low. I mean, it's not that high at all. That's just fine.
Oh no, I think we could put these people to work. I would say.
Okay, but there's all like you don't want like a 0% like unemployment rate. That would be really bad for the economy.
Talking about more balance here. Yeah, I'm not advocating for that either.
So,
I'm just saying
3% is actually pretty healthy. Well, the lowest it's been in 70-something years was under Biden. It was 3.5. Trump got it at 3.6 at one point.
I think anything under 5% is classified as full employment. Because like you said, you can never hit 0% unemployment because of any number of factors. And that's very, very bad if you do that. But anything less than 5%, I want to say it's 5%, is considered full employment.
Yeah. And so who's going to do all this? Who's wanting all these jobs? Who's asking for any of this? Nobody's asking for any of this. Trump's just doing the craziest shit. And you guys are like, we just need more jobs.
You got to think about something, right? A lot of people, if we created more quality jobs that are higher paying, I think people would start gravitating towards those jobs, because talking about automation in the near future is going to take over, right? And what I'm talking about is you're going to pull up into a drive-thru, you're going to go to Walmart, and it's going to be all automated. There's only going to be like 2 people working there. Everything's going to be automated. Yeah. Where are these people going?
Yeah, just like the manufacturing jobs you're trying to bring here. It's kind of what I was saying earlier. So, James, I think you're accidentally kind of stumbling into another thing that a lot of people who are very well educated in this have talked about. The jobs that we're trying to import, and by we, I mean you guys, MAGA right now, are trying supposedly to import like manufacturing jobs, just basic, like entry level or just, very low level manufacturing jobs. That's not, you understand that the reason the US as a country over the decades has been able to foster a job economy that empowers more people to get higher level jobs, like programmers to program, figure out the AI, run the automation, the actual inventors, the scientists, the researchers, whatever it is. That is not because we imported manufacturing jobs. It's because we focused on making the pieces to things cheap so that we could spend more money on pushing people towards those top jobs, right? You understand what I'm saying, James?
I'm following. Yep.
So
It doesn't contradict anything I said so far.
I didn't what? Sorry.
It didn't contradict anything that I said so far.
Well, you're trying to import low, relatively low skill jobs, relatively, right? Obviously,
they're higher paid.
Job requires some level of skill, but you're trying to import these largely automated processes with some, sure, maybe a few relatively low skill manufacturing jobs. You're trying to import all that and put Americans to work on that. That's going to make everything more expensive, which I do believe is likely to lead to overall job loss, because as companies see, profits cut, they're going to start cutting labor above everything else. Everything's going to get automated, just like you said. But if we are focusing on just importing the lowest skilled, lowest education jobs for Americans, while all that is happening, instead of perhaps investing in things like higher education for Americans, maybe with loan forgiveness programs, for example, instead of pushing and investing in Americans heading towards the higher skill jobs that are harder to replace with automation, what you're going to end up with is a workforce that is even easier to replace with automation and has very few skills or experience beyond that easily replaced labor. You're setting Americans up to be more easily replaced by corporations down the line.
That's it for me. It was good talking to you.
All right. You too, James.
Got
it. AI says that anything lower than a 3% unemployment rate could lead to labor shortages, increased inflation, and reduced productivity.
Yep, those are the most common reasons why 3 to 5% is considered healthy, because in that 3 to 5%, basically you're saying these people are probably between jobs, you just left a job, you're about to go into another one, something like that. There's people always in transition, people are moving, whatever. If you're at 0, that means that literally everybody is employed the whole time. You have no available people to grow.
It's impossible to find workers. So you'd have to. Wages would go insanely high, and therefore consumer goods would be really high.
Yep.
Oh, what's up, Trevor?
It's literally just going to encourage corporations to invest in automation more quickly, in my opinion. Ironically.
Trevor.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, soft Trump supporter.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
I'm not too happy about everything he's done, but yeah, for the most part.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, I've been listening to you guys talk to the James guy. And hello, Brenna, is that how you say your name?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice to meet you. Hello, Nemo. Nice to meet you too. I haven't met you guys. I've been on Lit Pickles Lives before. Talking about the wall, do you guys not see the value in the symbolism? Even though the wall physically, we all know the wall physically is not effective. Anybody who says that you can effectively keep people out without putting blades, spikes, barbed wire on it, that's the only way you're going to, it's not an effective barrier, but it's a symbolic barrier. Do you not see the efficacy of that?
Can I answer this, actually? I have direct experience. Because I am an immigrant to this country, from Europe, so not the person this wall is supposed to keep out.
Now, I hate that about our government too. I wish they would talk about immigration in a much broader term. But
cool. Spanish speaking. So part of the WhatsApp groups where Spanish memes and Spanish language memes get spread around, and I can just tell you that the walls going up and being as easily scalable as Pickles showed. I'm not sure if you were in here when he demonstrated how easy they are. The wall became a meme almost immediately, worldwide, and especially among Spanish speaking. Again, I only have access to the Spanish speaking memes. Videos and photos of that wall making fun of how easily scalable it is. Absolutely. So I don't think this idea that it sent this message is entirely in the heads of Americans that are trying to, no offense, legitimize the reason for this wall. You admit that it doesn't actually keep anyone out.
Sure. Yeah.
Also, by the way, if it doesn't keep anyone out, I would think that means that the message it's sending isn't actually a very effective one. So even if it does say, hey, stay out more strongly, if more people aren't being kept out by that message, it doesn't really matter as a message, right? But also, no, it was memed almost immediately. I can just tell you that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen the memes too. I love the analogy of your home. You have walls in your home. I like that analogy. I do value its symbolism, its symbology. But again, I wish they would have went a more technological route. I think, just broader immigration reform. Do you not see the need for immigration reform in this country?
Yeah, of
I think
course.
And what does the Democratic platform say in regard to immigration control? And what is the Democratic answer to immigration control?
Pathways to citizenship, funding the border, getting more judges to adjudicate claims for people that are coming here for asylum. I think that we have a lot of people who might come that maybe have a wrongful claim to asylum. Having more judges in place would make the turnaround faster. I think it was estimated to be 6 months rather than 6 years.
Right.
I think that would deter people if they didn't have a rightful claim to asylum. I don't know, more agents. I think it's fine. It's very easy for politicians to get people to obsess over this. When we actually look at the pain points of having the southern border patrolled and not obsessing over it and not spending a few $100 billion. I think we don't really see anything. We see a little bit. We see a little bit of crime, just barely any. And we see them contributing to the economy. We see them paying taxes.
Some, I used to work with illegal immigrants. I know they pay taxes. The claims that they don't pay taxes is. I've used to work in a sawmill. I know a bunch of them. They were good people. They kept to themselves and they paid their taxes. I'm not anti-immigration, and I do completely agree with you. The process for getting in this country legally is far too long. It's far too expensive. It's far too exclusionary. I would love to see the money that they're pouring into the wall be poured into, instead of keeping people out, keep putting people in positions to do it better and quicker. But I can tell you now, and this is just me advocating for small town people like me, rural people like me who lean more conservative. Of course, I like to call myself a centrist, but our greatest fear in the world with immigration is like Britain. Are you aware with what's going on with Britain right now?
What's going on with Britain?
The immigration crisis they have there, and it's Islamic immigration primarily. They are having the Pakistani rape gangs. You're having...
Yeah, no, that's all just BS, dude. I lived in the UK for a while. It's BS.
My sister lives there. She's fucking fine.
There are court cases you can find.
Yeah, I'm sure that like very isolated incidents too, just like we have here. They politicize incidents and they play them over and over again in the media. And when you look at it, it was like 6 people were unalived, and out of like 144 stabbings last year, this is not an epidemic.
And also, I just want to point out, you elected a guy who was found civilly liable of SA. So to act as though the SA is only wrong when it happens, according to you, by
a civil and criminal are very different, and it's also a very different burden of proof. I'll say that. I don't think he's not Jesus Christ, but there's something fishy going on with that crap.
He also just hid the whole Epstein list, right? So it doesn't seem like he cares very much.
Okay, my breakdown of that is Pam Bondi probably needs to be taken out of her position, because I don't believe that they're so stupid as that they would come out and say that they don't have anything if they really didn't. I think.
So now you believe there was no list, and there never was.
I want to be brief on talking about this topic because I get shut down a lot.
Oh, we don't have to talk about the specifics. The client list. So unfortunately, you see this with both sides. You see this just with politicians in general. You also see it with businessmen, but that's neither here nor there. The nomenclature of the word client list, I believe, was a placeholder term made up for something that they knew never truly existed. What the client list was a collection of videos, was a collection of flight logs and other things, but that's not a Epstein client list.
We know for a fact that he had a list. He had like a little black.
What is the fact? Because the only evidence I've seen of the actual legitimate physical list, was Pam Bondi saying it was on her desk, which they are claiming that was a miscommunication, that what she meant was, and I can believe that, but she definitely needs to be fired.
So Trevor, you think, okay, sure, great point. The list isn't maybe a physical list. It's actually just the names of all the people and all the other evidence. Trevor, do you think it's possible that maybe Pam Bondi or someone else who went through all the evidence could maybe pull out a piece of paper and start just writing the names down for us? Do you think they could maybe make the physical version of the list of people that are in all the things? Like, is that really your excuse?
I'm sure they could.
Maybe no one jotted it down before, and that's why there is "quote unquote" no list. Why don't they just jot it down now?
Well, I don't believe it's a client list because, client entails some kind of business, right? And not everybody that went to that island was going there for business, unfortunately.
So you think it was all for fun? Okay, so now the issue
maybe not Trump. I didn't say Trump.
So,
I didn't say Trump was out there for extracurriculars. There were people who went there for extracurriculars, just as well as I do. But you can't prove, unless you can prove anybody, like, he did something, you can't really claim that he's like, you can't, because my problem with it is I don't think it's Trump's fault that list didn't get exposed. I think it's the intelligence sector's fault. I think Epstein was probably an intelligence operative.
So Trump can't control any of the people that work for him.
Do you know about him and Pam Bondi's history?
Who in Pam Bondi's
Trump.
history? I know that she was an attorney general for Florida.
Mm-hmm. And did you know that as attorney general, she was investigating Trump University, this little fraudulent university that he had?
I'm not even aware of. Trump has opened up so many businesses and closed them. I'm not even aware.
You should check it out. He got sued for having a fraudulent university. And Pam Bondi just got a happy little, I think it was like a $20,000 donation. Just a cute little hey friend donation. And she also, for probably completely unrelated reasons, dropped the case towards Trump University. 25,000.
25. From Trump?
From Trump.
No, I didn't know that. But I don't know. I think people are Trump is not the federal government, though. He's not even just all of the executive branch.
He's the head of the executive branch, dude.
He's the head. That's true.
He picked everybody that you're talking about, right? He picked Pam Bondi. He picked Kash Patel. He picked Bongino. Bongino and Kash Patel are saying the same damn thing, even though they spent years and years and years saying, "Oh yeah, no, like it's real. We're going to show it. There's no way that the official story is real. Like no, we're going to prove it." And then flip like a dime. To like further flesh out just like a couple more ties, Alex Acosta, he was the Secretary of Labor, I want to say, for Trump in his first term. Alex Acosta also just so happened to be Jeff's lawyer that got him the sweetest of sweetheart deals. Like one of the craziest plea bargains ever. And he was responsible for that.
Right. I would argue.
Bill Barr also was sort of involved with Epstein, at least via his father. And I mean, it should be noted that Jeff lost his life in 2019 in a federal prison when Donald Trump was president of the United States, in a federal prison. 2019.
Okay.
Also, apparently, Michael Wolff, who had interviewed Epstein and Donald Trump at various points, he, I guess, recently said that Epstein had mentioned to Michael Wolff that Trump had openly, or no, not that Epstein had mentioned it. Michael Wolff had mentioned that Donald Trump had openly talked about pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, who was Jeff's number 2.
Right.
And
probably
his advisors finally talked him down and said, no, that's a bad idea. Don't do that. And instead, whenever he was asked about her, he said, I wish her well. I wish her well. I don't know about you, man. Whenever it comes to a chomo, the last thing I'm going to say is I wish them well. I wish them down a flight of stairs into a meat grinder that is full of salt and poisonous or venomous snakes, that is also covered in gasoline and is about to be lit on fire, perhaps. I definitely don't wish them well. But Donald Trump said that.
There's also a collection of people in this world that don't believe a woman can be that. And I don't
okay, I mean, like that's irrelevant. My point is that...
No, actually, sorry, Trevor, you think that the reason...
I did not say that I don't say that I think that.
No,
she
okay,
definitely...
No, but that's your response to Trump said he wishes her well. Why? Because he doesn't believe that women can be that? Does he...
He may not believe she was. He may not believe... I don't know what he believes.
Okay, even if he doesn't think that she is capable of doing that, she facilitated it. She was the one that brought the clients in, that brought the underage people in. Okay,
and when was
she's the one that even if you just want to pretend that she's incapable of doing that, she was the logistics person. So at the very least, I am not going to wish that person well.
When did he say this?
2021.
2021. This is in the middle.
I'll find the clip. He was in the press room. Hold up.
Well, also, Trevor, if the rest of us all kind of agree we see something about her and whatnot, we've all, even when she was just arrested, even before she was arrested, most of us were all saying that, that's the number 2. When are they going to get her? All this stuff. If Trump is incapable of seeing that as late as 2021, he was wishing her well because he didn't believe perhaps that she could possibly be guilty of the things everyone else believes she's guilty, and of course the court system has found her guilty of. Doesn't that say something about his ability, his intelligence? Oh, we lost him.
It sounded like maybe an alarm went off. Either he was getting a phone call or maybe it was an alarm.
He's here.
If Trump doesn't see something that the rest of us all see, maybe isn't that like a little bit concerning? Like maybe we should not have a president who doesn't see something.
Well, I mean, 2021. Now, I'm not privy to the investigation into his crimes. When was this investigation taking place? That was around the time the investigation was taking place.
Epstein
right?
passed in 2019, so this was at least 2 years.
Sorry, I said 2021. I meant 2020. I'm sorry. So like this is July 21st, 2020. So it's a very brief clip. So just very quickly.
Okay.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
It sounds like he's wishing an old friend well, and
The old friend that facilitated the essay and rape of any number of underage people that he may or may not have participated in.
I don't believe that. I just don't believe he did.
You don't believe that happened?
No, I don't believe that he took part in it.
Okay, even if you want to pretend for a moment that he didn't take part in it, we know for a fact that it happened. We know for a fact that she helped with it. We know for a fact that that is the case. That is not a friend. I don't know, man.
He was
Trevor,
friends with
I don't know. If I found out tomorrow that somebody that I considered a friend was a rapist, they're no longer my friend. No. You cut ties.
Can I just say, I'm going to interject something into this. I'm not a supporter of Epstein or his behavior. I know I'm not sounding very great right now. I'm not a supporter of that.
You're a supporter of someone who supports him.
I'm a supporter of Trump. And
so you're a supporter of someone who supports what they did.
I don't think why do you think he supports what he did?
Well, that's just kind of what Nemo's pointing out. Like, he's wishing him well.
He's wishing her well. He wished Elaine Maxwell well. And that's obvious. That's also a very weak statement. That's just like,
who was Ghislaine Maxwell?
Epstein's girlfriend?
Yes.
Yeah.
And why was she going to prison?
For facilitating in the events of Epstein's crimes. I'm aware of the case.
You don't wish that person well, dude. What the hell?
It wouldn't have been something I'd done.
Do you say,
I don't think that means it.
Dude, Trevor, I mean, look, I know that you're saying that you don't support Jeff. Okay, fine. You are, holy fuck, man.
You are making logical connections that I don't believe.
I'm making connections that it's like connect the dots and there are two dots. Like dude, it's barely, it's not a leap at all.
Guy, let's refer to him as the island guy instead of using his name.
The island guy, before he was the island guy, he was known as probably the most influential businessman in New York. Anybody who did New York in business in New York in that scene had to have a relationship with him. I believe that's when their relationship was formed because they were business associates. Because he wasn't the island guy. He was a hedge fund guy, correct? One of the largest money lenders in New York, right?
And
Trump.
I don't know. He was a power broker. Like this is his role was I am the guy that a lot of rich, influential, powerful people know. Everybody knows me, and I'm that buddy. And do you want to talk to this person? Well, we're both buddies, and I can make that happen. That was his role.
Well,
now there's plenty of like, you know, there's a little bit of speculation that he was involved with like Mossad and stuff. I mean, I'm on board with that, but that just publicly, what we know for a fact, like officially, is that he was a power broker.
Thought he was
Same thing with Ghislaine Maxwell.
I thought he took people like it was a situation where I go to him with $150,000 and I say turn this into $1.5 million and he does it.
No, technically he was a financial advisor, but part of that was the like connecting the powerful people and being like, hey man, I think you should meet this other very powerful person that also has money. You guys have similar interests.
Right, but he had to build that influence to get into that position. That's what I'm saying. He had to build up his business acumen and build his reputation.
Okay. So I'm sorry. So because he built up business acumen, that's why it makes sense for Trump to wish his partner well?
No. We got to connect a few more dots along the way before. So what I mean is the island guy and Trump did business together. They had to have. Trump, the largest real estate company in New York, right? Or am I wrong about that? He's the largest, right?
He was he was actually doing really bad stuff. He was renowned to be struggling through the 70s and 80s. He was literally on his last limb before The Apprentice. He had all these crazy grand ideas, and he did really shitty things to get some of them done. A lot of them were just dumb ideas, and he never did them.
Hey, if we can let me break down this wall for you. Anybody that you put in the office is not going to be a person that you would like. They're all shitty people because they're all uber rich, because that's what's populated politics now.
Barack Obama had no association whatsoever with the island guy. Joe Biden had no association whatsoever with the island guy.
Joe Biden,
Bill Clinton did, and you can throw Bill Clinton in the deepest, darkest prison known to man. I have no fucking problem with that. I would not lose a wink of sleep if you did. I don't care.
Okay.
George H.W. Bush, no involvement, no association with the island guy. George W. Bush, as far as I know, no association. Ronald Reagan, I mean, homeboy was too demented by the end of it to even think of something like that. So no
We're
association.
Not talking about the. I'm sorry, I wasn't referring to the island guy when I said my last. I'm just saying that when you talk about Trump doing bad business practices and being an unethical businessman, I agree. But what I'm saying is you can't find an ethical businessman in politics. I don't know of one. Biden, there are claims that he stole billions of dollars from taxpayers directly, pardoned his whole family to cover it up. Barack Obama, don't even get started.
Oh my God.
Please, never.
So,
I'm just gonna throw out
where that claim comes from is he appointed his son as the head of a energy company in Ukraine.
Yeah, you're just being silly. You're already wrong. You're already wrong.
How am I wrong?
You can't appoint your son to a business you don't own. But the reason his son, do you know his son's qualifications, by the way?
Qualifications? In the article I read, it said he wasn't qualified for the position.
Do you know what his qualifications? Do you know what he does?
Now?
Do you know what he is? He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer.
How does that give him a right to be in the energy sector?
Well, he also he worked for this little company. You might have heard of it. It was called Amtrak. He did logistics, rail logistics. Guess what? Guess what Burisma does? They transport energy by rail.
But that company got billions of taxpayer money. Look at his salary.
Burisma?
And
no,
if I'm wrong,
no, Jesus Christ, no.
I'm sorry, Trevor. What do Trump's children all do, and how did they get those jobs? And what about with the last? Even if this were true, Trevor, even if this were true, and you said you read one article about it, love you admitting that you never even bothered to do any actual fact checking or research. Even if it were true, what about you don't have a problem with that because Trump has actually done that. Trump has actually appointed all of his underqualified children to positions in companies,
in the White House,
the government,
to the White House.
Wait,
did you just say who?
What are you talking
Jared
about?
Kushner.
Jared Kushner.
Kushner?
Yes. You know who Jared Kushner? Wait, Trevor, do you know who Jared Kushner is?
Not at all.
Jared Kushner is Ivanka Trump's husband.
What?
Do you know who Ivanka Trump is?
Don't know this?
Oh, his daughter?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the one that generally most people think about when they think about Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump.
Right.
Yes? Her husband. Okay, we on the same page now?
Yeah. I didn't know his name. Sorry.
Okay, so his name's Jared Kushner. Okay, Jared Kushner was appointed as a senior advisor to the president, along with Ivanka Trump. Jared Kushner was also given the role of being the point man, the quarterback, the guy that managed the Middle East during Trump's first term. Like, he was the Middle East point man. He was the guy that like talked to all the different Middle Eastern nations during Trump's first term. That was his goal, aka talk to the Saudi government a lot. Okay, now why is that important? Because 2021, Donald Trump leaves office. That same year, months after, just months later, the Saudi government, there's a sovereign investment fund that Saudi Arabia has. It's like they invest money, okay? They decided not to invest in Jared Kushner's venture capital investment firm or whatever the fuck. Mohammed bin Salman himself, the crown prince, the guy who's running the show, he overruled their decision and said, no, you are putting that money in his company. How much money was it? $2.7 billion.
Okay.
So does that outrage you, Trevor?
Saudi Arabian money?
Yeah, Biden's worth like $12 million total. You know, for you to think that he somehow enriched himself, and then you look at this and you're like, this is no big deal.
Well, I mean, like, enriching myself is not the problem. Doing it on the back of the taxpayers is.
But that's exactly what we're talking about, Trevor.
You're talking about Saudi Arabian taxpayers.
Funded through because the taxpayers, our money went towards things that benefited powerful people and countries like Saudi Arabia, taxpayer, so that they could then turn around and pay personal money in the name of fucking billions to Trump's family members.
So let me ask you a question. To point on what you just said, you have an issue with taxpayer money going to another nation to do what were they doing with this money again?
Trevor, the funny thing is, like, I'm happy to have a conversation about what I have an issue with, but the reason I'm bringing this up, Trevor, is because you're pretending to have an issue with this.
With what?
Well,
I'm misunderstanding.
What you're claiming is corruption benefiting a president's family members, and we're pointing out an actual situation where this occurred, corruption involving taxpayer money that then goes to benefit the actual family members of the president and the president himself. And we give you an actual example of this, and all of a sudden you don't have an issue with it. All of a sudden you can say, well,
it's
I mean,
not my money.
That big of a deal because, like, you're the one who's claiming to have an issue with it.
It's not my money.
You have no idea what he did in return for some of these things, like a $400 million jet. You have no idea. You have no idea if he just used billions of dollars, taxpayers' dollars, to do military stuff or sell them military stuff. You have no idea. We have no idea. If Biden did this, you guys would storm the Capitol.
It's not my money.
Dude.
Okay then.
So I have a problem with my money going to places I don't agree with.
Your money. As far as Hunter Biden is concerned, because I guarantee that you think this. It sounded weird when you said it, and I guarantee this is what you think. You think that the 40 million, because that's the big scary number that the Republicans say. 40 million with an M, $40 million that Hunter Biden got from Burisma. You think that is U.S. taxpayer dollars?
Burisma.
Burisma is the Ukrainian company. God damn it. Trevor, you don't even know your own fucking outrage conspiracies.
He's Googling.
He just pissed off at Hunter Biden, doesn't even know why. What the hell's Burisma?
One article, man. You've read one article.
What do you mean, yellow cake?
My Burismas.
Chinese investment
I
company.
didn't know that uranium could be put in cakes. They have yellow cake uranium? What?
Mary Burismas.
Crossfire hurricane. Is that when a hurricane is made out of fire?
How do I not implode with people like this? Oh, this fuels me.
I feel like he's digging through his couch cushions for an answer. I'm gonna give him a few more seconds.
Well, I think you got me. I don't think I can't find my information, so I think you got me on this one. I'll have to find more. I'll have to find what I'm talking about so I can quote something.
That's all right. All right, Trevor. We're welcome back anytime, all right, bub?
Thank you all. You all have a good day.
You too.
Trevor's vote counts just as much as yours.
Actually, that's
Oh,
not true. It
brother.
probably counts more.
Unfortunately,
I love Trump,
yeah.
man. He's cute as fuck, dude. I fuck Trump. He's
Ooh.
cute as fuck, bro. I love Trump.
Cool.
I love Trump, brother.
Oh, I was hoping you had a point. I love the idea that that's supposed to like enrage us or something, because it's like, oh, we know, guys, we know. We know
Legit.
this is like a weird romantic parasocial thing for you guys.
What's up,
Hello, are you there?
what's up, Joker? Welcome back.
How you doing?
Doing all right. What do you want to talk about?
I support President Trump.
And what do you like right now? What do you like about Trump? What do you like about what he's doing?
Well, this is all my personal opinion. He's essentially sealed the border, and he's pushing back on a lot of this woke nonsense. For example, like trans women and sports with biological women. So I like those things.
So, this is what I want to say without being too offensive. But anybody who says this to me, I automatically think, oh, they fell for the trans people in sports talking point. So, do you know how many of them were pulled out of sports, like at the college level?
I think there's been an exponential increase of young people like Gen Zers who are identifying as some type of LGBTQ FU
It's becoming more and more accepted
because the political left is crazy. I think there's polarization or radical indoctrination.
Can you tell
Sorry,
me?
Tara, can I just ask really quickly? How does people identifying? How does that actually result in the sports issue? You were asked a question about sports, and you pivoted to say, well, more people are identifying as like gender fluid or different genders.
Well,
and
there's a lot more. If there's an exponential increase of trans women, there's going to be more trans women in women's sports just by default.
I mean, not inherently.
So
but...
you know that there's not many.
At the collegiate level, I know that, I've heard Piers Morgan say that he talked about, I think the number was like 900 medals.
Yeah, that was
gone.
Yeah.
You think that's wrong?
Yeah. That came. It was actually like 800, and there's a website, and it's like a self-reporting, so you can like go and be like, oh, my kid, we were 13th place, but there was a trans person involved.
Well, I think it's, and look, I believe in tolerance toward, homosexuals and trans persons. I think this is like the trans sports. I think it's unfair to biological women.
Where does your tolerance end?
I don't think that trans women should be in prison, locker rooms, sports, or bathrooms with biological women. I think that's unfair, and I think it's putting the safety of.
Based on what?
Hmm?
Based on what?
Well, for example, I've seen MMA fights, MMA matches of trans women fighting biological women, and I think that's insanity. It's why
How many trans MMA fighters are in women's prisons right now?
how many trans your question.
You said, I asked you where your tolerance ends. You said you don't think trans women should be in women's prisons, and I asked you based on what, and you said because you've seen MMA fights between trans women and non-trans women, cis women.
You asked me where my tolerance
trans
ends.
MMA fighters are in prison right now, and is that wreaking
that question
havoc?
doesn't make any sense, so I assume you're just mocking me. But the point is,
no. I asked you a simple question, and you answered it, and I'm asking you about that answer. I asked you. You said you don't believe that trans women should go into women's prisons, and I asked you based on what, and you said based on watching an MMA fight between a trans woman and a cis woman.
No,
so I'm asking you, what does that have to do with what does MMA have to do with prison?
Trans women should not go into women's prisons because it's a safety issue for biological women.
Based on what?
Based on there's a more likelihood they might be SA'd.
But that's not true.
So yeah, right. The numbers are actually, if you are trans and you were put imagine a trans woman in a men's prison, could you imagine how more likely they might be targeted for that?
Are you saying that the trans woman would be targeted in a women's prison?
Yeah, even outside of the prison system, if you are part of the LGBTQ community, you're, I believe it's like 4 times more likely to be assaulted in a restroom. So it's the actual opposite. It's the opposite. They need to be protected from y'all.
Okay. Do you believe that trans women are women?
Yes.
Do all of you on this discussion?
Yeah. Do you? You said you're a tolerant person. You believe in tolerance. So when I ask you, where does your tolerance end? Does it end before it even gets to recognizing that trans women are women?
I do not believe trans women are women. No.
Okay. So when you say that you believe in tolerance,
okay, that doesn't mean I literally think that statement is like crazy. Like people who think that, I think are like crazy. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm really not. But for me, the fact of that a man has a Johnson, that's what makes a man a man. Anatomy has something to do with this.
Okay, so if I chopped yours off, would that mean you're not a man anymore?
If you chopped off it, are you saying if you chopped off my Johnson? Is that your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
That mean
I don't really know how to respond to that.
I think it's a
very
simple
odd
question.
thing to say.
Well, you're the one who brought up. You said that you're a man just because you have one.
No, I'm just saying in general that male and female anatomy is a determinant of what a man or a woman is.
Okay, so I'm asking you, if I got rid of one piece of your anatomy, would that stop your identity as a man?
I find the question very odd, but I would still identify as a man if it was out of no choice of my own.
So you having the Johnson doesn't define whether or not you're a man.
Shout out to Brandon for the kick. He says, "Kick the transphobe." You're welcome to come back tomorrow and try again. Sorry. And Emmy, I'm so sorry. I should have let you up. So sorry. If you are a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you're not a Trump supporter and you are a friendly, get out of my box.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. You're a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What do you like about Trump?
Well, first, I just want to clarify that last guy was an idiot. I don't claim him. I mean, I could re-debate his point so much better. I think what I like the most about Trump is no tax on tips.
Yeah, you didn't get no tax on tips.
We did, though.
Not quite.
Why do you say not quite?
Tips are still taxed. There's just a small write-off up to 25,000, I believe, or was it 12?
$100 every year, I believe, back
You-
into pocket.
You're
For like 2 years. But
yeah, it's like 2 or 3 years. You're cutting in and out real bad.
Hey, look, can you hear me?
It's like you're really far.
Can you hear me now?
There you
How
go.
about now?
There you go.
Sorry, I'm driving right past the airport. All right, does that work?
There you go.
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy about it. My fiance works for Tips, and this is gonna, like you said, even if it's only for 3 years, it's gonna. Hopefully, the next Republican president will renew this policy, but it's gonna be about what, $3,400. I mean, that's pretty generous to someone who's in college.
Yeah. So what you probably don't see and feel directly are the tariffs. So what he's done is he's put tax on consumer goods, and he's basically just making the things you were buying more expensive, and you'll probably feel it much more worse, much harder, in about a month or two.
That's a pivot, though. Like you're pivoting away from no tax on tips onto a brand new subject. I mean, you're talking about tariffs. We could debate tariffs, but
I mean, like overall taxes, yeah. So like this is the Kansas City shuffle, right? It's the bait and switch. Cutting in and out.
again,
say what?
There you go.
There's a 25K cap on the write-off. 25K. It's not that there are no taxes. It's not that there are no taxes on
12.
You can deduct up to 25,000. After that, all the same taxes and stuff. And it's only for a few years. And you said, oh, hopefully the next president will extend it. That's not how that works. Actually, the president cannot unilaterally extend a tax policy like that. For that, you need Congress. But the bill that they passed with this is, unless Democrats get back a supermajority at midterms and can use that supermajority to revoke parts of the tax bill. That tax bill is in place for at least 8 years, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 10, which means that they made it so that for at least 5 years out of the next 8, unless a Democratic supermajority comes into power and then overturns that whole temporary no tax on tips thing, they guaranteed that you're going to be paying just exactly the same full income taxes on tips, plus a whole bunch more on the tariffs, as Pickles pointed out.
I understand that the president can't does that. I'm hoping that, in the future, right, if Republicans win, we'll extend that, and I'm sure we will. Another point about the.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's too much. I sound like the Ace Ventura scene when he's opening and shutting the glass door.
Yeah, it's a good reference. Didn't the Dem write up the bill too? No, the bill was 100% Republican passed. Not a single Dem voted for it in the Senate or the House. So, and by the way, if the bill was so wonderful, and everything in it was so wonderful, why wouldn't they have all of the cuts to Medicaid and stuff start immediately if they're so wonderful? Why are they all starting right after midterms? And why are all the slightly beneficial things like no tax on tips, big quotation marks, as we know it is not an actual no tax on tips thing, why do they all expire right before the next president comes into office? It's interesting.
Good points. What's up, Daywalker?
Pickles, I just listened to an exclusive interview with Jeffrey Epstein's brother, claiming it was on Don Lemon show, um, claiming that if Jeffrey would have released information in 2016, that the election would have never happened. And he's not saying, but he's saying that he's pretty sure that the big orange man might have been involved in the whole death of his brother.
Oof.
I just thought that was a very interesting piece of information. I don't know, just kind of wanted to throw it out there and let people bounce that around in their head a little bit.
I'll have to check that out. I'll have to watch that Don Lemon interview.
Yeah, I was just on, at 5. So check it out sometime. Love what you do.
Appreciate
Keep
it.
it up, bud.
Thanks, dude. You too.
Take care.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got my AirPods in now, and I'm in a better internet space. I'm driving, but
There you go.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I was saying was, I know the president can't sign law, right? Can't just make up a law. I know how the balance of powers works, right? And I'm hoping that we get Republicans in Congress who are going to extend this in the future. In politics and in law, there's a lot of
Alec,
compromise.
why wouldn't they have just like kept it permanent in this
Hey,
one? Just like all the billionaire tax cuts that they
You just
made
interrupted me.
this one. Yeah, I'm
So-
interrupting you. Why
so in
wouldn't they make it because you're about to, because you said also and you were going to go make another point. So I just want to address this one. If you're saying you want more Republicans to enter Congress to make it permanent, why not make it permanent with this bill, which they passed? They didn't need a single Democrat to pass it. They passed it purely Republicans, and they made all the tax cuts for the billionaires and the corporations and stuff. They made those permanent. So why not make the one on tips permanent?
Yeah, I mean, this is something. It went through Senate, right? It went through the Senate and the House, and originally, I think it was unlimited, no tax on tips, and then they had to negotiate it down because they were looking at something like if it's over $25,000, it's going to cost us like an additional $500 billion in the national deficit. So we were concerned about that, and I think my other point is we're talking about the $25,000 deduction. According to IRS.gov, roughly 45 to 48% of tips actually are reported to the IRS. So if servers and people who work for tips are reporting less than half their tips, that means that they're making $50,000 a year. They're only paying, if they are, right? Let's say that they are, and they're only reporting $25,000 of that, which is a great salary. They're only reporting 25% of that. They're actually paying no tips unless they're making more than $50,000 a year. And still, people who are low income, like myself, right? Because I'm in college, I'm getting another $1,700 a year back into this policy. And I don't think it's a bad thing.
I just want to address point by point. So first you said that the reason Republicans, again, originally they were going to make the no tax on tips, full no taxes on tips and permanent. Let's just say you're right about that. But then they decided that they had to actually temper it, make it only 3 years. I don't know if it's 2 or 3 years, and also only be a deduction up to 25 because it would cost too much. It would add another half a trillion to the deficit.
Yeah.
If that is true, then why would they extend it in 3 years? Why would Republicans? That means that Republicans themselves negotiated it down amongst themselves. So getting more Republicans in, you think is somehow going to make them put it in there? I don't know what that logic is, but also you're saying that they didn't put it in there because it would add yet another half a trillion to the deficit. That means that even if they were to extend it in 3 years because they get more Republicans, whatever, that's still going to add another half a trillion to the deficit, which, by the way, they had no problem adding nearly 4 trillion to the deficit with this bill anyway. So I guess they were fine with adding 4 trillion to the deficit for the billionaires and the wealthy, just not another half a trillion for normal everyday workers working for taxes and tips, working for tips. And then the second point you were trying to make, am I mistaken in thinking you were saying that people who make most of their money on tips mostly don't pay taxes anyway because they don't report it? So does this actually just not help them in the first place?
No, so what I said was that only 45 to 48, according to IRS, only 45 to 48% of tips are actually reported to the IRS. So that would mean that you'd have to be making over $50,000 a year before this $25,000 deductible amount becomes an issue for you.
Okay, so So this is only helping people that make a lot of money on tips, right? Not people making less.
It's actually only hurting people who make over 50,000 because, like I said, with tips being 45% reported, less than half the time tips are being reported. You'd have to make a lot, meaning you'd have to report a lot to hit that $25,000 limit.
Okay, so this is going to make no
like me,
change
for example, right?
So what you're saying,
Yeah.
so only people who are reporting a lot, which is, you said only 40%. So the vast majority of people living off of tips are not going to be reporting the total amount. So this is only going to hurt. Basically, you're saying it's not going to actually help in any way unless, like, anyone who's making less than 50,000 a year. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So like,
Okay, so it's
yeah,
no different.
like you'd have to make. Hold on. But I'm saying that only 45% of tips are being reported. So like cash tips and things like that, and sometimes like companies just don't report. Like I'm saying, only 45% of tips are being reported. So like based on that logic, like if like let's say like half my tips are in cash and half my tips are in card, right? And then I total out at $50,000 a year, and I'm only reporting the tips that are on card. That number is going to be about 25,000, which means I'm going to pay no tax on all of it. And if I'm making more than $50,000 a year, then I'm being hurt by the $25,000 limit. But this is for people who are making less than $50,000 a year, and that's who it's benefiting the most, is the poorest people.
So people were already not paying taxes on most of their tips, is what you're saying. And sorry, Alec.
That's according to the IRS.
You just dropped out. Okay. So you're saying,
yeah,
only 40% of tip income is actually reported, and therefore like taxes paid on it. So most people who are making money or making a living with tips are not getting taxed anyway. So so this isn't actually going to make any material difference in their life. But also, Alec, if I'm not, now you haven't brought up.
No, they're only reporting half of their tips. They're only reporting less than half their tips. I'm not saying that they're not reporting tips at all. I'm saying that less than half of tips are actually reported to the IRS. And that's not like one person's paying taxes and another person isn't. That's just on average, less than half of tips are reported, because cash tips are not reported.
Right. So the majority of the income that they're already making is already just not getting taxed at all, is what you're saying. But
that's right.
Right. Okay. So whatever. The chat gets what I'm saying.
But they're still paying taxes on 45% of their income, though.
Yeah, the minority of it, right? So the most of their income they're not paying taxes on already.
I'm sorry, would you be upset if you lost 45% of your income right now?
Lost
or 12% of 45% of your income? No, I'm saying, look, it's going to save them 12% of 45% of their income, as long as they make below a certain threshold.
So the vast majority of the income they already did not pay taxes on. Alec, you have not brought up immigrants, but I do want to just pivot a little bit. Chat understands what we're saying, but well,
hold on. Are you for or against putting $1,700 a year back into the pockets of low-income Americans? Do you support that, or are you against it?
$1,700. I believe I'm all for all the benefits and tax cuts going to people making less money rather than more.
So you support the no tax on tips portion of the big beautiful bill. You are in favor of that, correct?
Sure, but I also am not delusional, and I know.
So sure. So you like something that Trump did, so I
win. Okay.
You asked me, what do you like about Donald Trump? And I explained it to you, and you agreed with me, so I win the debate. Can you admit that?
You win the debate? No, that's not how this works.
Yeah.
Alec,
come on. Alec, I'm so close.
Alec, I guess you don't know how to have fucking conversations. Alec, so I want to ask
you. You don't know how to admit when you lose.
I didn't lose anything, bud.
You are in favor of the policy that I'm also in favor of.
No, I'm actually no, dude. I'm actually in favor in lowering taxes for everyone who makes less money and increasing them for wealthy people. And I
support no tax on tips.
When I look again, there is a tax on tips.
A Trump policy.
And when I look at a 3-year temporary deduction that is meant to buy off stupid people, like, I'm not impressed, and I don't think it's
so
an
low income people are stupid. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think people who fall for it are stupid.
So low income
Alec,
people
I
are
would like to
stupid.
know though, Alec,
This is why
by your own
Kamala lost
admission,
people.
by your own admission, you're saying that most people who are get tips
being
are
talked down
criminals.
to by Democrats. You want to
So,
know why
Alec,
you lose?
you're celebrating rewarding criminals, according to you, right?
Whoa. People who make tips are criminals now?
You said that almost they.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what you're saying, Alec. You said it. You said that they
This
don't.
is honestly embarrassing for you. Go ahead.
Alec, you're the one who's claiming that they don't report all their income. That's a crime. You're the one who's saying that, who's calling them criminals.
It's a reality.
So they're criminals, according to you.
Okay, well, this is a whole nother argument.
It's not really an argument.
Yeah,
it's a fact.
It's a fact.
I mean, yeah, servers commit fraud all the time. What are you going to do? Crack
Whoa,
down on
Alec,
the
you support criminals
because they're not paying their taxes?
So Alex, so when you have, do you have an issue with immigrants?
Yeah. So is it a crime to illegally cross the border?
Actually, no. Well, illegally cross the border, but the majority of undocumented immigrants don't actually illegally cross the border. But I'd love to know are you someone who believes that like, immigrants don't pay taxes or something like that?
I'm sure you have some study that suggests that they do.
Well, you mean data? Yeah. Facts? Yeah.
Yeah, look, bottom line is you support criminals as well. You want people who illegally cross the border to get to stay here, even though they cross the border. You can call them undocumented. You can call it whatever. They didn't follow the law. They came into the country, and you're mad because we're deporting them.
Okay, well, Alec, it seems that you're cool with some criminals, but not others. I'm not the one up here like demonizing migrants. You're the one who demonizes migrants, quote unquote, for being criminals, but you're also you're celebrating you're just celebrating a tax cut that we gave to criminals.
Yeah, but hold on though. I never said no, I'm in favor of supporting people who are low income. I never said that I was in favor.
Even if they're criminals, they're not immigrant criminals, right?
No, I do not. No, there's an inconsistency here. I do not support the fact that people only report 45% of their tips. I'm not in favor of that. And if it were up to me, yeah, they should report 100% of their tips. I agree with that. Okay. I don't think that people who cross the border should get to stay here either. I think people should report 100% of their income, and people who cross the border illegally should be deported. I'm consistent on that issue. I don't support anyone breaking the law. I just stated the fact that it's 45% because that's a reality from the IRS. So I can't change the reality.
No, I know, but it's 45%, and instead you're going to celebrate giving all those criminals a tax cut, right?
I mean, low-income people, and also, by the way,
if we want to deal with,
you can't say that 100% of them are criminals because there's a lot of people that
if we want to deal with criminal immigrants, why don't we give them a tax cut?
What?
Why don't we give? I mean, if you're just all about you just want to give criminals tax cuts, why aren't we giving immigrants tax cuts?
Hold on. It's about enforcing the law, right? You Democrats disagree with enforcing the law. You disagree with enforcing immigration law. I agree with enforcing immigration law.
You apparently disagree with enforcing the law. You want to give a handout to a bunch of criminals.
It's not about the handout. No. It's not about the handout. It's about the tax break. First of all, I support the tax break for low-income Americans.
No, you support the tax break for criminals, according to you.
No, I support enforcing the law that says that you should report 100% of your income.
You support. Okay, so you support enforcing the law, except if you're poor. But if you're an immigrant,
no. That is not how justice works. Justice works. You break a law, we fix it, right? You come into the country illegally, we deport you. You are reporting 45% of your income. We're going to enforce the law, and we're going to tell you that you should report 100% of your income. I mean, should we punish people in other ways than deportation? Like, you came into the country illegally. Not only are we going to deport you, but we're also going to give you, 50 lashings as well. Just to throw some gasoline on the fire. We're going to make your punishment worse. Now, I support justice.
Well, is justice feeding them maggot-infested food in a nature preserve
No,
that has no air conditioning.
no, we send them to prison for the rest of their lives in a terrorist death camp. That's what you should do, with no judge or jury.
You
No,
should do that to people making money from tips.
guys,
Since that's
law
what
and order.
justice is.
So you
Law
guys are
and
pivoting
torture,
to
I mean,
another
order.
issue.
We're
You
not.
guys
We're
pivoted to
talking
another
about
issue.
No, this is immigration, right? This is how Trump is handling immigration.
Yeah. So like, I don't think that like for people who cross the border illegally, right? Like, would you I don't think we should charge them like a fine or a fee or something like, oh, like, I know you crossed the border illegally and we're going to deport you and now you have to pay us a bunch of money. Like, I don't agree with like double punishment, like punishing someone twice for the same crime. That's actually unconstitutional. I think that if you come into the country illegally, you should be deported. And if you're only reporting 45% of your tips, you should be reporting 100% of your tips. We're not going to like take money from you as well. That's a double whammy, I think they call it. I don't know what the expression is, but that's double punishment.
double jeopardy is the term you're looking for.
What if
yeah, whatever. Yeah,
what
whatever.
if
I would
what if
love
you
if
overstate
Thomas
the
Jefferson said double whammy. Like, just imagine that. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing. Like, I wouldn't support like giving money to illegals. Like,
One
the same way
American
that
once
like
super chatted
for their crime.
$20. You guys are forgetting the distinction between illegal immigrants versus immigrants that came here legally.
No, we're not.
Anyways, and by the way, another reason why your logic fails is because all I'm saying is that on average, 45% of Americans are reporting their tips, right? But that doesn't mean that every single person who makes money off of tips is not reporting 100% of their tips. So you cannot say that 100% of the people that you're punishing are criminals.
You're actually the one
You
that
can't
was
say that. I can say 100% of the people who cross the border illegally are criminals, but not 100% of the people who work for tips are criminals, because not 100% of them are.
They're criminals to the same degree
So
that
that logic
anybody. No, they're criminals to the same degree that anybody with a Class C misdemeanor. That's like drinking in
It's
public.
actually a felony.
No, it's not.
It's actually not.
It's 8 USC 1130 or 1325. Entry without inspection. Fine $250.
Yeah, and it's actually because the tax fraud is intentional, that would likely make it a felony for the people not reporting all their tips. Just FYI. Sounds like your girlfriend's a felon, man. Sounds like you really like criminals.
Laura with the $40. Thank you for the kick, Laura. She goes, get this guy out of here. Now I win.
I win, buddy. We're all losing, man. We're all losing.
It was wild listening to him do the I win thing. Like, what? Dude, are you 5?
Reminds me of Big Daddy. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
50-50. It really depends.
What do you like about Trump?
I don't really like anything about him. What I think about him is that how the fuck did he became a president 2 times in a row?
Not in a row.
You
know what I
mean
mean?
twice?
He became 2 times president in the United States of America. So why do y'all think President Trump sucks?
I don't know. I don't think because we convinced a bunch of people to vote for him doesn't prove that he's great, right?
What you mean?
There's a lot of elected leaders throughout history we could point to that were obviously horrible. They weren't objectively good just because they were elected, right?
True. Yeah, that's true. But why do y'all think Trump sucks? That's my question. I don't want to debate, I just want an answer. That's all I want. I don't want to be disrespectful, I just want an answer.
We think that he's doing a lot of harm. I mean, that's the most succinct way.
About what? What kind of harm is he doing?
He's
because I see his harm as stealing and that kind of stuff, but what did he do as harm?
Firing tens of thousands, over 100,000 people from our federal government, gutting our federal government. He just got thumbs up to pretty much reshape it however he wants. He is creating an enormous deficit. He's just debt spending like a fucking idiot, spending hundreds of billions of dollars on mass deportations, all the while creating havoc and pushback because of the unprecedented masked serial kidnappings happening.
Don't forget the concentration camps.
Yeah, we have a thing called Alligator Alcatraz being built.
Wait, for real?
What do you mean for real? Yeah.
Is Trump actually building it like a almost second Alcatraz?
An alligator Alcatraz is built and there are people in it.
Damn. I mean, hey, thank you. I don't want to be disrespectful like the other guy. Totally not. I just want an answer. That's all I ever wanted about this.
It's okay. Thanks, bub. Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I wanted to ask a quick question.
Sorry, y'all. My mods will kick you if you are not a Trump supporter. I love you all. Hello? Hello? Valala? Okay.
We'll get you.
Yep. My mods will get you. They'll get you. They'll always get you. Someone who's gonna give me $1,000. Well, damn. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 150K. Trump supporters, if you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump.
And if you're new here, don't forget to follow Pickles.
That's right. There's also Cash App Venmo in my bio, and as well as Nemo and Brenna. You have one too, right?
I have a link tree with those links.
Yeah. Do the thing, chat. Do the stuff.
Oh, Oslo. Poor Oslo.
Sorry. Is anybody else want to come up? Anybody? Anybody? Zachary, no. Zachary? Zachary. Absolutely not.
Free Oslo.
Zachary, we don't have enough beef. You can't come up, dude.
You might have to pop something controversial on screen or something, you know?
Oslo's boycotting the box.
Oslo's my godson. It's my one thing to do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Zach. I'm sorry. Not yet. We're losing steam. We're losing steam.
I think Trump is a doo-doo head.
Trump's dumber than a box of hair. Trump's a
wish he
bad,
had
bad man.
money. How about that fucking, what is it, candy floss? That's what they call it in the UK. That he puts on his head. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh. Hold on.
Jeepers.
What's up, bub?
Hello, hello. Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing good. What do you want to talk about, bro?
I mean, you guys were asking for people to come up that support Trump. I mean, what do you guys want to talk about?
Your support for Trump.
I mean,
Namely, why?
I think he's doing a great job. I'm not going to sit there and have you guys try to explain to me how he's not, because I don't. Obviously, I think you guys are basically just doing this for, the argument's sake.
Oh, so you don't think we believe what we say?
Probably. Hell, you probably do. I mean, I'm not saying you don't, but it's disappointing for sure.
Okay, but so you don't want to even hear what we're saying. So you're not open at all to the possibility that Trump may be criticizable.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, whatever issue you want to talk about, we can discuss it, and I'll tell you how I think it's good or bad.
Okay, so you do want to hear us. You do want to actually have a conversation and hear what we have to say.
I do. Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Kind of sounded like you were saying the opposite.
What did we talk about last time? What's something we didn't talk about last time?
Last time you kind of caught me as I was leaving the hotel, a little distracted. The topics we were talking about, I'm sure I came across a little bit, I don't know, unprepared, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about immigration, of course, his plan for tariffs, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, of course, the immigration topic, it keeps on going back and forth as far as, do you demonize immigrants or something like that? And, it's got nothing to do with demonizing immigrants. It's only got everything to do with the protection of America, right? I mean, you can't just generalize a whole group of people. When I say group, I'm talking about the rest of the world, because we have so many different people coming across.
Wouldn't you say
like
there's
that.
a more graceful way to do it rather than try to get the population to be like hostile towards them?
Trying to get them to be? I mean,
yeah. I mean, saying inflammatory things about them, saying they have bad genetics, saying that they're poisoning the blood of the country.
I'm pretty sure that anytime he has said something like that, there's been a specific instance that he was addressing, or something that he was addressing that was terrible.
What was the specific instance of immigrant blood poisoning American blood?
He was talking about the countries that were sending their worst in over here, like emptying out their criminal.
And they absolutely weren't, too, right?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that they did. Some countries did. Not to say all of them did, but some countries did, and that's what he was talking about when he said that.
Okay. So when Trump was saying this stuff, when was that? 2017? 2016? Immigration.
I mean, listen,
yeah, what does that have to do with blood? Thank you, Ozzy.
Nothing. I mean, you guys.
America, what did he mean when he? So what specific instance was he talking about when he?
He's talking about having pride.
He talked about
when they were sending. When there were so many people coming over the border, he even had a border crisis in 2019. He said there's so many people. They're not sending their best. They're schmurderers. They're rapists. He's talking about 3 of them. He's talking about 3 people in 2017 who were schmurdered. And we're talking about a population of 11.7 million people.
You guys are saying that.
So it sounds like they are bringing like all of the better people.
All right. So you're saying that wasn't significant enough to mention?
No, they're not. 3 out of 12 million is really impressive.
12 million immigrants is a good thing. I mean, I'm just saying they're unvetted. It's not the way it's supposed to go. It leaves the
American citizens are unvetted, dude.
Buddy, we're natural born. What are you talking about?
Why does that matter? If I'm born on one side of an imaginary line, and you don't know
Imaginary.
anything, like you don't know anything about me. I could be like, you know, the next dude to end up on like some, you know, true
No, but
crime documentary. Or
you're
I
right.
could
I
be
don't know.
like the
I don't
guy
know anything
that,
about you.
I don't
You know,
know,
I have
solves
to.
world hunger tomorrow. Like you don't
All I
know
have to know.
anything about me.
Go ahead, buddy. You're right. I don't know anything about you, but all I have to know is that you are a citizen, right?
Why does that
If you are
matter?
a citizen, then you're entitled to certain rights given to Americans, right? But if you're not, then you're not entitled to shit.
So wait, so do you disagree with his attempts to now denaturalize people when he talks about sending homegrowns out to El Salvador and stuff? You must disagree with those comments, right?
If you're talking about what, define homegrown, I'm sorry.
I don't know how. Well, that's what Trump calls them. He talks about sending homegrowns to El Salvador.
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, most people assume it means citizens. Who else? I mean, you yourself said citizens. You were born in America, right? You were a natural born citizen.
I said that guy. The only thing I care about that guy, other than not knowing anything about him, is that he is a citizen or not. Whether or not he's entitled to American rights or rights.
The only thing you care about a person is whether or not they're a citizen. Okay, so when Trump says that he wants to deport American citizens next, do you agree with that?
If he said that, then no, I do not agree with that. But you have to show me where he said that.
Yep, 1 second. I got
it. When he talks about denaturalizing citizens, do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, explain that to me.
He talks about denaturalizing citizens. Do you agree with that?
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Making citizens not citizens anymore, basically revoking their citizenship.
So this is him saying the thing.
Thinkably anti-American. Let's get citizens out of here.
I like to say, you know, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together.
Okay, well, you know what? As you heard him say, he was speaking to specific instances for, you know, those people he's talking about, then absolutely. Those dangerous people that are whacking people over the head and stabbing
But they're
people.
American citizens. You said that the American citizens have certain rights. You believe in American citizens getting their rights just because they're American citizens. So
Sure. I absolutely believe that those people deserve their day in court, right? Sure.
Okay, so when he talks about deporting those American citizens, do you agree with it or not?
I mean, based on their crimes, and sure, yeah. But you know, I always judge this like
American citizens based on crimes.
He's trying to generalize it, okay? Why? It's a stupid way to argue things. It really is, okay?
It's his fucking statement, man. It's his statement. He said he wants to deport American citizens. He wants people who were born here.
Guys, listen. It's so weak. It's such a weak argument that you guys try to make.
How is it a weak argument?
What
Dude, he said it was controversial. Like, so he knows what he's saying.
All right,
it's like controversial.
Further, guys, are you okay with illegal immigration? Does anybody come
no.
without
We are talking about deporting United States citizens who were born here. They know no other life. I don't know shit about El Salvador. I don't know shit about Sudan. Why would I be deported there?
People like that. He's talking about specific people that do the murdering, the raping, the killing, the bad things. That, you know, if both the parents were illegal and they were just born here, you know, that's the issue that needs to be debated.
That's not what he said. He just said people who were born here. You know, were you born here?
Of course.
Why do you scoff and say "of course"? What do you mean? Why would I assume that? What about
my name's one American man.
Okay, so you think every American is born here?
I don't know. I guess not. Maybe not. No, of course not. You can become a citizen.
Exactly. Thank you. But so you were born here. He's talking about people like you. If you commit a crime, that one day he decides means your rights as a
I
citizen
do
no
not think he
longer
means
apply.
that.
He gets to you're arguing with him.
Lady, he does not mean that.
He's talking about people born in America. He said people born
Listen,
in
if
America.
he,
You were born in
all right,
America.
so yeah, are you saying that if I commit a crime to the level in which he's talking about, that I might be deported? Am I okay with that? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
If I murder somebody and just wax them over the head and just take their fucking rights away, yeah, I don't have the right to have anything.
Okay. So you don't have. So you don't believe in American citizens' rights.
It's
I
also
believe in people that
unconstitutional, right? Cruel and unusual punishment. 8th Amendment.
Yeah, absolutely. When I'm discharging cruel and unusual fucking treatment to people, I don't deserve the.
So you do agree with the violation of constitutional rights granted to American citizens, just because Trump is, arguing for it.
I believe that. I believe that. I believe that the average American citizen is different than the extreme situations that you're talking about, and those situations should be debated later. Okay.
You're right, but you know that it's funny. The average American citizen is different than the extreme situation. What you're saying is the average American citizen is not a violent criminal, correct? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the average American citizen is entitled to whatever.
$5. Deport them. Where didn't you just say other countries sent their worst here and that was wrong?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah,
What
deport them where.
That
Yeah,
is
like
a
you were
good
just,
point. Shit.
Yeah, you were like, oh, their countries are sending their prisoners and their criminals, and it turns out we're trying to do that. You're for doing that to another country.
Yeah.
What do you mean? If they came from that country, then that's like the first choice to send them back to.
Here.
No, I don't. You guys really want to stick to this argument? Can we push to something else?
Because you're in a corner.
No, I'm not. I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm okay with the.
They're not sending their best. They're sending their grapists and their unalivers. They're sending their crazy people. I do not support that. Also, I want to send the grapists and the unalivers that are born here. I want them out the country. I want to send them other places.
It's 3 against 1, so congratulations, guys. I see how you brought the whole team up there to help out. But let's take the conversation back to you guys. Are you okay with just letting people come across the border whenever they want to without being vetted?
Wait, hold on, Chris Mary. I want to address the other.
I want to know.
No. You said you were answering my question. You said you think the average American is different from the extreme examples. I said, what did you mean by that?
These conversations all stem from the fact that America in general has gotten tired of the allowance of illegal immigration in this country.
I'm not tired of it. I'm a better American than you are.
Sounds like you're not, which is very sad. Okay,
I'm a better person than you. Yeah, I guess it is sad that I'm.
Because you're not a proud American. Why aren't you? Why don't you guys like your country?
Jesus said you should welcome immigrants, so sounds like you're not
an American. Wow. Someone just paid to kick you.
What?
You are welcome to come back tomorrow. I'm sorry, American. I'm sorry.
Damn. I wanted to hear, just by the way, for one American, just so you know, immigrants are far less likely on average to be a violent criminal than Americans are. So Tammy, when you talk about, we're just talking about the extremes. When I'm talking, if we are now deporting American citizens that are violent criminals, you're actually more likely to be deported than if we were just deporting violent criminals that were immigrants, even undocumented immigrants, just FYI.
Tammy's in the chat. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you so much. All right, let's go with this one.
Tammy. Mm-hmm. It's stolen from who?
Yellow.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I talk funny.
You're fine.
Absolutely.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
He's controlling the southern border. He's did everything he promised he was going to do.
Yeah. So
And yes, I think American citizens that do harm to children should be deported.
Except when Trump is friends
And
with them.
if you don't agree with that, then you pack your bags and get out of my country. No, young lady, if that's your child that gets took advantage of by anyone, you're going to want them gone. Don't you sit there on your high moral standards thinking you don't need to do that.
So what do you think about Trump not doing anything about the, can I say the word, the list, the client list? What about the 13-year-olds that Trump?
What about
we will never be allowed to see that list.
What about
we
Andrew?
will never be allowed to see that list.
What about Andrew Tate
because
and his brother? What about Andrew Tate and his brother, who were wanted in Romania for schmex trafficking, human trafficking? And Trump said, "Y'all come over here." Flew them into the United States. Said, "Y'all come here. We love you."
Gotta say, it doesn't sound like you want to keep my kids very safe.
I didn't know nothing of it.
Well, Donald Trump invited in some traffickers.
Why would I not want to keep your kids safe?
You just said you did. You brought up my kids.
Prove it.
I don't have the recording of the live yet. What do you mean, prove it?
Prove it. No, stop. Prove it.
Proof?
Proof what?
No, prove it. So you can't.
You want it? You want some proof that Trump is a creep?
What you were just saying. You're talking out of your butt.
You're talking about
Prove
Andrew
what
Tate?
you're saying.
Prove that he freed Andrew Tate? Here you go.
Yeah, it's saying that this guy reports lives, Pickles, just FYI.
Andrew Tate is back in the U.S. and a model of Trump's worldview. He's a free man. He's a right-wing, anti-woman influencer. He landed in Florida last week after being detained for over 2 years in Romania for grape and schmex trafficking, money laundering, he's also... The Romanian courts abruptly reversed their previous refusal to allow Tate to leave the country after several high-level Trump administration officials took interest in his case, including Trump's son, Trump Jr., who called Tate's arrest in Romania absolute insanity. The Romanian foreign minister, Emil Hrinzianu, was reportedly approached by Trump envoy about Tate's case at a security conference in Munich in February. Tate arrived in the U.S. within weeks. What do you have to say about that?
And there's still no proof of anything. It's your feelings. I don't care about your feelings.
Oh, God.
You got us there.
Why don't you tell us something that there is proof of, Joe?
I don't care about your feelings.
Yeah, we don't care about yours either, Joe. Why don't you tell us something that there is proof for?
Right there. They immediately go to my page and try to...
What?
You're on a...
What happened?
You're on a live with 900 people watching.
the the major flood event? What happened?
So Trump sent out a memo with Elon Musk asking people to retire early, taking retirement packages. And the position that would have received the alert from NOAA, the guy took that early retirement and it was empty. So a lot of people unalived were not alerted. Also, Kristi Noem was not allowing the release of funds for 3 whole days. She had to wait for the weekend. Just posted Instagram pictures. They didn't have FEMA. When Biden was in office, they were there the day before.
You know who did send help? Mexico. Also, something else had happened. In 2021, Biden and Democrats gave Kerr County $10 million that they could spend on things like a flood warning system. And instead, they decided to spend almost every single cent of it on the sheriff's department. They actually at first didn't want to spend it because it came from Biden, but they decided not to send it back because they didn't want blue states to get it back instead. So they held on to it and then eventually gave almost every single cent of it to the sheriff's department instead of paying for a flood warning system. But thanks to the money that they got from Democrats and Biden.
We have the transcripts from their meetings talking about this money's from the devil. We're not going to fall for their tricks, and we're not going to use this money because it's the devil.
He's the most communist Marxist president we've ever had.
Yeah. And they said that they didn't want to send it back because they didn't want a state like New York, New Jersey, or California to get it instead. So they held on to it.
You there, Joe? Is there anything that we should know about the floods that we should be embarrassed about? I live in Texas.
And again, prove it. Prove it.
It's on the proof is on my profile. You can go see it there, Joe.
Prove anything
I
you're
did.
saying.
Yeah, I proved all of what I'm saying. It's all on my profile. It's all proved. Proven.
Former head of NOAA actually confirmed that.
No, I haven't proved anything.
I proved all of it, Joe. Prove you aren't a ghost, Joe.
Former NOAA administration, former NOAA administrator Rick Sprinrad. Staffing cuts by the Trump administration contributed to the floods disaster. NOAA's been hit by major cuts and staffing from Trump. If you didn't know about that, that's been happening. Been dealing with that. I don't know what else you want me to prove.
You can always pull up the transcripts from the thing.
Yeah, that too. I'll pull up the transcripts.
And again, all you're showing is your feelings.
What?
Wait, how do you show feelings?
I do draw sometimes, but that's about as far as I go with that. This is just sources.
Hey, Joe, why don't you prove something? See, Joe, it looks like every single thing you believe is a lie. Can't prove any of it. Can't prove anything. Who doesn't say Newsmax at the top is fake news? It's funny.
Tomorrow in Carrollton, there will be some sun and thunderstorms with a high of 90 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 74 degrees.
Hey, One American, I gotta thank you on behalf of Pickles for sending Joe a bunch of gifts. You know that Pickles gets a cut from all of those, right?
Here's a quote. I'm here at this court today to send this money back to the Biden administration, which I consider to be the most criminal, treasonous, communist government to ever hold the White House. One resident told commissioners in April 2022, fearing strings were attached to the money. We don't want to be bought by the federal government, thank you very much, another resident told commissioners. We'd like the federal government to stay out of Kerr County and their money. Yeah, as far as where that money sits for the next year or two, my old law partner John Cornyn tells me if we send it back, it's going to New Jersey, or it's going to New York, or it's going to, or California, Kelly said. And so I just don't know. I'd rather be the custodian of the money until we decide we have to do with it rather than giving it back to the government to spend on values that we in Kirk County don't agree with. Yeah, he left.
Whoever wrote this took all my reporting. That's crazy. You know, I broke this story.
Really?
And yeah, and they're tracking the fucking county, where the actual money went. I tracked all that.
Wow, that's crazy.
I'm looking for it now on your thing. Is it?
I pinned it.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
It's apparently made its way over to Twitter.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I would like to preface this with saying I've never done this before. I've never gotten on this live feed thing before. I just find it really interesting that, I mean, like, I scroll through these live feeds all the time and I see the ones that say Trump sucks on them and debate me and stuff like that. And I just find it ironic that it's like, you guys get paid to do this sort of thing. Like, is this your main job?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, to me, that's like, it's ironic because, like, you guys should love Trump in that way because you're literally able to make money by saying Trump sucks. So it's just ironic to me.
He's the most controversial person alive right now on Earth. So, yeah.
Sure, yeah, but it's just, it is ironic. People are saying it's not,
Carly,
but it is.
Carly, I used to go live a lot more during the, leading up to the election. And I actually used to say that because, you know, a lot of Trumpers tried to suggest that the reason I didn't want him to win was like a personal thing. And I said, no, if he wins, I'm probably going to make way more money. But the reason I don't want him to win is because I care about other people because I'm not a terrible person.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm an ER nurse, and I don't know if you guys have ever worked in healthcare, like worked with people. I mean, like, no matter who comes in that door, I have to take care of them no matter what, you know, illegal, legal, whatever. I don't give a shit. I have to treat you, or prisoners, whatever. I have to treat you with respect no matter what. Do I have to 100% agree with everything that goes on with any president? Absolutely not. Do I have to understand it all? I don't have the time to do that. So, I mean, kudos to you guys for being able to. What do you mean it's called privilege?
It's called privilege. Well, where you're able to exist and just go about your day, and it's just nothing you've really had to worry about.
What do you mean it's nothing I've had to worry about?
You just don't have enough time for it?
I don't have time to get on TikTok and search through the entire interwebs and figure out what's going on all the time. No. I guess I shouldn't say I don't have the time to. I don't make the time to.
For some people, they don't have a choice. Like, we have some people that, like, served 13 years in the military and, like, lost their entire job because politics, because of this stuff happening. Or, I don't know, I live in Texas, and if you get raped here, you have a $10,000 bounty on your head. So it's, like, very privileged to be able to live somewhere and just kind of not be aware and not have this affect you and just kind of be like, you know, I have to
No,
work.
listen, I am very aware of like the things that are happening. I don't know everything. So to sit here and debate you like facts or whatever, I don't have that information. I know that you guys do. You guys have your people that are able to help you find things. You guys are finding things, like whatever it is, however you want to perceive it. I mean, it can all be perceived in so many different ways. And I think that's kind of what is also like frustrating about some of the things that you guys say. I mean, Brenna, is that your name?
Yeah.
You had mentioned something about concentration camps, and I'm just like, dude, how can you compare a Holocaust concentration camp to, I mean, I get it. I can see where you're coming from, but like, dude, that is like, holy shit. Like, how can you say
You know that
that
well,
happened
Carly,
like
uh,
that?
words
You know
have
what I mean,
words
though?
have Carly, I can answer your question. Words have definitions, and the definition
That
of a
is true.
concentration camp, the definition of a concentration camp absolutely applies.
I guess I guess when I hear concentration camp, I'm literally thinking the worst of the worst Holocaust, the way that, like, I've watched so many of the Nazi Holocaust movies and shows and how horrible it was. And it's just, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I guess
well, but Carly,
I perceive it a little bit differently. And that's like a horror in my mind when you say something like that.
well, it is a horror.
Sure, there's horrible things going on.
I'm sorry. Sorry,
Everywhere.
Carly. Can I ask you, what are the bad things that happened at the concentration camps? Can you just list them?
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, they weren't fed right. They weren't given proper, just the way that I perceive it, because I wasn't there. I can't tell you exactly what happened, but the way I perceive it, they're all very emaciated, not given proper nutrition, not given proper, like sleeping arrangements, constantly just, what's the word I'm looking for? Just degraded. You know what I mean?
Like verbally or
I don't know. Sure, I'm sure that happened. I have no idea. I wasn't there.
What if there was like maggots in your food? There's just huge mosquitoes that you couldn't escape. You're out there and it's humid. It's the Everglades. Sound pretty bad?
Yeah, I mean, that's happening everywhere though. And I do have something else to say with the whole
wait, Carly. What do you mean it's happening everywhere?
that like, we don't know everything that's happening everywhere all the time. All we know is what is given to us via news broadcast or the internet. I almost said interwebs. Same thing. We don't know. I guess I just
absolutely have supervising, like we have standards for prisons. We have inspections.
Of course. Wait, for presidents?
Prisons.
Oh, for prisons. Well, yes, they have standards for prisons in all parts of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we get to choose how ours are. And Trump wants to be able to do this stuff in the dark. He's doing unspeakable things, won't let us inspect them. Won't let anybody see what's going on inside.
Wait, well, won't let's see what's going on with inside our prisons here?
Yeah, inside of his ICE detention centers, yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, like, how do you want to approach that, I guess? Like, how can we get that to be allowed? Like, what can we do?
I don't think that's what the conversation is. We were drawing similarities between this and a concentration camp.
Okay, so are you thinking or perceiving that just because this is all done in the dark, that they are being treated as such?
We're getting information from inside the camps.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
From who?
Former detainees.
Inmates.
You guys are getting direct information?
Not us directly. So, like, reported. So, CBS, for example, reported on this, talking about how there was food that had maggots in it that was being given to people in the detention center. There was
But
a guy.
you guys had somebody from the detention center reach out to you specifically and tell you that?
Carly, or did you not hear what I just said?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to listen to. I'm
So-
not trying to be disrespectful. I am trying to listen to all of you guys.
So you're saying, Carly, the only way for us to know something is if someone in the detention center specifically reaches out to one of us
That
personally?
is not at all what I'm saying, but that is how I perceived what you said to me. So I'm just trying. You said you had the intel. Where are you getting the intel from?
Various people have spoken to people who are being
Reporting?
held.
Yeah. From the
Various
where
people,
the
like,
the
from
detainees are
like
being
AP?
deposed. Yeah.
Associated Press.
But wait, so like, where are they getting the information from? If
people
we're not
in the
allowed to see
team.
what's going on inside, I'm really curious, honestly.
In the people inside Alligator Alcatraz.
Okay, so there are people that you guys are getting intel from that are speaking
That
to the
make the
detainees
news.
specifically.
They make the news.
Yeah.
Yes, they come to the news and say this is what's going on in there.
Okay, so you think that's happening to every single one of them, or perhaps maybe we're just reading this story wrong?
Okay, so Carly, hold on. So if it's happening, if we know it's happening to some prisoners in Alligator Alcatraz, but not all of them, that's your line, then that's what makes it not a concentration camp if some of them are treated better, but others are.
Oh, I never said that it wasn't a concentration
You're the
camp.
one.
What
Carly,
I said was I just didn't.
You asked,
I
well,
didn't.
what is it happening to all of them? So does it matter if it's happening to all of them? We know that we're getting reports of it happening to people inside the thing. So in your question was, is it happening to all the people inside? So does that matter, Carly, if it's happening to all of them?
Well, I mean, yeah, it does. If that is literally
Okay, so
the thing
you
that's
are
happening.
saying that if it's only happening to some people in Alligator Alcatraz, then it's actually not.
No,
that
that's
hard.
not what I'm saying at all. What I was saying was that.
Does it matter if it's happening to all of them or not?
Okay, I'm getting a little lost here because what I said.
Here is reporting on this thing. It's a minute long. Just listen.
Okay.
And right now at Alligator Alcatraz are sharing what they say is happening inside. They claim that they're enduring inhumane conditions at the new immigration detention center in the Everglades. A phone call from detainees was shared on Instagram, on the Instagram account for Cuban reggaeton artist Laamsi La Figura. He was arrested last week in Miami on assault charges, and he says he was transferred to Alligator Alcatraz. During the call, which was entirely in Spanish, detainees claim they do not have access to water, that they're being given inadequate or moldy food, and they're also being denied religious rights. Listen.
Here, there's no water for anyone to bathe. It's been 4 days since anyone has bathed. There's nothing to brush your teeth. They keep the lights on 24/7. The mosquitoes are the size of elephants.
Within the last 2 hours, the Florida Division of Emergency Management sent us this statement. In it, they say that all of those allegations are untrue. They say the facility meets all state and federal obligations for detentions.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's shitty. I guess what can we do as citizens what can we do?
Not elect people who support this, like Donald Trump and the Republican Party that enabled this, that gave ICE $150 billion extra to do this type of bullshit. To not signal boost people who are buying merch that have Alligator Alcatraz written on it to try and like glorify this behavior, this inhumane treatment of people. It doesn't matter if they're citizens. It doesn't matter if they're legal, illegal. It doesn't matter if they committed a crime or not. They're people. They are humans. And we are doing this to them. And Donald Trump is bragging about this. Like, to Tammy's point, Tammy sent me a Venmo, and I appreciate that. You said that Dachau did not start as an unaliving camp. So Dachau was the first concentration camp. It did not start as an unaliving camp. It started as a detention camp to deport people, to imprison people and deport them. That's how Dachau started. It was the first concentration camp. And that's what's happening right fucking now. The conditions that you yourself described, that Brenna was like asking you questions and you were volunteering this information about like, well, you know, they weren't really fed properly. They were, you know, degraded all the time. They didn't really have proper beds. They weren't able to sleep. That's exactly what they're describing. Moldy food with maggots in it. Lights on 24/7, can't sleep. They're degraded. They're denied their access to their Bible because they don't have religious rights. That's literally what this guy was talking about.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand like the anger. It is very angering, and especially as a nurse, like, again, I have to care for anybody that comes in that door, no matter what happens, and I do that full 100% to the best of my ability. And you know, to hear or see somebody that is going through something like that, I feel helpless amongst so many other problems that are going on. Yeah, I feel helpless, and it's angering. And again, like I said, I don't, like, you can pick apart every single thing that happens in any presidency and get angry about something. You know, I would love to be able to go down there and help, but how can I do that?
Do you actually want to know how you could help, Carly?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you don't sound very sincere in that. Do you actually want to know how you could help, Carly?
If it's something that I can actually do, yeah.
Yeah, okay. You sound, I mean, if you want to help, there are ways you can help. And Carly, I do have to point out, you are responsible for this. You're one of the people who's responsible for this happening. And I don't know, if I were you, I get it. Mistakes happen, right? I think you were warned. I think everyone was warned, you know, not just by the left, that this is exactly what was going to happen. Trump, I think he and the people around him made it pretty clear that this was going to happen too. But let's just give you every benefit of every doubt on this one and say you genuinely were hoodwinked, and this was a sincere mistake, and you are shocked to find out that this is where we are. I just
like, no, I mean,
no.
Can you hold on? Can you just tell me what I can do to help, not tell me that I'm at fault for
well, I do. I want to bring your attention to it, Carly. I want to bring your attention to it because I think the first thing is recognizing your responsibility in it, because that will help prevent you perhaps contributing to this happening again. I think it's important. I think people who are responsible for harm should take stock of that, and so to learn from it. So I'm giving you every benefit of the doubt, Carly. Number one, I think you have to recognize the part that you played in it, at least personally. You don't have to run around, maybe say it, but like just for yourself, so that in the future, maybe you can make some better choices, right? Maybe in the future, you won't support the people who are doing this, right? Whether it's Trump, whether it's every other fucking Republican doing this, whether it's anyone who espouses the same ideologies as those people. Number one, that's just the basic thing, right? Number two, you can actually speak out as someone who supported him, and I assume other Republicans. You can start speaking out and say, hey, I'm someone who was hoodwinked. I'm someone who believed in this, and this, even someone who supported Trump, I can look at this and say, this is disgusting, and I am not okay with it.
Yes, and I can. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I mean, and I'm literally not trying to be rude. I have actually thoroughly enjoyed this conversation and respect. I mean, at the end of the day, the debates that we are doing online really isn't going to change anybody's mind. It's not going to.
So your mind isn't changed, Carly. You stand by your choice to support this and make this happen. Got it, Carly. Good to know. Good to know. You stand by it.
I'm sorry that you sound so offended by that, but I don't support like I said in the very beginning, I don't support 100% anybody that makes decisions are being made for us, basically, right? I don't 100% support everything that happens.
Carly, that is the equivalent of you saying, like, let's just change the names let's just very quickly, let's change the names. Instead of immigration or deportation, let's say building highways, okay, infrastructure. So that it's that policy. And instead of Donald Trump, we're going to say Shitler, mustache man. the villain of the 20th century, that guy, that motherfucker. That is the equivalent of you saying, well, actually, you know what? Like, I don't support everything that Hitler did, but there was a lot of infrastructure projects during his early years. So I mean, like, I don't support everything, but I'm also not going to take accountability for electing a fucking
were
tyrant.
literally killed during the Holocaust. I mean, that is a different time.
I promise you, Carly, that we are going to see people dying in these facilities. I swear to you that is going to happen. And I know for a fact, based on your entire demeanor, your tone, the way that you've approached this conversation, the way that you have talked to Brenna and to me, the way that you're just like unfazed by this information. I know for a fact that when the bodies start getting rolled out of there, you will justify it. You'll be like, well, I don't support everything. That's how you're going to do it. That is how you will support that shit.
No, and in fact, I mean, that is not how I will support that. And
bullshit.
In fact, there are so many things that I am angry about. And
not angry enough. Okay.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't seem like angry enough. But Carly, I just also, and I'm sorry, just to hop on to this point that Nemo got to respond to. Was when you're talking about like the line for you is going to be unaliving.
I am vaccinated.
Right? You're talking about how the line for you is unalivings, right? And Nemo is saying we will definitely get there, and you're basically saying, well, when we cross that bridge, I will be upset. I would like to know, Carly, does that mean that everyone else who was in Dachau or Auschwitz or any other camp under the Mustache Man who was not unalived, were the things that were done to them okay?
I honestly, this conversation's not really going anywhere anymore. I mean, it's like
new question. What do you mean it's not going anywhere? Were the things that were done to the people who survived the camps, were the things done to them okay? Those were not a red line for you?
And like back in the Holocaust?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
you know how not every single person came out unalived. So I'm asking you, the people who were in the camps.
Well, I mean, I think like what I had said earlier, it's absolutely heartbreaking, and I'm not saying that this isn't heartbreaking, but I mean, I just like at this point in my life, I mean, like I said, I want to help those people. There's like as me just sitting here debating, there's nothing I can do right now, right?
I was just telling you what you could do, and you cut me off because you said you clearly. All I suggested you do, Carly, was take stock of your decision.
You can't tell somebody, well, I made it wrong. Like, go tell everybody that you made a wrong decision. Like, maybe I did make a wrong decision, but maybe I did make a good decision.
Okay, so this is a good decision. You think this is a good decision that you made? Okay.
Honestly, and you're putting words in my mouth. I said maybe. I mean, any decision that I ever make is, decisions are hard to make. They're very hard to make.
I'm not disagreeing, Carly. And like I said, I gave you every benefit of every doubt. And I said, maybe you were hoodwinked. And I said that if you truly wanted to help, I think you can speak out. Literally, the only suggestion I made to you was, hey, you could speak out on what you admit is not okay. You can start calling your representatives. You can start speaking among your community, your friends, your family, who also have the same beliefs as you and also voted the same way. You can start having these conversations with them and being like, hey, I know that we supported this and I know that we're responsible for bringing this about, but I think we need to have a tough conversation and acknowledge what harm is being done. And this is a red line for me. I hope it's a red line for you. All I'm asking you to do, Carly, is take stock and like recognize the part you played and have a conversation. I'm asking you to talk. And the fact that you immediately shut me down and you're unwilling, like, oh, I would help them if I could. If you tell me how,
I've been talking
all you need to do to help them is talk.
And I've been very respectful.
And you're not even willing to do that. You're not even willing to speak on their behalf.
I've been talking to you guys, and I've been very respectful. And I have to get off because I do have to go to work. It really has been nice talking to you guys, and I know that we all have different opinions and beliefs.
Yeah, like concentration camps are bad. Exactly. Yes, we have different opinions on that. Correct, Carly. You don't need to be rude, you know. You don't have to. I think I do, Carly. I think I do need to be a little rude. I'm not fine. You can be rude. I don't feel like I've been rude to you. Anyways, I gotta go. You guys have a great night. I don't think you've been rude, Carly. I think you're cruel. Okay. You don't know me, so okay. Goodbye. I do, Carly. I know exactly who you are. No, you don't. Carly defends concentration. Concentration camp Carly.
Right? Holy fuck.
Concentration camp Carly. Damn. That's someone who's in charge of people's health, guys.
Holy shit. I didn't think I would actually get on.
What's up, dude? Are you a Trump supporter?
What's up, buddy? Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
What do you like about Trump, guys? I'm chewing through some brownies right now. If y'all want to.
Well, I'm gonna say I've been listening to your stream for a while now, and I like you, dude. I do, but I know you have, you know, understandably you have like not so great, things against Trump, which everybody does. Everybody does. But at the same time, I think Trump's a great guy. I mean, if you look at it, he's an idiot, yeah, but he hasn't done anything wrong for us, has he?
Yeah, he's done plenty of things wrong.
Well, so hasn't every other president, right?
Well, you started by saying he hasn't done anything wrong, and I'm saying, well, yeah, no, he absolutely has.
A little bit.
Okay, so then why did you originally say he has not done anything wrong?
Well, as far as I can see, he hasn't done anything wrong.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you're cool with concentration camps.
Where does that come into play here? I don't understand that.
You said that you don't think anything he's doing is wrong, and a concentration camp just got set up and is being run. So you don't think there's anything wrong with that?
I don't believe that, honestly. And
Okay,
like you guys have been talking about this, and I just don't see it. That's the whole thing. I don't see this.
The word concentration camp has a definition, and an alligator Alcatraz meets that definition. So it's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of
Okay. You've been stuck on this for a fucking minute, and it's kind of annoying, honestly.
stuck on
I'm gonna be
concentration
honest.
camps.
Yeah, the whole thing with the concentration camps, it's like annoying as fuck.
Oh,
Because
God forbid.
honestly,
sorry that it annoys you.
I'm sorry. Can I swear on this?
I
I
bet you're
apologize
someone
if
who
I.
spent at least 4 years, if not longer, whining about immigrants. Now I'm not allowed to be stuck on a concentration camp that's been around. It's been open just for a few days.
So what you're saying is Trump is just setting up concentration camps?
That's literally what he's
That's
doing.
what you're saying?
Literally by
What he's
definition.
doing, right?
Literally
Now,
by definition.
come on, where? What? The media is telling you this? The internet's telling you
the
this? That's where you get
Everglades.
it? Where are your sources?
Everglades.
Where are your sources? Where do your sources come from?
It's right in front of you, dude.
The Trump administration literally released videos of the place, dude.
Jesus Christ. It's just ridiculous.
You're not denying it.
What's ridiculous?
Because everybody reads everything on the internet, and then they go from source
You're asking for sources, and then you're
source.
saying everybody reads everything on the internet. Do you want us to provide sources, or do you not?
That's everybody's source now.
So
All media is
the
source
internet,
now.
no shit.
Dude, is Trump lying about it when he says he set up Alligator Alcatraz and he's releasing photos and videos from inside Alligator Alcatraz? Is Trump lying?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You voted for a liar? Damn.
This guy.
Well, I guess according to you, Trump is not doing anything to immigrants, right? He's not actually deporting anyone. He's actually not arresting anyone, right? He's lying about all of it.
No, he is, but he's doing it for a good reason.
Oh, okay. Wait, but he's lying about where he's putting them?
Wait, I thought you were a Trump supporter. The hell? What's going on here? So are you for Trump or against Trump?
I'm against Trump, dude.
And what the fuck? What's the point? Why are you against Trump? What's the big problem with Trump? What's the biggest problem with Trump right now?
You said that when Trump said...
What's the biggest problem right now with Trump? What's the biggest problem?
I'm sorry, you're pivoting away because you know that the concentration camp is real. You can't answer. You said that Trump is lying when he says that he set up.
No, you're the one that's stuck on this concentration camp thing. I'm coming in saying that Trump has done good for us, and you're stuck on this shit. You've been stuck on this shit for the last I don't know, half hour.
You said, I believe your exact words were, everything he's done is good for America. So I'm asking you, are concentration camps good? And you said that the concentration camp is not true. And so I asked you, was Trump lying when he shared photos, videos, and statements about Alligator Alcatraz? And you said, yes, he was lying. So I'm asking you, if he's lying about building Alligator Alcatraz, and all that footage and all those photos are lies that he's releasing, what else is he saying that are lies? Is everything he's saying about like immigration, like you're claiming he's doing so much good stuff, but you're also saying that he's lying about stuff. So how do you know he's doing anything good if he's just lying to you?
You know, you have very valid points, and I see where you're coming from. I get that, but at the same time, I just don't understand either. I don't get it. I don't get it because like you're stuck on this one thing.
What did she say just now?
What with going?
Yeah,
with
I want you to just give a summary of what she just said to you.
You're real hung up on concentration camps.
No, well, she's hung up on it, not me. She is.
No, you are in your feelings.
Repeating it and repeating it and repeating it.
Yes,
it's been the whole thing this entire time. Like I don't get why you're doing
because
this.
I have a problem with them. You apparently don't. You just want to. Here's the thing.
So doesn't everybody, dude. But like you're just pulling
how,
out like.
I feel like it's very warranted.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, you're never wrong, but shut up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm stuck on concentration camps. I will say also, Tin, because you have yet to like acknowledge their existence or anything. You're just trying to like pivot out of a point or a topic of discussion, and me insisting that you actually just like engage.
So now you're saying I'm trying to pivot out of a debate.
On it, but like, sure,
I'm not trying to debate with you. I'm not trying to debate. I'm really not. Just you were stuck on the whole concentration camp.
Yeah.
Like I'm not trying to pivot and debate.
That's not an insult. Being stuck on concentration camps, that's not an insult to me. My point is that like someone literally just being like, no, let's address this point, and like insisting on you addressing a point that you're very clearly trying to avoid is not the same, is not being stuck on something. But if you want to call it that, fine, let's call it. Why are you so afraid of addressing it? Why are you so afraid of addressing it?
You got me on that one.
So do you support the concentration camp or not?
I want to say no, but at the same time, like Trump wouldn't push for a concentration camp. That's the whole thing.
The fuck he wouldn't, dude.
The fuck he wouldn't, he says. You listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. The one
that's you stalling because you don't have a good comeback. Try again.
Every fucking 5 minutes. Every fucking 5 minutes, right?
Every fucking 5 minutes what?
Yeah. You sit there and you're just like, oh, I'm gonna listen to the debate and see what's going on. Then I'll put my 2 cents in every fucking 5 minutes. Shut up.
Dude, what?
Ugh, panicking.
Are you familiar with like a multi-guest panel? Do you understand how conversations work, dude? Don't laugh. I understand you're stalling again because you don't actually know what the fuck you're talking about.
On some real shit, I'm not a Trump supporter at all. I am not. On some real shit. I fucking hate Trump.
Go on, get.
Go on, get. Do you think concentration camp is bad? I want to say yes. Or do you agree with concentration camps? I want to say no. So say it. So fucking say it.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, are you a Trump supporter?
No, but what do we do? What action do we take?
Guys, there's a lot of actions you can take. While we're waiting for another guest, you can show up on the days of action. You can reach out to do mutual aid among your communities. You can reach out to your representatives, especially in red states. You can speak to your local representatives and talk to them about how they're going to resist the regime.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say thank you to both of you, well, actually all three of you, for being such strong voices on the internet, because I've been listening to you guys for a while and I am 100% in agreement with you. I am terrified of what this country is going to turn out to be for my son. And I just want to say thank you for being strong voices out there. Sorry that I'm upset, but thank you for just being strong voices and for just spreading this
out on TikTok and out on the internet, because I think this is the only way that we can stop this tyranny from happening. And it's really terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. But I just want to say thank you to both of you. Like, you guys make great points, and Pickles, thank you for, being the host of this. I really, really appreciate it. So thank you for
Anytime.
just letting me have a few, just a few seconds of your time. Sorry that I jumped in, but thank you very much, all three of you.
Anytime. Thank you.
It is a scary time. It's a very scary time.
Apparently, there's already been one hospitalization related to that, the concentration camp.
Is there really?
Yeah.
Miss Brianna, I want to talk with you about the concentration camp. And hopefully I'll do a better job than the previous guy did.
Okay. We want to defend?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a conservative, hardcore immigrant. So what is your definition of a concentration camp?
It's not my definition. There is a definition.
All right. Well, I don't want to look it up. Can we just agree that the purpose of a concentration camp is to mass detention of people, often based on race, religion, and politics?
It doesn't have to be about race, but sure.
Okay,
Race,
and it's also without due process, and usually is ran by totalitarian regimes?
A place, here's the actual definition. A place where large numbers of people, especially political prisoners or members of persecuted minorities, are deliberately imprisoned in a relatively small area with inadequate facilities, sometimes to provide forced labor or to await mass unaliving. The term is most strongly associated with the several hundred camps established by the, Wets in Germany and occupied Europe, blah, blah, blah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Germany, Nazi Germany, Auschwitz, Stalin's Gulag.
Strongly associated. Yeah, it's the most strongly associated. That's
correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So how is that the same with the ICE detention centers that we have throughout the United States, not just in Florida?
A place where a large number of with large numbers of people, especially political prisoners or members of persecuted minorities, are deliberately imprisoned in a relatively small area with inadequate facilities.
But that is not what is happening in ICE detention centers, because in ICE detention centers, the purpose of them is to temporary immigration detention of individuals awaiting hearings or deportation or
immigrant. Where in the definition does it say it doesn't count if they're going to be eventually deported? Where does that, I must have missed that.
But it doesn't matter, because then by your definition, every jail and prison in the United States is a concentration camp.
Well, if they actually meet the definition with inadequate facilities,
but it doesn't,
a relatively small area,
it doesn't meet the definition by any means of any way, shape, or form. Because
you're saying, no, according to you, sorry, you're the one who's claiming that every prison in America.
I cannot hear you if you interrupt me.
You're the one who's claiming that every prison in America meets this definition, right?
No, I did not make that claim. What?
You said according to this definition, every prison in America would apply. It would apply.
No, I said that by your logic, then you would apply that to jail and prison. And the argument that I make is that ICE detention centers in America, the purpose is temporary immigration detention, and the goal is to enforce immigration laws.
So you're saying that this definition doesn't apply if it's temporary?
Of course it does not apply.
According to what?
So you just let everybody willy-nilly that we are about to deport free in the United States?
Hey, immigrant would say it doesn't count if it's supposed to be temporary.
But it doesn't matter, because then if you're making the argument that it doesn't say anywhere in the definition, then by your wrong assumption, you can apply that to every jail and prison in the United States. That's the argument that I'm making.
No, you're the one who says it applies. So yeah, once again, you're saying that this applies to every jail and prison in the United States.
No,
you're saying
that is not the argument that I'm making. Holy fucking, how do you guys even do political debates like this? Like, how can you draw this pathetic conclusion? Seriously.
So, immigrant, hold on. Let me just, I know we're going in, I am listening, Michael. So immigrant, you're saying that the migrant detention centers don't count. They fit this definition, but they don't count because the migrants are going to be deported. But you're saying that if the deportation doesn't matter whether or not it's a concentration camp, according to you, that would mean that every prison in America is a concentration camp. But at last I checked, most people in prison are not being deported. So according to you, either way, whether the deportation thing makes it a concentration camp or not,
That is not what I'm
you're
saying.
saying that every prison in America is a concentration camp.
Holy fucking short attention deficit. No, the purpose of a concentration camp is mass detention of people without due process. That has been the rule in every concentration camp throughout the history of the planet. The purpose of an ICE detention center is to temporarily house immigrants in the ICE detention facility.
Without due process.
If you're in prison, what happens before you go to prison?
You go to court.
Oh, okay, that's due process.
Correct.
So then your argument that we could have, by the logic that has been laid out, that we would also have to classify jails and prisons in this country as concentration camps.
And do we have
that falls apart because by definition they get due process before going into those facilities.
Negative. Do we still have people in jail that have not been through a trial yet? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So then your argument is null and void.
No, immigrant, because people who are in jail, still have habeas corpus. They have charges levied against them. They often have a bail or a bond, all according to the law. They are assigned a lawyer if they cannot afford one for themselves. They are regularly brought before a judge. So they're receiving due process.
Do you realize that a civil immigration detention is not the same as getting a criminal trial with 12 jurors in the United States?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so then you cannot make the argument that is the same, because it really is not the same. ICE detention and being arrested by an ICE officer is not the same. Can you shut up for a second and listen? Can you listen?
No, immigrant, I'm responding to your point.
No, you're not. You're interrupting me. Do you have the capacity to listen? Because you listen.
Are you that Romanian dude from earlier?
You're not listening to me because I'm proving you wrong and it hurts you.
Are you the Romanian dude from that other live?
Due process is not just
I'm the Romanian guy that you
guys it's you. Okay.
When I proved you wrong. Remember when I proved you wrong last night and after that you kicked me? Yeah. Typical leftist behavior.
I'm doubting this version of events.
No, I proved them wrong. I proved them wrong. They made the claim that crossing the border illegally is a civil violation, and I proved them wrong that it's a misdemeanor, and then they kicked me. It's typical bullshit American that does not know how immigration functions in the United States.
Do you mean that a galaxy was paid and you were kicked?
Dumbass. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm an immigrant.
Listen while you're debating with the other person. Don't tell me to shut up.
You just told her to shut up not 2 minutes ago. Oh my fucking God.
Jesus Christ. Like, how emotionally weak do you have to be in a fucking debate?
You literally won't let anyone respond to when you pretend to ask a question.
I allowed you to respond. You're the one that keeps interrupting.
No, you didn't.
Yes, you are.
Due process does not just mean a trial. So being denied due process doesn't just mean that you don't receive a trial.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, and then you got mad at me.
Continue on this line. I'll let you talk.
Simple.
Anything else?
I'm just explaining due process to you.
You don't have to explain due process to me. I deal with immigration. I'm very well familiar how due process works in immigration.
You guys, definitely write this guy down. If he's dealing with immigration with these beliefs, that means he's the guy who's putting people in concentration camps.
What you gonna do? Come to my house and freaking assault me? Ask the last guy that did that. How that fucking went for him.
Wait, someone did that previously?
Yeah.
That's concerning.
Somebody came at 7 a.m. at my house. I got out of my house to go to work at 7 a.m. and he was like, "Hey Bogdan, how is it going?" And he was the guy that threatened me a month before, and cops didn't do anything, sheriffs didn't do anything, all the way to the freaking attorney general that didn't do anything. I was living in Kentucky back then.
What were you wearing?
Ask him how that fucking worked for him.
Why were you out at such a time?
At 7 a.m.?
You were asking for it.
Sounds like you were.
Oh, yeah, so it's my fault. Because the left is...
Yeah, no, you were asking for it.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, you were an immigrant in Kentucky. You were asking for it.
Yeah. Of course. Great logic.
Okay. You
absolutely.
agree. All
Why,
right.
why am I not surprised that you guys are making excuses for a violent leftist thug that tried to come and assault me at my house?
I literally, we don't fucking, you don't
I was being
understand.
facetious, dude. Being
Yeah, dude, you don't
sarcastic.
understand what he's
Well,
saying?
I didn't get
Oh.
your tone, so
Whoa.
I mean, you guys are the violent ones. Just this week, there was 11 people in North Texas tried to unalive a bunch of ICE agents.
Oh. Why? Why do you think that was? Did you cry for the Gestapo too?
Well, they are not the Gestapo, and any American that calls ICE agents the Gestapo is a moron. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
At least I am American.
That's happening. Can I answer your question? Because you asked me why do I think that's happening. It's very simple, because of all the hate and fear mongering spread by people like you, politicians, and the mass media. They were absolutely quiet when Obama deported 5.3 million immigrants, 2 million of which during fast-track deportations in the middle of the night. And
so do you have a problem with fast-track deportations or not?
I have no issue with fast-track deportations for someone that thinks
so you must love Obama, right?
I have no issue. I have no issue with fast-track deportations for somebody.
So you have no issue when Obama did it.
Shut up for a second, woman.
You just tell me to shut up.
Well, you don't fucking shut up. All you do is
Dude,
somebody
yeah.
that's been convicted of a crime. I have no issue with fast-track deportation. If you
they're
have not
convicted
been
of a crime.
convicted of a crime,
Okay,
I
if they're
have an
convicted
issue.
of a crime.
Say what?
So you do have an issue with fast-track deportations if it's against someone who is not convicted of a crime.
Correct.
Okay, so the majority of people being rounded up right now and imprisoned and then detained imprisoned and then deported eventually do not have a criminal conviction.
70%? 90% of the people sent to CCOT had no criminal record in either country as well.
But we have a law that allows it. That doesn't mean that I have to agree with it. You asked me if I agree with it, and the answer is no.
You said you have a problem with it if it's happening to people who don't have a criminal conviction.
Correct, but the current fast-track deportation law from 1996 allows fast-track deportation for people that entered the U.S. illegally outside of a point of entry. They have been in the United States, I think it's for less than 2 years, but I'm not
less than 2 years. Yeah, you're talking about expedited removals.
Yeah, and somebody that did not claim asylum during the time that they were within the United States.
The key difference is that we are talking about deporting people using fast-track authority to a prison in El Salvador that we do not have jurisdiction over, that Donald Trump himself has admitted and pretended that he does not have any type of say or sway or jurisdiction whatsoever over that prison, which we literally don't. That's very different. That's not deportation. That is, I mean, honestly, it's kidnapping, I guess, by the legal definition, but that's what it is. We're taking people that don't have criminal convictions and, quote unquote, it's not deporting, sending them to a facility outside of this country, not the country that they are from. How is that it's not the same thing as like what Clinton did or what Obama did. Like, it's vastly different. Also, just a very side note, you said that everybody was quiet when Obama did it. Obama's title was Deporter in Chief. Also, the ACLU literally was very loud about this during Obama's time.
Nobody on the media was talking about it.
Is it social media? Social media, iPhones were
nobody in the immigrant community was fearful under Obama. Nobody. And now everybody, including legal immigrants, here she goes interrupting again. And now even legal immigrants that came here the right way are freaking out. Why? Because of content that you guys are pushing, politicians and stupid people like AOC and Jasmine Crockett.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that...
To go back to the CCOT argument, the people that have been deported and sent to CCOT, that is the maximum security in El Salvador, have been gang members.
No, false. That's the thing, dude. That's the 90% number that we're talking about.
Can I finish?
No, because you're wrong. So listen closely, because you're about to talk about how they were gang members and all that shit. Listen closely. We were talking about the 90% number that we mentioned just a few minutes ago. That 90% had no criminal record. You remember us saying that? That is the same set of people that were sent to CCOT. The people sent to CCOT on those planes did not have a criminal record in the 90% of them did not have a criminal record in the United States or their country of origin or anywhere that anyone could find. CBS and the New York Times did independent, separate investigations into this and came to the same conclusion that they can't find any criminal record on 90% of the people on those planes. So that is the point that we're making.
All right, you done? Okay, so you can be in this country illegally and not have a criminal record. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay, so we can agree that you can be an immigrant that crossed the border willy-nilly and never had anything to do with the law in the United States. Okay, so can you name me and list me, or just name the 8 categories of immigrants that can be deported without an immigration hearing from the United States?
Can you first address the point that Nemo was making?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I don't think you are.
Well, aren't you the smart one reading my mind?
Make your point, man.
Okay, so you can deport, under Title 8, you can deport terrorists and gang members from the United States without them having a criminal record and without going through immigration court. The argument that they have no criminal record is absolutely invalid on this point.
And I'm not talking about. So I think you're focusing on the wrong part. I'm gonna try it again. All right. So we have the authority. We have the authority to deport people who fall into like a bad guy category. Okay. We can deport them without due process, without a hearing, blah blah blah. We can do fast track. We have the authority to do that. Yes. Okay. So this person, they can be deported. The authority to do that is not in question. Even without a criminal record, the authority to do that is not in question. The question is the actual destination of the deportation.
Well, that's part
if
of
they
it.
are being deported to somewhere that they did not originate from, that is not a deportation. There are only very limited circumstances where you can deport to a third-party country. Very, very, very limited circumstances. This was done during the Obama era too. They are very limited circumstances.
And Trump very arbitrarily made, was it Trinidad and MS-13 turned them into T groups.
Yeah.
When there was no knowledge or anything, or any sort of intelligence that pointed towards that fact. And the person that came out, there was somebody that came out and said, yeah, there was no conclusive evidence of that. They fired him.
Well, that's, yeah, and that's part of the due process thing, right? Like, okay, you can do it without a criminal record, but to say you can get rid of a terrorist or gang member if they have no criminal record, but you gotta prove that they're one of those things, right? In theory, you don't get to just say that. And the crazy thing about gang members, I mean, and T groups as well, like obviously, but T groups, you have to like officially classify them. The thing about gang members is like, I could start a little club, let's say I start a book club, right? And I call it like the anti-Trump book club. If Trump is in a bad mood one day, he might decide that book clubs that read books, you know, that are anti-Trump, that we're a gang, right? And all of a sudden, I'm magically deportable without ever having committed a crime. Like the reason we talk about gang members as being deportable without a criminal record, technically, like if a gang isn't committing crimes or a member of a gang isn't committing crimes, I don't really care what kind of a fucking club he's a part of personally. You know what I mean? Like, I know, obviously, gang violence is a problem, but if you can't prove that someone has committed it, then it doesn't sound like they're very dangerous to me. You know?
Sure. What's up, Notorious?
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What do you
Yes,
like
I
about
am.
What do you like about Trump?
Oh, pretty much everything at this point, but let's keep the conversation going. So, you guys made it seem like you guys were saying that entering the USA illegally is not a big deal because it's a misdemeanor. Is that correct?
Yeah, Class C.
Okay. When does that become a felony, in your opinion, or maybe you know?
I think multiple accounts, repeated offenders.
Okay, and
Uh,
what kind of punishment does it carry for a first-time offender who enters the USA illegally?
it's $50 to $250 fine.
That's it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yep.
What if I told you there's also a possibility of 6 months in jail?
Yeah. Max.
Why'd you leave that one out?
It slipped my mind. That you
Uh, you
usually
realize how you guys go on. Go ahead, finish.
I was about to say it, but yeah, usually sitting 6 months in jail for a $250 offense would be insane, right? Because the Texas taxpayer or whatever, the federal taxpayer would be paying $200-$300 a day for that inmate. So they don't do that too
Are
often.
you trying to say that you spend 6 months in jail if you don't pay the fine? Is that what you're trying to implicate?
Yeah,
No.
if you look at the fine, and you
He's
So
saying
if
that
you're
the
saying there's
cost
a
of a
fine,
fine.
but if you don't pay... I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Sorry to put words in your mouth. He's saying relative a misdemeanor that like total the government and the taxpayer will receive $250 for. That's like the max that they can recoup for a crime like that. For the government to then spend $250, $230 a day for 6 months to imprison someone on something that the penal code doesn't really see as all that serious. Clearly, it's a misdemeanor with a very small fine attached. It seems like a lot of cost to the taxpayers for a minor. So it's rare for that to garner that sort of sentence.
Okay, and who pays for all the court hearings and the judges that are in those asylum courts listening to these asylum applications? Who's paying for that?
the taxpayer.
Isn't that an expense on the same public that you're so concerned about, which will pay for for jails and prisons?
Sure.
Sure.
We're not.
So your point is not really valid because it applies to both
Notorious.
cases.
We're talking about the likelihood of a sentence like that being handed out. We're not issuing a moral judgment on it. We're just saying it's unlikely for a 6-month sentence to be given to someone for crossing the border illegally once because of the cost to the taxpayers. We're not saying whether that's good or bad.
Yeah, no, but it's bad for the taxpayers because when you give somebody a full 5 or 10 year long process of court hearings and prosecutors and this and that, the American citizens are the ones paying for that, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So here's a guy who probably cut a fence or dug a tunnel or something, entered USA, and now the taxpayers are funding the legal process for that guy just to get rid of him or her.
Well, no, not
And just
to prove that he broke a specific law and did what you are accusing him of doing. I could say you did that, man. I could say you cut a hole through the fence and came in here illegally.
Yeah, but then I will surrender my papers and say I came here legally. Matter of fact, I did. I'm a legal
You
immigrant.
you better hope they give you a process by which you can show those papers.
What do you mean? Who here was?
Do you know what due process is, man?
I know exactly what due process is, and you have to earn due process. You don't just show up and demand due process. There's a difference.
You're saying that if you get picked up, if someone accuses you of cutting a hole through the fence, you're going to show your papers to prove that you didn't cut a hole through the fence.
All you gotta do is you can fingerprint me.
Listen, you can fingerprint me. You can check my ID. There's 1,000 different ways to check who I am, how I got here, my whole history for the
When
last
do you think
25
that
years.
happens, man? When do you think that happens?
When you get picked up by the police or ICE or whoever.
Only if they want to go through that process.
They always go through that process. They always go through that process. You guys, this is the lies that you guys are spreading nonstop. That they pick a guy up, they take him to El Salvador, and they don't even check who he is, what his name is, or whatever.
I'm sorry, but
just
Trump
like the news
literally
said,
said
a
that.
Maryland father.
Trump literally said that his administration, the Trump administration literally said that they accidentally sent someone that they shouldn't have sent. They're the ones who said that they did it without checking.
Who was that? Mr. Kelmar?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Guillermo Abrego Garcia.
Yeah, so there was no accident. There was never an accident.
Okay, so they did it on purpose.
That was intentional, and that's exactly what he deserved. He's part of a gang called MS-13, and because he was a gang member, it's okay to deport him without due process.
That's not okay. So you're a gang member.
Okay, prove it.
I don't have to anymore.
You got any tattoos?
Yeah, you do. Yes,
any
you
tattoos?
do.
They didn't have to prove that he was a gang member. They kicked him out.
Did you? What proof do you have? Have you ever seen me associate with these gang members? Have you seen me talk to them?
Do you have any tattoos whatsoever?
I don't have to prove it anymore.
No, I don't have tattoos, and I don't drink, just like Donald Trump.
That was a weird comparison. Do you have any piercings, body modifications
whatsoever?
whatsoever?
Drinks like crazy every day. I understand.
Do you have facial hair?
That's okay. Yes, I have facial hair. So what?
Okay, so do gang members. Boom. There you go.
I don't have to prove it. No one has to prove it.
I'm gonna write MS. I'm gonna write MS-13 in Arial font over your beard, and that's gonna be enough.
Nobody's ever said that except for you. That anybody who has a beard is a gang member. Nobody has ever said that. You're probably the first person to say something that dumb. Well, I'm talking about gang tattoos on your fingers that literally say, well, not literally, that symbolically say MS-13.
Dude, I have tattoos. Prove that it's a. Can you prove that?
Okay, so if your tattoo says I am a gang member, you're gonna get in trouble.
Wait. Did Guillermo Abrego Garcia tattoo say I am a gang member? Where did he have that?
There were symbols that resemble MS-13. He did not have.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't resemble it at all.
Well, can you tell me about how the
if
skull,
you know anything about
how does the skull represent a 3?
If you know anything about prison tattoos, they never literally say I am a gang member.
So you've been to prison. You're okay, Notorious. So you know about prison tattoos?
I'm sorry. Wait, how do you make these judgments? Because I said the word prison, I've been to prison?
You said if you know anything about prison tattoos. Why do you know about prison tattoos?
Yes. Yeah. So you don't have to be in prison to know about prison.
Okay, so then the experts on prison tattoos and the experts on gang tattoos, actual experts, said that these images, the imagery had absolutely nothing to do with MS-13. So actual experts on it.
So why was it the case? Why was it the case that there was a picture posted by his girlfriend where she hides the tattoo out of that picture? Why did she hide it? What was the point of hiding it?
That's what proves that I hid photos of my tattoo from my parents. Does that make me a gang member?
No, you hide it from your parents for a different reason, an obvious reason, and you know
maybe that's what it was.
That's what it was.
No,
What, you know this guy? Wait, are you associated with a gang member?
Okay. Again.
Also, you mentioned the prison tattoos thing. I just needed to. Let me, before we get too far off that, dude. Are you telling me that the same place where a bunch of skinhead, white supremacist, Aryan Nation motherfuckers put swastikas on people's bodies in prison, you're telling me that gangs don't like to make their affiliation super obvious?
So, I know to you this is gonna be very obvious, but to a lot of people, they have to look up what a swastika means. I know at one point I had to, because that symbol, and I'll tell you what, I originate from India, right? That's a symbol of a Hindu god, right? They've turned that into a Nazi
my god!
Is that why you accidentally tattooed one on you?
So if you go to a place of worship in India, you'll see that symbol on the walls, and that has nothing to do with any gang whatsoever.
Is that why you have it?
It was the famous Mr. Adolf. I don't know if I can say the name. Who
just
liked
say
that symbol
Hitler.
so much.
shit
Yeah,
word who
okay,
like the
except
symbol
that
so
it
much
was
they
originally
adopted it.
like the origin of it is questionable as far as like what
No, it's not
where
questionable.
calm down.
Look it
Hold
up.
on.
Look it up.
The inspiration for it, because there was also like pottery found in like a certain area, and I believe that it was more likely going to be Nordic than anything, because Nordic like Viking era shit, they also have the swastika quite a bit. Like there's something called like a
So
thunder
I'm not trying
cross.
to
It's
get
got like
all.
3 of them. It's
I
it's
know.
it's a thing. The point is, and not to
Yeah, I
mention
think
the
we're getting
Yahtzees
distracted
literally
here,
co-opted
right?
a lot of Odal runes throughout all of their
Yeah,
shit, like
but
Sun
that's
and
not.
Rod, Odal, and
Can
then like the
you?
actual Odin rune. There's a lot of that.
Yeah, I think you're getting distracted. I'm not here for a National Geographic lesson. We were
You were
talking
the one that
about
brought up the
whether or
Hindu
not that
connection.
symbol. We were talking about how obvious a symbol is, and I'm telling you that symbol is not very obvious to a lot of people.
A
You have to
swastika
look
on
into
a
it,
white guy.
right? Like people will have
I can
symbols like
promise
I'm
you
sorry.
that
88
most
on
So
their
white
Notorious,
arm.
guys,
so
me, I'm
Notorious.
a poorly shaven white boy, okay? I
Why
promise
can't
you,
you
I
just
could
listen
not
for a second?
pronounce anything whatsoever in Hindi. I could not, I swear to God, I could not. And
Okay.
so, no, 99.9999999, which is ironic, percent of the time, it's going to be the Yahtzee connection.
Okay, that's good. But there's also tattoos like 88, which to somebody might just be their
Okay,
year of
but
birth.
Notorious.
Or
Okay.
it can also mean a lot of other things. No. Let's stay on the point, right? You're saying the tattoos are always obvious, and I'm telling you they're not.
Not always
You
obvious.
brought
No,
up
no, no.
the
But
white
Notorious. No,
gangs, and I'm telling you the
Notorious.
symbology they
The
use.
point is, Notorious. The point is that if a tattoo is to signal to other people something, like a swastika, that is, even if you claim that you didn't know what that meant. I mean, I don't fucking believe you, but like, okay, you didn't know what a swastika meant until you Googled it.
At one point, I know what
You
it is
somehow
today
made it
perfectly.
into adulthood without learning what that symbol meant.
No,
But sure.
you're
Okay, so
too many things at the
you
same
didn't know
time.
it, but still, but any like neo Yahtzee in this country, they know what that means. So when they see someone with that tattoo on, that they know what that is symbolizes. Most of them are gonna most people are not gonna like ask each other, "Hey man, you Hindu?" No, they're gonna see it and they're gonna recognize it. Same with the 88, right? It's a fucking dog whistle.
Yeah, so
If they
same
see
with the
someone,
MS-13. So same with the
okay,
MS-13.
and
Most
yet
people
no
that
one
see
in
that hand
MS-13,
know
and yet no
exactly what
one
that
in
means.
MS-13 recognizes those symbols as meaning anything about MS-13. So
Well,
entirely
you're
my
speaking
point,
for the
right?
MS-13
You're
There
saying
you
now?
how
go.
obvious it should be. It
You're
should at
speaking
least
for
be obvious.
MS-13 now?
It should
What?
at
Listen,
least be obvious to the people that it's supposed to be sending a message to. And the people who actually study this shit and actually have experience in this shit, all of them say, yeah, those fucking tattoos have nothing to do with
yeah.
MS-13.
So from left to right, poke weed, get schmy, praise God till I die. That's what
Yeah,
I've
that's
heard.
your
That means
that's how
unless you
you look
first.
at it. There's
Okay,
nothing wrong
so
with
how
that.
is a skull 3 if it's MS-13? Go ahead. How is a skull 3?
It's been debunked many times. You can go Google and look it up.
Right.
The M comes from the leaf. You know why? The S. Hang on, what was it? I might have to do a quick search on what it looked like. Hang on. Mr. Kilmar's tattoo.
Yeah, it's been debunked, man.
Not really. It's been debunked by you because you never believed it in the first place.
No, I just listen to experts. But if
It's
you
it's
know
like
better than
saying,
experts,
you
are
know,
you MS-13?
me?
Yeah.
No. I put in an
How do you
application.
know
I
more
got
than?
rejected.
So how do you know more than actual people who were
No,
in
no. I'm
MS-13?
I'm as much of an expert as you. Neither one of us know that. You just
I
claim
listen.
that it's
Yeah,
definitely
Notorious.
not
I'm
it,
not
and I'm
claiming
saying it might
Notorious.
be.
I'm not
That's the
claiming to
difference.
just look at this and know it. I'm claiming to listen
No,
to
you're
actual
saying it's
experts.
definitely not. You're giving a binary negative that you know it's not, as if you know exactly what it
I'm
is.
saying that all the experts say it's not. You're saying that you
Who's
know it
all
is.
the experts? I'm sorry. Who's all the experts? Please tell me.
Literally all.
Name a few experts.
Look it up.
Name one or two.
Look it up, dude.
You can't name any, right? So there you go. all these experts. Which experts? CNN?
So again, Notorious, you're claiming that you recognize the symbol. I mean, you're Googling right now. Why don't you tell me what expert claimed that they are MS-13 tattoos? Trump did.
Okay.
Is he an expert in MS-13? Is he?
No, it wasn't Trump. It was his team. It was the FBI. It was other
Which
parties that
expert?
told
Name them. Name it. Name them by name.
Name who? The FBI?
The expert.
Okay. All right.
While we're waiting on him, Roberto Lovato, assistant professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and author on MS-13, stated that the symbols on Garcia's fingers are not suggestive of MS-13 membership. Noted that current gang members he interviewed do not believe Garcia's tattoos represent MS-13. Emphasized that gang symbolism is, quote, notoriously difficult to interpret. I'm giving you, you kept asking for the sources. I'm giving it to you right now.
The other gang members are these experts that are saying it's not.
No, that's literally not what I said.
Repeat. Hey, Notorious. Turn your listening ears on.
I'm listening. Go on.
Okay, so Nemo, repeat the beginning part of that.
Roberto Lovato, assistant professor at University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and author on MS-13.
Okay. And
he stated that the symbols on Garcia's fingers are not suggestive of MS-13 membership. He himself stated this.
No, earlier you said according to other gang members.
No, hold on. There are multiple points here, okay? So that's point one. He stated this.
Who wrote this again? Give me the name one more time. Who wrote this?
Roberto.
This is something else. What
is the last name?
Lovato.
Lovato. Wado. Okay.
Okay, and another one is Jorge Leap. Jorja.
It's okay. One's good.
Leap.
I'm
gonna give you two.
I'm not gonna put up a big fight.
No. There's more. There's more, Notorious.
And
more.
They're an anthropologist at the University of California, Los Angeles, who's been working with and studying MS-13 for more than 2 decades. I can tell you MS-13 does not equivocate. They do not leave any ambiguity when it comes to their tattoos. Usually meaning they're very clear.
Jose Miguel Cruz, professor at Florida International University and authority on transnational gangs, indicated that nothing about Garcia's tattoos suggests MS-13 affiliation, noted that in his interviews with thousands of MS-13 members, he has never seen the specific combination of symbols found on Garcia's knuckles. Paul Bradley, tattoo artist and proprietor of Titan Inc., reported that he has tattooed similar designs on a wide variety of clients not associated with gangs, called these, quote, just symbols that people find appealing for various reasons. David Kennedy, professor of criminal justice at John Jay College, stated that identifying gang membership is complex and cannot rely solely on tattoos, affirmed that there is no statutory framework that relies just on tattoos as proof of gang affiliation. Thomas Ward, professor at USC and MS-13 researcher, categorically stated, quote, these are definitely not MS-13 tattoos, emphasized that MS-13 members do not conceal their affiliation behind ambiguous symbols.
Okay, so again, the tattoo alone, plus there was other things as well, because...
What are the other things?
Well, something about wearing a Chicago Bulls hoodie in that area, which is only done by a gang of people, and if somebody else wears it... No, I know you're laughing, and it's just a hoodie, but... It's like me wearing a Hell's Angel.
No, hold on.
I'm not gonna just wear that unless I want to get my ass
discussing whether or not the bulls are a sign of MS-13. Can we just at least agree? All the experts say that the tattoos have nothing to do with MS-13. No. Can we just?
That's like you saying. Okay, so that's like you saying the blue bandana has nothing to do with the Crips. It does. You go to their area and you do that. You get your ass handed to you.
I'm just trying to nail down this one point.
I know. Listen.
Can you now acknowledge that all the experts that know more about this than you say that those tattoos are not?
No, these experts are just far left lunatics who are gonna say that till the day they die. That's just a fact.
And
I'm so glad that Trump is in charge and he's doing exactly what needed to be done.
Holy shit! You're just saying the prayer. You're just saying the prayer now. You're just saying the prayer. You're saying the prayer that all of you motherfuckers say once you've been disproven.
It's reality.
Well, you
It's
know,
your
Donald Trump.
it's your life,
We
buddy.
77 million
Life.
people voted. The
Because
people
of me,
spoke,
you're
and they
living
want
through
Donald
this,
Trump to
and
be
I'm
in there.
fucking
He's
happy.
gonna get rid of all the bad guys and save the world.
No,
And
no,
Donald Trump's the best. And you liberals, you just need to accept that you guys lost because you lost, we won, and boo boo.
Well,
Also,
there
and
wasn't
and
any.
and he's gonna
No, no,
make America
we
great. And
haven't won yet.
y'all just like it's the
No,
same
no, it's
fucking
not a
prayer that
win
you
yet.
always
It's
say.
not a win. It's not a win yet. It will be very soon, very fucking soon.
Dude,
Because right now,
Notorious.
you guys are still barking nonstop every day. Until you guys are talking, it's not a win. We gotta put an end to all of this combined,
Oh,
so
now
that
you're
it never
threatening
happens
us.
again.
Oh, so now
So
you
it never.
acknowledge it's political. They're imprisoning people for free speech. You
Hey,
acknowledge it.
your side started it. I'm sorry. Your side started it.
Wait,
And I tell you
wait. Oh,
this,
so back
you
to the
should have
concentration
never.
camp point that we started originally.
Sorry,
What was that? Oh,
what's
political opponents or dissidents?
Uh-huh.
Awkward.
where's the concentration camp again? I would like to
Well,
visit
you're
that.
the
Where
one
is
who's
it?
saying that we're going to
Like,
imprison.
Where is the concentration camp?
You're the one who just said that you were going to imprison us.
I didn't say imprison you. I said that this garbage you're spewing on TikTok every day needs to end.
How are
And
you
it's
gonna
gonna
end it?
end. Until that, it's not a win. Right now, you guys come
How
here
are you going
every
to end
day
it?
saying Trump is this, Trump is that.
How are you
Trump is
going to
the
end it?
nicest leader on this planet that he lets you guys do that.
How are you
Go to
going to
any other
end it?
You
country
think
and do
he
that. You'll
lets
be in
us? Oh,
fucking
so
prison.
you're saying that he's gonna stop letting us?
Listen, let me ask you a
You're
simple
saying
question.
that,
I'm gonna
that
see
the
if
only
you can
reason
listen
we
and
have the
answer it.
First Amendment is because Trump lets us exercise it, and one day he's gonna not let us
I'm
exercise our
sorry.
First Amendment
What
rights?
did you just say? First Amendment? You have First Amendment? Really?
Yeah.
You're sitting in America using a Chinese app where you can't say the word Hitler, and you somehow talk about the First Amendment?
Yeah,
What the
you
fuck
guys
are you
never
talking
know
about?
what
allowed?
the First Amendment is. You don't even know what it means.
You think I don't
What?
have the First Amendment? I'm not protected by the First Amendment?
Do we have hate speech laws in this country?
We're not talking about First Amendment absolutism. We're talking about the federal government having any say in what you say, right? So, like, TikTok can have its own filters and its own guidelines. That's their First Amendment
How do you
right
talk
to
about
do
freedom of
that.
speech when you're openly accepting TikTok's rules like
That's
you're a
their
Chinese
that is
slave or something?
their
Notorious.
that is
You're
their
the
First
one.
Amendment right to do, right?
Yeah.
So what the fuck did you just say? That's their First Amendment right to
That's
silence
correct.
you from stopping
Yes,
you from
Notorious.
saying
Yes,
certain words?
a private company is allowed to filter the things that are said on their platform. That is legal under the
Sorry.
First Amendment.
Well, okay. So you're saying a private company has the right to do anything they like
On their
Yes.
platform, yes.
on
So
their
long as it
platform.
doesn't like
They like.
break
Not
the law.
anything they like.
Like
So,
I
so
could
when a bakery refuses to bake a cake for a gay couple, that's okay?
Y'all really bent out of shape on that one
No.
still.
I'm sorry. It's a big
No, I'm
creator
asking you a
the
question because you
platform?
use the word private business. I want to test that. You really think a private
N-
business should be able to do whatever they like?
No, I don't think that's y'all. That's y'all striking down DEI and all that stuff. You guys don't think that should be a factor anymore, right?
DEI? I don't care about DEI. I'm brown
Okay.
myself, and I earned my pineapple. Like I don't really fucking I don't need a handout from
No, you
anybody.
didn't. Sorry,
What?
but Notorious, you're the one who said that Trump is not going to allow us to say what we're saying anymore. So you're the one who's threatening us with a First Amendment
Yeah,
violation.
I think he should ban TikTok. I really do
Well,
because
you think we're going to shut up if TikTok is banned?
Well,
You think we're going to
well,
stop saying what we're
you
saying
will.
if
And
TikTok
you know
is
what? You're
banned?
right. I find Trump so weak sometimes because he lets you guys run around the streets or whatever. If I was him, I would break out the freaking flamethrowers. Perfect. To
Oh,
be perfectly
okay.
honest.
So back to
Yeah.
the concentration camp thing.
No, it needs to happen right now.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Thank you for admitting that you're a Nazi.
Okay.
Yeah, call me a
I would
Nazi. I'm not
cause
even.
Yeah.
harm on my fellow
I'm sorry.
citizens because of my
Last time I
political
checked,
differences.
don't they require you to be white and blue-eyed and everything to be a Nazi? Wasn't that their main requirement?
Well,
It-
I mean, tell that to the Jews that were
mustache
in the
man had
Nazi party.
brown
Tell
hair.
that to what's his face, Enrique Tarrio.
Also, the
Wait, he
mustache
wasn't
man
white?
literally had brown eyes and brown hair.
And he was a full-blown Nazi. Like he was an actual SS member or something.
What? He
Or was he
created
just helping
the
them?
SS. Mustache man created the SS.
Yeah. So you're telling me Jews were also Nazis?
There
No.
were Jewish people in the
Sorry, you
Nazi
think
party.
every
not
person
No,
who
generally.
you,
compares-
a question is clear. You're saying Jews, there were Jews that were Nazis during the World
Yes.
War II. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You see how dumb that sounds?
Do you
Can
see
you
how
just
dumb
say how
it
dumb
sounds to
you
pretend like
sound?
we
A
don't know
Jew
that?
Nazi. How
Dude,
do you say those two
you
words in the
said
same
you were
sentence?
the one that
You
3
haven't
minutes
heard
ago
of
said
this?
we need to break out the flamethrowers on
Yeah.
us three
Yes.
for
Yes.
having the audacity of saying that Donald Trump sucks.
When you people try to burn a police precinct, yes, they need to break out the flamethrowers. And I'm really upset with Donald Trump for not doing that. Like, the time to fucking play is done. Playtime's done, bro.
Okay, but again, you're the
Goodness
one who's like
gracious.
accusing us of being or like saying absurd shit, or like
Yeah,
that
you are.
what we're saying
You
sounds
are.
dumb.
You
You're the
are.
you're the
You
dude who's like
spread
sitting there saying I
misinformation.
thought the flamethrowers.
Yeah, because you're spreading misinformation all day fucking long. This is what you guys do. You come
Just
here,
because
you
you
say,
don't
"Oh,
like the information doesn't make it misinformation, dude. We schooled
oh,
you.
I can say the same thing. Every time you say Trump is lying, just because you don't like it doesn't mean that what he's saying is not true. It's absolutely true.
We
When
literally
he says
proved
there's
our
millions of
point.
illegals in this country and say, "Oh no, what's your source?" Just look around, open your eyes, go on the
Just
fucking
look
street.
around.
Just look
Yeah,
around.
look
Okay,
around
so
with
you
your
admit
eyes.
that actual factual sources don't support your beliefs. You have to just use
Yeah,
anecdotal
see,
information
actual
to support
factual
it.
sources are the websites that you guys made. You
Oh,
make your own
okay.
fucking websites and then you quote them to everybody.
You
Oh,
got
okay.
it. You got it. We don't do like .govs that like Trump's own
Which
websites.
.gov? So you believe
Customs,
.govs right now?
Customs
So
Border
so
Protection.
hang on. You believe WhiteHouse.gov right now? Because I can go on
Cus-
and tell you a lot of shit that you disagree with.
yeah,
Do you
yeah.
believe WhiteHouse.gov?
Customs Border Protection. When it's
Right.
them and it's backing my information, I really don't have much to complain about.
Okay. WhiteHouse.gov. Let's see. Let's see what they posted in the last month. or so.
WhiteHouse.gov has no obligation to be honest.
Oh, so .govs are not honest all of a sudden.
No, you are taking an example and then attempting to apply it to literally every other .gov. I'm saying that WhiteHouse.gov specifically.
So you're saying
also, there are
the
like certain
biggest-
instances like with Congress.gov.
So you're
So
saying
in-
the biggest
all right,
website
dude, you
in
keep
America
fucking
is not.
talking, and this is why you don't understand shit.
What makes you think you know more than me? You're a
Because
TikToker. Bro.
How many people? How many
You beg
people are in
for
the House of
likes and fucking
Representatives?
gifts.
How many people are in the House of Representatives? Yeah, that's what I
Say that
thought,
again.
bitch.
Say that again. How many? What?
How many people are in the House of Representatives? How many people are in the House of Representatives? How many people are in the House of Representatives?
250.
What?
250.
Wrong. Good job, dumbass.
You don't even
250.
know how the First Amendment works, dude. Like,
Yeah, it's hate speech when you disagree with them. That's how your fucking First Amendment works. Not the way it was
you're
intended.
the one who said that Trump is gonna not allow us to say the stuff. Like, and now you're whining
No,
about.
I'm
hate
telling. I
speech
said to
laws.
you is that you guys are unappreciative
Like,
little
the fucking
bitches because
irony,
Trump
you're
lets you do
whining
this.
about being censored while you just threatened us with the like wait and see,
Yeah,
wait and see,
you
and to see
started
when
it.
Trump
Your side started
us
it.
up.
Your fucking side started it. You guys started it under Biden and fucking Kamala, that dirty fucking bitch. You guys started it. And now it's happening to you and you don't like it. All right, get fucking used to it. Don't fucking
Dude, I'm
complain
looking
now.
forward to your fucking
You're
trial.
gonna convict an innocent man with 35 or 34 felonies and now you're crying about what's happening to you? Fuck
Dude,
you
you
and your
elected
fucking
the
Kilmar
a
Garcia.
fucking criminal, dude. You
What?
elected a fucking criminal.
No, I didn't. He's not a criminal. The whole plan, everybody knows that those felonies were made up bullshit.
Oh,
Everyone
Because
knows
think about it.
except,
You really
except you
think
know,
Americans want
every
a criminal?
fucking
Hang on,
expert.
hang on.
Dude,
Slow
you're a
down.
guy who literally refuses to listen. We
You really
provide you with
believe-
expert proof of actual facts over and over again, and you just deny it, and then you threaten people. I think, Notorious, I'm going to be honest. This is just the last thing I think I'm probably going to say to you. I hear the fear in your voice. You sound very, very desperate to kind of prove a point. And in the point that it seems to me that you're trying to prove is the fact that you're trying to prove that you're one of the good ones, right? You're trying to prove that, yeah, you can get behind everything this administration does to the people they don't like, to the wrong kind of immigrants. You'll support whatever they say is good. Man, you got an accent. You said yourself, you are not, you are more melanated than I am. I believe your profile says you're an immigrant. To me, I'm very much getting the impression that you are afraid that one day someone's going to turn around and decide you're not one of the good ones, and you're trying to prove that you are. And sir, I just don't think it's going to turn out the way you want it to turn out unless people like us stop it in time. That's it. Uh-oh. Where'd Nemo go?
W, Jennifer and Jason for the kick. We also got flagged for that. He was got us for hate speech.
For what
Woof.
part?
I don't know. I'm nervous to let the guy who's spamming up. They usually come up and just say slurs. Let's see.
Nemo!
Hello?
I hope I wasn't the guy that you think that says slurs on here. No, I just wanted to chime in on Notorious and tell him that he's just a whitewashed POC who voted for Trump so he didn't get deported. Because honestly, wild. That's fucking wild on what he was saying.
Yeah.
But you can kick me out. You guys are awesome. I support you all the way, I promise.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank
Take it
you.
easy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You too.
I want to say, like, listen, I'm an immigrant, but I'm very privileged. You know what I mean? I don't look like an immigrant. I don't sound like an immigrant. I do have citizenship. I'm incredibly privileged as an immigrant. And it, like, the way I see it, the way it breaks my heart and also just angers me to see immigrants trying to, like, go after their fellow immigrants and, like, not recognizing exactly where the, like, privilege is gonna save you versus not. It drives me fucking crazy, personally. I don't know.
Hello, Marcus?
Ladder pullers is a good way of saying it. Yeah.
Yellow? I don't think they meant to come up. Oh, okay. Yellow? Ian? Hello?
You lost me.
Taserface.
What about me?
Hello?
You said my name.
They didn't mean to come up.
It's really easy to accidentally hit the request button.
Yeah, it is.
So wait, did you get like an alert for Nemo specifically, or?
I don't know.
Maybe his phone died or something.
No, he's got my DMs.
Come on, guys, we're riled up. We're riled up.
www debates so far, chat. Debates, guys. We have an empty box. If you want to debate, now's the time. If you're a Trump supporter, come tell us why you like Trump.
Come on, Trump supporters. This is probably the only time a girl's gonna invite you to fill a box.
Hey, yo, he got nannered.
Oh. He got nannered?
God damn it.
Come in Pickle's box.
Treat me nice, though, first.
We gotta buy him dinner.
Give me fair warning.
Thank you.
Yo.
Nemo!
I'm back.
What happened?
Waiting to see if the appeal goes through.
Did it
Damn
tell you?
it.
Was it like a suspension or?
I've been meaning
Yeah.
to. I've been meaning to get on to you about doing the thing we talked about.
Oh yeah. Yes, that needs to happen.
It's code language. Feels so out of root. We're not part of the inside joke. Yeah, it's okay. You and me.
He was wanting to get me to join MS-13.
Hello,
Do it, lady.
Hi, how's it going?
Nemo. I'm gonna let you have this one. Or Brenna.
Hello.
Yeah, how's it going?
Nah, it's going. So you like Trump?
I'm kind of on the ropes right now. I would say that I like his domestic policy. I am probably about as fundamentally opposed to his foreign policy as you can possibly be. And so, yeah, I'm kind of wondering how other people feel about that, even people on the left.
Okay. I mean, like whenever you say foreign policy, so generally, Israel tends to be one that even Trump supporters will tend to cite. Are there other examples that you disagree with on his foreign policy?
I mean, Israel is the main foreign policy that, well, the tariffs obviously would be foreign policy, renegotiating trade. I don't really have a fundamental disagreement with that. I think that we should renegotiate trade, and I don't think that there's another way to bring people to the table to negotiate unless you basically give them an absolute reason to come and negotiate with you. So I don't think that he's entirely wrong on tariffs. I think that he could ultimately lose or he could ultimately win, but those deals have to be made and time has to tell. So, but with Israel and Iran right now, I mean, I think that it's the worst foreign policy ever. It's a total betrayal of, his entire campaign. And frankly, it's disheartening. It does actually appear, I always have heard the noise, if that makes sense, but I've never actually genuinely believed it until this week. It does appear as if we do have like an Israel issue. And I'm kind of wondering how people on the left look at that, if they think that there is an Israel issue or if they don't think that there is, or where they're at on it.
I mean, yeah, like I think that it's fair to say that it, as it pertains to Israel and specifically, we should say like it's the Israeli government, right? Like there's
not Jewish people. I'm talking about the political
right.
entity that exists as Israel, formed in 1948.
Yeah, so like the Israeli government, especially like this incarnation and basically the incarnation of the Israeli government that's existed since I always forget the guy's name. It's not Arafat, obviously, but it's from that era. I'm sorry?
Shimon Peres?
I think so. I think that's the one. He was like the last liberal prime minister for Israel.
I mean, they're all pretty liberal, if we're being fair.
Ooh.
What? No.
No.
In comparison to the rest of the world?
Yeah. No.
That's even worse. No.
Okay, are there any other countries in the Middle East that support gay
Rabin.
rights?
That's it. Rabin.
You know that gay marriage isn't even legal in Israel, right?
Yeah, but they have pride rallies in Israel, right?
That's your only. That makes the presidents liberal?
No, I mean, I would agree with you. I think that the current administration in Israel is definitely war hawks. But what I'm saying is socially, they are a more liberal country than what they're surrounded by. But ultimately, I'm not making the case that they're liberal and that they're great and that we should support them. I'm making the case that they have infiltrated America's government and that they're potentially blackmailing our politicians for their own political gain.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, there are degrees to this. Is there absolutely, using dirt on people? Absolutely. Like that is something that every intelligence agency does. Mossad would be no different. How prevalent is that? Don't know.
How about Epstein? I mean, it seems pretty prevalent. I mean, you have the top brass of the United States, including the acting director of the CIA, the acting director of the FBI, the attorney general, and the president of the country saying that Jeffrey Epstein didn't have a client list and that there's no information to release. So, I mean, you would be talking about the upper echelon of our government being blackmailed by Israel.
Well, that assumes that we know for a fact that we have to say Jeff, because apparently TikTok is like super sensitive about the word right now, or about the name. That assumes that we know for a fact that Jeff was associated with Mossad, which as of...
Well, he was. It's documented, and he says in an article himself, he's quoted as saying that he was working with CIA, and his father was, or Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison, who was working with him as his right-hand woman. Her father was in Mossad. So, I mean, the connection there is pretty obvious. He's also a banker, and all of the bankers that he worked with are from Israel.
If I may just interrupt, I think Nemo is just making the point of, like, there's like a lot of things that strongly point to it, but we don't exactly have... Like, we don't have his Mossad file to, like, clearly be like, oh, yeah, Jeff worked for Mossad and this is what was happening and stuff. Like, I think
Well, if it walks like a duck,
hey,
or
there's
if it
like,
walks
this is
like
a
a
very
duck,
strong possibility and there are strong ties. You know what I mean? He's just trying to be a little bit more precise. That's my impression.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here, I'll be a little bit more convincing. You pass the BBB, you put away the Epstein list and declare that it's dead. And then the 3 days following that, directly 8 hours after you do that, you have Bibi Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, or the leader of Israel, come and stay in the United States for 3 days. And he tells his advisors that they're talking about Iran, which Donald Trump just promised we're not going back to Iran.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that there's a couple of pieces of this, right? So as
Well,
far as like...
I'm making the argument that, like, saying that it's kind of like a loose connection is totally unfair. This is
no one is saying it's
definitely
loose.
more
No,
founded
TikTok. I'm just saying the point he's saying is, like, we cannot say, oh, we 100% can, like, say with absolute certainty we have proof that that Jeff, our pal Jeff, sorry, just don't want to get you in trouble, is, like, worked for Mossad or was this or was that. Like, we can all agree that there is a lot of evidence pointing to that, but even just saying the, like, recent stuff with Netanyahu, that doesn't, like, directly prove it without absolute question. We all agree that a lot of the evidence strongly points to at least strong ties to the intelligence community. We're just saying, like let's not say, oh, 100% it has absolutely been confirmed that Jeff did this or was that or whatever. We're just
okay, so let's say that, for instance, we don't know for certain, but let's say that all signs lead to that is true. Yeah. And so now we are at a point where, I mean, currently where we sit right now.
Okay. Like, I mean, and to be clear, like, if you ask my opinion, do I think that he was, like, part of Mossad or working for Mossad? Yeah, I do think that. Like, but that is my opinion.
You don't have to
can't factually state that. That is just how, like, you know, if I had to say yes.
Yeah,
or
but
no.
you're talking about members of an intelligence, a secret intelligence agency.
Sure.
I mean, kind of the prerequisite to the conversation is that it's going to be really difficult to confirm that anyone was in it because most people who are in it are never confirmed to be in it. That's kind of the whole idea of a secret intelligence.
We're just trying to be precise, man. We're just trying to be precise. Like, we all agree. We strongly believe that. We think the evidence points towards that. We think it's very, very likely. But we're being precise. We're not going to just be like, oh, it's completely 100% confirmed, because that's not how facts work. And we're just trying to be responsible with, like, how we ascribe our, like, confidence in the knowledge of a fact. You know what I mean? It's just important.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so it's not for sure, but it's what's commonly believed, and the evidence would support that it's likely the answer. So now we're sitting at a point where you have the United States. We are in a war with Iran, whether or not we like it or not. We've bombed them with B-2 bombers. We've just tried to annihilate their nuclear facilities. So obviously we are in a conflict with Iran. We're in a conflict with Iran because Israel wanted us to be in a conflict with them, or at least that's how it appears to be. And I'm just wondering, I mean, as somebody who's been MAGA, and I've always kind of thought there's no way that Donald Trump's going to bend the knee to Israel, and we're going to continue doing what we've been doing under previous administrations, Republican and Democrat. So now it's clear that he's in the club, And it appears as though there's no actual solution, or there's no person that you can go and vote for in the United States that you don't know for a certainty isn't literally controlled by a foreign lobby. So I'm wondering, outside of talking about how bad Trump is and, you know, all of these things, when do we have the conversation about that?
The conversation about electing someone who's not like controlled by a foreign lobby or a lobby of any kind?
Yeah, I mean, who is it? I mean,
Bernie Sanders.
I follow. Well, I was a Bernie guy once. I'm not sure he's the right guy for the job.
Why? I mean, now, just to be clear, now, like, if Bernie were to come out tomorrow and say he's running for president, I would have doubts, specifically because he's approximately the same age as like the Cambrian explosion. So he's really fucking old, and so there's that. But I mean, that's about it. That's the only reason why I would have doubts. But Bernie is not bought. Like the dude became he became a millionaire at the age of like 78.
I'm not asking whether or not he's bought. But what I'd be asking is, I mean, you have to have people who know what the issue is and then are actively trying to find a solution. So, for instance, with the issue with Israel, what you would need is somebody who openly says that, yes, this is a problem. I'm going to acknowledge it. And then they're also going to say, yes, we're going
Bernie has said
Bernie Sanders has.
Bernie literally
Bernie
said
Sanders
that.
Ever said that the Israel government controls the United States through lobbying and that we need to put them in
Yeah,
check?
no, he has.
Said it on Andrew Schultz's podcast.
Exactly. He explained this exact dynamic to Andrew Schultz himself. He was talking about, and I think there may have been another one too.
So why does everybody hate Nick Fuentes so much? Because that's his
because
exact
Nick Fuentes is a fucking Nazi.
Yeah, but even if someone identifies,
yeah, but no, there's not a but there.
Point.
There's not a but there.
No, there is. There absolutely is.
No, there's
even
not.
People who are bad can make.
No,
a good
there's
point.
not. Nazis are bad. Period. End of story.
Okay, no, hold on. He said even people who are bad can make a good point, but they're still bad. Just because they make one good point doesn't mean all of a sudden you have to support them.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you have one issue that is the crux of the entire issue that you have to solve, you have to have somebody who's
okay, so your only issue, TikTok, is Israel. That's your one issue. So you're cool with Yahtzees as long as they're anti-is. That's
no, I'm saying how do you know you actually control American politics if there's a foreign government lobbying and controlling your entire government? They're leading you either way.
So
you're not making
this
your
was
own
yet
decision.
another reason why I pointed out Bernie Sanders specifically is because while he was talking to Schultz about this exact thing, he talked about AIPAC. He talked about this. He said that is why we need to get money out of politics. How do you do that? You repeal Citizens United. It was very, very simple. He went through. I will find the damn interaction because it wasn't that long, but he like explained this almost word for word what we're talking about. It's almost as if you haven't seen that or are unaware of it, which, okay, fine. But I'm telling you, Bernie Sanders literally said this not more than, 2 months ago. So that's the point. Also, the reason why I'm like super uber precise with my language on this exact topic is because of exactly what door you almost opened just then, which is, well, okay, what's so bad about Nick Fuentes? Like, what? Because we both have like major criticisms of the Israeli government, that does not mean that I'm going to entertain the words of an anti-Semite. I'm not going to entertain the words of a Nazi. I'm not. Okay? It doesn't matter if we agree that Israeli government's bad. I'm not going to work with that motherfucker. Okay? Because the motivations for him thinking that are entirely different from mine. And that's why I'm so precise whenever I say, okay, well, we don't exactly know about this. And like the phrasing that you insisted on using repeatedly of Israel controls our fucking government. Like, that's I was in the alt-right for a hot minute, and I heard that exact same rhetoric, and that's why I'm so fucking precise about it. Because is there something accurate in that? Yes, AIPAC is very influential. Does that mean that Israel has fucking infiltrated all of our government? No. That's why I'm precise.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't mind you being precise, but I mean, it still doesn't actually answer the the question. I mean, you still have a situation that is open, it's public information, and like you admitted, most of the information points toward the main person who's involved in this being Mossad, and it's a giant.
Okay, so then the answer very simply, is repeal Citizens United. That removes power from AIPAC. The end.
Okay, but hang on, you're kind of skirting around the issue. You just admitted minutes ago that Jeffrey Epstein is very likely Mossad, or at least signs point toward him being Mossad. Am I correct in saying that or not?
Sure.
Okay. So the situation with Jeffrey Epstein, or JE, right, so that no one gets offended here or has any issues or you guys get reported, the entire issue with him, I mean, the root issue is that he is essentially running a blackmail ring on the highest levels of our government. And the only reason that he would be doing that as a part of Mossad is to benefit the Israelis.
Okay.
So I'm making the case to you, and you seem to agree with me, but then when I actually say the words, well, it seems as if they're lobbying to control our government, you're like, oh, there's no way, that's like crazy and that's anti-Semitic. That's
no,
literally
there's absolutely
the Jeffrey Epstein situation makes.
No, there's absolutely subtext in the way that you say certain things. Okay, so whenever you say, like, is there an effort to control or blackmail or extort our politicians by the Israeli intelligence service? That's one way of saying it. And then if you say the Israelis are fucking they are the puppet masters of the cabal of Israelis are controlling the government. Also, they work with bankers. You mentioned the banker thing, and I mean that was already my first red flag. Like you just brought up the banker thing again. This is a well-known anti-Semitic trope.
I absolutely did not mention the bankers.
You mentioned bankers in relation to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, he was a financier.
Okay, so then don't tell me that you didn't mention bankers.
Yeah, but not in the way that you're insinuating. I mean, he was a financier, and all of the people who connected him to loan people money, they were all Israeli.
You were, but this was in relation to proof that he was Mossad.
Yeah, well, that would be genuine proof that he's Mossad. If everybody who he ever got his money from to lend money to people was from Israel, that is obviously a connection. I mean, you're just not accepting that, or
no? This is you attempting to do plausible deniability in the way that you.
Okay, so you don't think that if all of his money came from people in Israel for almost no reason, or at least no reason,
this is you playing coy, dude. I again,
I'm not playing coy at all.
I was in the alt right for a while. I'm not accusing you. Just to be clear, I'm not accusing you of being in the alt right. I'm not accusing you of it. I'm simply saying I was in the alt right for not a long time. I was in there for like maybe 12 months. And
I'm not in the alt right, brother. I don't know.
Did I not say twice that I am not accusing you of this?
Yeah, but you just said.
Okay, so then don't interrupt me when I'm still talking. I'm not accusing you of that. Why are you denying it if I'm not accusing you of it?
I was in the alt-right at one time, as if I am.
Okay.
That's what
I didn't say that you were. I didn't accuse you of being.
Yeah, but you insinuated very obviously.
No, me saying I'm not accusing you of this is not me insinuating it.
Okay, so I'm just still asking, where am I wrong?
Okay, ask the question in a complete manner. Jesus.
I mean, okay, so if you have the Jeffrey Epstein situation, you have the highest level of government sweeping it under the table, saying that it didn't happen, and everybody knows it happened.
Okay.
Why would it be insane to say that Israel is controlling our government in some way, shape, or fashion? And the main person, like you said, is very likely connected to Mossad. So I'm just wondering why is it so far a stretch? It's really not.
Okay.
It's kind of the natural conclusion, actually.
Okay. And so you think we should work with Nick Fuentes?
No, I brought up Nick Fuentes because he's one of the people who's actually shed a ton of light on the issue. I'm not saying I support everything that he says, but we can't pretend as if he isn't there and he's not saying things. I mean, there's a reason why that guy has 100 million people in his audience. There's a reason why
Fuentes doesn't have 100 million people in his audience.
Okay, semantics with a number, but he still has a massive audience.
Is it semantics with? You just made up a fucking number. Like that's not semantics. That's you just making up a number, dude. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Like the fact that you invoke Nick Fuentes, that's my problem.
Do you think Nick Fuentes is the only one criticizing Is and calling out the issue?
No, I don't think that he is at all. I just think that he's probably the loudest and the most outspoken, which is why
That's that's only true if you only listen to Yahtzees like him. Like
I don't. So I don't know. I mean, I've seen clips of him. I've seen him talk. I've seen very people who are crazy leftists talk too. I mean, I've listened to all of it.
So here's the thing. I have never I've seen clips of Nick Fuentes when they've darkened my doorstep every once in a while. And yet I have grown up my entire life. I have heard people critical of Is. To be fair, I did not start my life in America. So I grew up in a country that was a lot more honest about what was going over there. But, my whole life I have heard criticism of Israel, and I have spent approximately maybe 10 minutes of my entire life listening to Nick Fuentes when seeing clips of him speaking. He is not the person you need to follow into battle against Israel. There are plenty ways of approaching criticism of Israel and criticism of the United States' relationship with Israel that do not involve a fucking Yahtzee. And the fact that you keep insisting on somehow hanging your hat on Nick Fuentes.
I'm not. I'm totally not. I don't know why you're getting that.
I mean,
I mentioned his name one time. I mean, I didn't say that I'm a
without prompting
avid supporter or anything like that.
Like
I mean,
unprompted, you mentioned his name.
Yeah, well, I want to point it out. I mean, just to point this out.
Just don't ever bring his name up on a date. Or do.
No. If you listen to him,
I'm married, so I don't have to worry about that, thankfully.
Trick women into dating Yahtzees.
Well, I mean, I would tell you this. I mean, one, I won't even get into that. But here's my main point. Even just saying the guy's name, and people say, well, you shouldn't even bring him up and all this kind of stuff. And I'll say this, in my experience in life, he's banned on every single platform. He's been banned everywhere for years, and they say that it's hate speech. I've listened to some of his thoughts on the current issue. The fact that he's banned is frankly ridiculous. I mean, they're banning adult conversation on topics like this.
Holy shit!
You think he was banned for his criticism of Israel and not actual hate speech?
No, well, I think we have free speech, so I think hate speech is allowed in our country. That's the law.
So banning doesn't. Oh God. Firstly,
I think you should be allowed to.
No, the law is a government can't force you to use your company and your platform to have someone with speech like that on your platform. You should be able to consent. That's what freedom of speech is.
Yeah, and so my idea is that if you live in this country, I mean, I just fundamentally think that it's unfair whether you're on the right or the left, no matter how insane the idea or the words that you're propagating are, for them to debank you and then remove you from every social platform. I mean, most of the time in history, what you'll find is that the people that they silence are typically people that they're intimidated by or that are correct. So
who's being debanked?
Does that mean that Trump is intimidated by everyone on the left that he tries to silence?
I mean, give me an example of silencing them. Maybe he is. I mean, I'm not the biggest
CNN,
in the world, so you're
CBS, MSNBC, ABC.
How did he silence them? I mean, they're still obviously active.
He's trying to go after them with lawsuits and shit. He's threatened them. He's punished them by taking away certain privileges and whatnot.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest,
he openly talked about. So CBS is the one that does 60 Minutes, and so he openly talked about how we should revoke CBS's FCC license, or their license to broadcast or whatever the fuck. They should be revoked.
What was his reasoning for that? His specific
because of the interview with Kamala Harris.
Sorry, but what was his specific reasoning? Nick Fuentes was banned for hate speech.
No, he's making a point. I want him to answer the question. What's the specific reason that he's suing that news company? And you should be privy to this, because if you're in actually that was different.
No. The point is you're the one who said that governments only try to ban, or people only try to silence other people if they're intimidated by them. And I asked you, well, is Trump intimidated by all these other, like, these companies and journalists and news corporations?
I don't know. Maybe he is. I don't know. But that doesn't take away from what I said. I mean,
you're the one who made the statement. Yeah, I'm just asking if it applies. But
does it apply to Trump? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it could. I mean, for instance, like the point that you brought up with the 60 Minutes thing. I mean, anybody who looks into it. I mean, if you care to vote and you care to like know what you're voting for, even if it was Trump, I would be definitely feeling like I was misled if the person that I was voting for to run the country gave an interview and they had to splice it so much so that the answers that they're giving are not even being recorded or they're not even being played in the correct order. I mean, that is disingenuous. So
sorry,
they did do that, which they settled. So they essentially admitted that they did do it. I mean, that's okay with me.
TikTok, they split it in half. And they split it in half and they played a portion of it.
Why'd they settle then? Why didn't they go in court and defend themselves?
Because they wanted a speedy resolution to go through a merger.
Yeah, but every single person in the entire world knows that if they would have went through with that lawsuit, they would have lost. Because what they did was
actually, no, most people, literally every single person in the world agrees that they probably would have won. They just didn't want to fucking deal with it. They wanted to go through their merger.
Yeah, like the reason it was purely political, but not in like the government kind of way, in the business politics kind of way. They settled and just said, fuck it, we'll just like, okay, fine, he wins, whatever. Why? Because who is responsible for approving mergers between businesses? The FTC. You don't want to piss off the guy who's in control of that agency.
Okay. Well, then, like I said, ultimately, I'm not this diehard Trump guy. If he's intimidated,
okay, but also, like, to your point, I mean,
why don't you answer the question that I asked originally?
Well, so hold on, just a second. I mean, like, that to really put a fine point on this, you were talking about how, you know, if any news agency were to splice an interview or omit answers, like, you know, that you know, we should be outraged or something. Could you kind of like repeat that very briefly?
Yeah, I mean, I just think that fundamentally, if you give an interview and they cut the tape up so much so that the answers that you give to one question are played to another question, or they cut out 75% of your answer to one question, and then you broadcast that to the United States as if that's their policy position and that was their answer to the question, I think that's disingenuous.
Okay, so
no matter who it is, Kamala,
cool.
Trump, anyone,
right. So this is Fox News.
You were president, would you declassify? You can answer yes or no to this. Yeah. Would you declassify the 9/11 files? Yeah. Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you?
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah. I would.
Yeah,
so
I'm
pausing. Hold on, dude. Hold on. So I paused it right here. That was the segment that was aired on, I want to say it was like Fox Sunday or Fox and Friends or whatever the fuck. That is the clip that they played. What they didn't play, what was played later on in the week, was the full thing, which, again, I'm just going to unpause and we're going to hear the next part.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least...
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
Now, I think that vastly changes the answer. And that was deliberately not aired on, I can't remember the exact name of the show, but it was like Fox Sunday or some Sunday show on Fox. It was aired later in the week, the full thing.
Okay.
So that would be Fox straight up clipping interviews and changing the meaning of things.
Yeah, so like I said, one, either side, if they do it, I have an issue with it. And two, the original conversation was silencing people when they have a valid point because you're intimidated by them or they're right. So again, I fundamentally disagree with splicing interviews, whether or not it'd be for Trump or Kamala or anyone else, but I still would raise the question, I mean, you're essentially making the case that Trump's interviews are spliced and it's misleading, and that you have the issue with that, just like I have an issue with the Kamala interview. So, I mean, don't you have an issue with the censorship of other people politically who have opinions that you just don't get to see their opinions because they're censored?
Like who?
Like Nick Fuentes?
No.
I have no issue not
Nah,
seeing
I'm
the
good. We're
opinion.
good. I'm good.
You know, like there was this when I was pulled in to the alt right. This was like 2016 ish, around that era. The pipeline that I was pulled through, there's plenty of different pipelines into it. But one of the things that kept being harped on at the time by the fuckers that continued to, like, you know, pull you deeper in along the way, it was always the same thing, which is free speech absolutism. That there is no speech that should ever be censored. Nothing. Not anything. Not a single thing.
Oh, and I believe
And that is like the whole idea behind free speech absolutism. And that was the drum that they kept banging on the whole time. And, you know, of course, it's really them just trying to be like, I really want to say the N-word in public and people get pissed when I do it and I don't like that.
There's a deeper philosophical reason why free speech should exist unadulterated.
Okay, cool. But also, these people are Nazis that just want to say the N-word and, you know, the case lawyer just in public and, you know, like JQ post in public and have no consequences. That's the whole free speech absolutism thing. It's no coincidence that Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer and Stefan Molyneux are the fuckers that were doing that. They harped on this along the way. Those same motherfuckers, by the way, save for Nick Fuentes, have since shifted course and are all about trying to silence anything that is remotely left-wing. Like, I mean, Zoran Mamdani, man, I fucking wish that he was born here just so he would be eligible to run for president, because he has broken the brains of the right wing in the most beautiful fucking way possible. And it's just on display. They are doing the greatest hits of post 9/11 Jingoism, just like the straight up, just, oh my God, he's a fucking Muslim. He's a you know, what happened to never forget that he's a Muslim. Just like, holy shit.
The fact that Trump is threatening to come in and take over NYC if Mamdani wins, like, how is that not actually, how is that, if you're gonna talk about censorship and how concerning it is, why not start there? You're gonna complain about Nick Fuentes getting banned from platforms that are run by private companies and aren't subject to the First Amendment rules anyway? Like, that's where you're gonna start, not Trump?
Yeah, Mahmoud Khalil.
Yeah, exactly. Good one.
And again, like, that is why I am so fucking precise whenever it comes to Mossad and to Israel, is because it attracts motherfuckers like that who desperately want to take that and use it as a vehicle to be like, so don't you think that it's kind of weird how there's so many bankers that are Jewish? Like, that they use that as like an in. And that's what, like, I am fully privy to all the fucking dog whistles and the little tricks that the motherfuckers use for that. And that's why I belabor that so much. And so, like, Brenna was exactly right whenever I'm being hyper precise with that, because of that motherfucker right there doing exactly that.
What does the sign say behind me? That is my, I honestly just need to change it because it's blurry, but that's my my YouTube follower count. And I just need to, like, change it to something like a picture.
What camera are you using?
I use a Sony A7C.
I was gonna say you could always pop the ISO up and then stop down, and then it'll give you a wider depth of field, so it'll be a little bit more in focus.
I have a 16mm lens, and I guess the scope, the range is very limited, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I like the bokeh in the background. I just need to change. I can change that little sign. It used to be a GIF of Trump and his head exploding.
Did that get you nannered?
No. I did get almost nannered the other night, though.
Uh-oh. What did you do?
Every time we talk about the island guy,
Really?
I get shut down. Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, I like the YouTube account too. I have because I have my sign back here. When I'm on my actual camera, when I'm doing the live thing, basically I just bumped up the ISO so I could stop the camera down. I could just, make the f-stop a higher number, close it down so that I get more, so it's more in focus. But I think on the phone it's not so much in focus. But
Oh yeah, we need to watch my YouTube count because we're almost at 15,000.
That's so exciting. Island guy.
14.9.
Also, thank you, Trisha, for the Venmo. You said keep cooking. Yeah, that was a 3-course meal of whoop ass.
Give me a minute, lads. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Yeah, okay.
What is your YouTube name, bro?
It's Pickle. It's just the same as my username here, at PicklesGGS.
God grace America. Trump will save America. Get the Mexicans out.
My name's Timmy. I got my first pimple 2 days ago. I'm just gonna sit here and say shit. I'm gonna try and make my voice really low because I'm a real man.
Fetus. Yeah. Zygote. The kids are on summer break, but hey, maybe we can help them get a little edumacation up in here.
Yeah.
You never know.
Jeez Louise. Pickles order food. You're so right. My mom has the dog for a few days. It's been nice. I haven't had to get out. I've been streaming for 5 hours and change now. Do I miss her snugs? I do. I do. How long is she keeping her? I think till like Sunday.
Can't get housework done. That's why I do a lot of body doubling lives lately. Kind of stopped inviting MAGA up.
I need body doubles too to work.
This is why I love. This is the first time I've really hung out for a long time. Thank you, Pickles, for having me. By the way.
Anytime.
But usually when I pop in super quickly, I'm like in the middle of, I'm using his body doubling and I'm just like getting stuff done. That's why I'm like, just gonna kind of pop in real quick, say a little thing, and then.
Absolutely.
Very relaxing in here. Nerve spice is in here, exactly.
Can I go up and give a quick perspective as an anchor? Hello.
Hi, Pickles.
Hello.
Well, I want to start off first that I will admit that maybe about a year ago, I was a person who pretty much lost hope in the white community. But seeing your lives has renewed that hope in me. So I wanna thank you.
Thank you.
For giving me a new perspective on, especially in the climates today. But I hear a lot of people speak about the experiences of immigrants, even illegal immigrants, as some would say. I prefer undocumented, but whatever. As if they know the experience firsthand, or as to me, what, and I can only speak from my personal experience. Obviously, I can't speak for everyone. But as an anchor, as I've been told that I am, I didn't even know that that was a thing. I didn't even know that that's what I was considered until, to be honest with you, the Obama administration. And that's just me being completely candid. I never even knew that that was a word until I heard it from the Obama administration. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Are you referring to the term anchor baby?
Yes. I don't like to say the full thing because it just gives me cringe just even saying it.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted
with you. But yeah. And that was the first time I heard about it. And I remember the first time I was angry about it was because of that term, because I felt personally offended, obviously, just from my own selfish personal perspective at the time, to be honest. Like, I didn't even know that was a term before me that was being used, because I didn't pay attention to politics really until at that time. And so, and I remember shortly after that, the SB 17 came out. And that's when I was really like, wow, like, wait, are they saying that I am essentially not worthy of being an American because I came from a family basically trying to look for a better life, right? And a lot of people don't realize the effect it takes on you mentally when you start to self question your worth in this country. And it's a very emotional roller coaster, because you go from self-doubt, unworthy, to then like wanting to prove yourself that you are American enough, and 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 basically looking for validation, to then turning into anger. And I read a quote the other day about what creates an anarchist, right? And I'm not saying I'm an anarchist or anything like that, but I can understand somewhat the leading up to that mentality. It just seems to me that throughout history, everybody has taken a turn, to some degree or another, of being oppressed or being looked down upon, or made to feel that they need to question their worth. As an American, if you don't fit the ideology of what an American is, depending on who is the president at that time. And what I've noticed as I've gotten older is that the definition of what is considered a good president, the gap has become wider in definition by the people versus, let's say, the rich at one point, because that's been happening for years, right? We can pretty much say it started around Reagan or something like that, right? With corporations, the trickle down effect, so and so, right? But as the time has gone by, the gap has become larger on what is the definition of an American. And I feel personally that at this point, that the American, what America defines as a worthy American is you have to be rich and in power.
Mhm.
And I feel that we've come to a situation where everybody wants to be close to or somewhat get to that point of what is considered to be worthy of an American, to be rich and powerful, is where we're at now. And I've noticed that we have a lot of people that go against their own interests because they think that they can get there. But if they look at where we're going, they're actually making it harder and harder every time for you to even get there. It's just an illusion. It's just a delusion at this point to make you think that you can possibly be there. Because at the end of the day, you are not going to be worthy, whether you're an immigrant, undocumented immigrant, born here, whatever it is. You're not going to be worthy unless you are powerful and rich. And that's the big gap that I think a lot of people are not realizing. It could be you. It's all of us. We are not worthy. It's not just me. We are all not worthy unless you know someone in power, unless you are connected to someone in that revolving government door. And that's the left and the right. And I know that this is a democratic platform, so I don't mean no disrespect. But I do think we need to start really looking into if maybe this is a left and a right issue and not just one or the other. Am I being unreasonable in that thinking?
I don't think so.
No, I agree. Yeah, if you have money, your experience, especially with the law, is much different.
But do you think that most people nowadays, the meaning of becoming an American is that you have to strive for that power and richness? And if you don't strive for it, then you are not considered an American, which we know for sure. We know for a fact that we're not all going to strive it. But it's the illusion that if you don't go along with the illusion that you can possibly get there, then you are considered un American.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I maybe I think maybe on the right there's like a get rich, like quick, like pipeline culture. I don't think that like the American culture involves. I mean, I guess you could say greed and wealth, but
Well, I can just tell you, just like
I don't
based, like
think anyone feels
I can tell you,
patriotic
like
about
based.
it.
Well, I don't know. The only reason why I say that, right, is the need to assimilate to to become powerful and rich, right? Like you have to assimilate to some degree in order for you to be okay. There's a certain mentality that it takes for you to want that power.
Yeah. It's
Like
called the
like
dark triad. Yeah.
right, like not everybody is looks at it like, but it takes a certain mentality to do that, right? But if we look at history, right, and what I mean by assimilation, forced, and I call it forced assimilation, which essentially is where we are. The forced assimilation has got us to where we are today, to where we think that that is the American way to thrive, to be sitting and rubbing shoulders and elbows next to the rich and powerful. Because when you do, then you've made it as an American. And I could tell you I can only speak for my own personal experience in being raised as part of a Latin community culture. I was always told that in order to make it in the world around, even in our country, is that you have to rub elbows with the powerful and the rich in order to make it. Obviously, there's colorism. The lighter you are, the better off you are. Things like that play into it. But we have been told that in order for you not to get beat, in order for you not to be abused, in order for you not to be oppressed, is the more you are willing to assimilate, the better you are off in American culture.
Yeah. If I may, I think it's when you were first talking, I wrote this down because I was like, oh, I should make a TikTok about this. And I feel like I've been picking up what you're putting down. What I wrote down was they tell you that to be a real American, that means weeding out / hating not real Americans.
There always has to be an enemy.
Yes. Yeah, and the enemy is, and that like the mission of a real American is to, well, firstly, there's this concept of real American versus not real American. And that
Right.
the best real American is gonna go out and is gonna find all the fake Americans and is gonna get rid of all the fake ones. And like the more, that's definitely a right-wing ideology and stuff. I mean, I think the left, you know, Dems are guilty of falling for it sometimes, American exceptionalism as well. But it's definitely, I think, more of a right-wing ideology because firstly, it's like self-fulfilling, but it also keeps us all very, very busy fighting over the scraps and fighting over what we think is the prize, which is just being an American. But since we all like, and obviously not all of us, but since that is a prize that like, firstly, comes easily if you're fucking born here, but is also like not, like it doesn't say anything about your morality. Like it's not actually an achievement. Let's be real. And I'm not trying to minimize the experience of having to get citizenship. It doesn't say anything about you as a person, but like by making it this thing of like we give it power by being like, you get to deny it to other people. And that's
right. That's my point. Yeah, that's my point. And so I agree with you 100%. But I throughout my years, I've noticed that the enemy is always switching though. It's not always brown or black people, or it's not always that's the enemy sometimes is the left. The enemy sometimes is the right. What I'm trying to get at is there is a reason why we have these discussions. It's purposefully done. It's a tactic to always question your self-worth as an American. The Dems are more American, the Republicans are more American, or whatever. There's always an enemy, whether it be the left, the right, the black, the brown. It doesn't matter. There has to be an enemy, is my point.
Yeah.
I get where you're going.
I'm not naive enough to. I'm sorry. I will drop down. I swear after this. I'm just saying I'm not naive enough to know that I'm not naive to understand that even the left and the right argument of who's Democrat, Republican is also used. And that's all I'm saying. And we need to keep that in mind, that we are not an isolated, like we are not an exception.
Yeah.
What defines Americans can be used in so many ways as a definition, including if you're left, you're not as American, or if you're right, you're not as American.
Right,
Even
but
that is used as a tool to divide.
But I think
I've seen it for years.
I just want to call out, and sorry to interrupt. I just want to say, like this idea of saying if you're not left, you're not American. I have never heard that argument. Like, there's a reason that right now, especially the American flag is so closely related to MAGA, to the point where people say like, and kind of joke like, oh, when I see an American flag, I'm like, are you that kind of, MAGA? And it's because they have co-opted patriotism. They have co-opted this idea of to be a real patriot, you have to be right wing, you have to be exclusionary, you have to be hating all the quote unquote, wrong.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe where we are probably not in agreement is that I personally feel like the left has done the same, in my opinion. I've seen it in I mean, let's just go back to at one point, right? The Democratic Party was the racist party, and then it switched. I'm sorry,
You're talking about like back in the 1960s?
Right, it happens. Like we have switches throughout our history. It happens. But if we stick to regardless of whether we're left or right, if we stick to our moral principles,
Right. Sorry, I just want to
And we
say,
can
but
recognize
you
and we
agree
can
that the parties switched in the 60s. So before they switched, Dems were more right wing. So you agree that it's always the right that does it.
The Republicans like to say all the time, like, "Oh, it was the Democrat." Yes, it was, but it switched, right?
So it was the right
So
wing.
my
Always
point
people on
is
the
that
right
it
wing.
happens. My point is that we can switch. My point is that the political parties have been used as in the past and even now as a tool to divide. I mean, they use it now. Remember when the Democrats was the racist party? They say
Right, but
that now.
it's the conserv. That's why I'm saying it's a conservative ideology. It's a right wing
Right.
ideology.
Right
It's
now
not.
it is.
No,
It just so
because you
happens to
agree
be that's the
yourself. You're
time
saying
we're
that the
in.
Democrats did it before the parties switched. So you agree it's always a conservative ideology.
Right, I do. I do.
Okay, so
They
I'm
just put
saying
a
it's
different
not a
name.
modern day.
That's not my point, hun. Listen, I'm not saying that you're wrong in that. I'm not saying that they have not used it to demonize or to use it as a way. What I'm saying is that it's been used. That's my only point. And if it had happened in the past, it happens now. We just have to be open to the idea that both parties at this point don't care about us. There's nothing wrong with looking at it in that way either, is all I'm saying.
But to say, listen, and I'm very critical of the Democratic Party. I don't even consider myself a Dem, but
Neither do I.
to say, hey, the Dem party did this way back before they switched. Therefore, both parties have done this thing, and therefore it's a both parties issue. That is like false logic, right?
No,
Like
what
saying, well, the
it's
conservatives
not
did
even
it
that it's a
under this
both
label,
party
and the
issue.
conservatives did it under that label. So therefore,
That's not even my argument.
labels do it. No.
No, my argument is not even that it's a both party issue, because if I say it's a both party issue, then I'm literally falling into the same thing. What I'm saying is that both parties don't take accountability for anything.
Listen, I appreciate you coming up, Fish Garden. I'm gonna get some actual debates. I don't want to cut you short, but I don't want to have a friendly up for too long. But thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for the words.
I always like to look at different quotes. I have like a nice little, I have Obsidian, which is a nice little note-taking thing with a little page dedicated to quotes from different people. And like, I was looking at it while I was listening to her and just thinking, so like LBJ said, like, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best man of color, I'm tweaking it, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, he'll empty his pockets for you. And if you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. That was Malcolm X.
Yeah, I'm familiar with both of those.
That was insufferable, by the way.
What was?
You guys entertaining that woman. She had no idea what she was talking about whatsoever. She's clueless. Anyway.
Maybe you're going to be clueless and insufferable.
I'm just saying, I can tell Pickles had no idea what the fuck was going on. He was literally lost. Anyway. Yeah, so I want to address 2 points. First thing is Democrats have historically always been more racist than conservatives. That's a lie. We have literal proof of that. I mean, the entire 19th century, Democratic Party was more racist than the conservatives. That's just a fact.
Okay.
So can you give me an argument against that, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
So don't use the party labels. So don't use Democrat, don't use Republican. Instead, use the word progressive or liberal and conservative. Okay? And then
go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
Then roll through it from there. What would the conservative position be in 1865?
They were against slavery.
No, that's the thing, is that the conservative. So what is a conservative?
Depends. You're asking in regards to what?
Well, okay, so a conservative mindset. What, describe a conservative mindset to me? Not with like policy positions, but like generally speaking, describe a conservative.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Same, like traditionally speaking, a conservative is someone who like values like tradition, stability, like limited government, personal responsibility, things like that, free markets, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's conservatism. It's a political and like obviously like a social philosophy for the most part.
So,
and it
so
pretty much emphasizes like preserving like established institutions and resisting like
yes,
rapid or radical change, things like that. Yeah.
conservatives are averse to change, not necessarily anti-change, right? But they are skeptical of change, and they value tradition and the status quo institutions, right? The as things are, right? They don't like change. Is that fair to say?
Sure. How does this tie together?
I promise I'll tie it there in just a second. So now
Yeah, I can grant that.
describe
That's fine. I can grant that. That's fine.
what?
I grant that. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So a liberal, a progressive, would be in essence the inverse of that, right? So a liberal or progressive would be embracing of change. They want to change. They want to oh, let's look to the future. Let's take in new ideas. Blah blah blah. Is that fair?
That's fair, but can I just add a counterpoint to that before we continue?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're mostly correct, but I think that's an oversimplification. I mean, a liberal generally embraces change, yes, and like reform and progress, while a conservative, for the most part, tends to like preserve traditions, like value, stability, things like that. But there's a lot more nuance, especially in real world politics. But you can continue.
Okay, but see, and so here's this is the key thing is that when we're talking about a liberal mindset and a conservative mindset, don't start thinking about like a conservative part or the conservative party as in like the British conservatives or like the Canadian conservatives. I'm talking about just the mindset itself. Okay, so we don't need to think about policy positions, right? There's a reason for this. So a conservative in 1865, because they are averse to change, they're skeptical of change, they don't like to change things, right? They like tradition. They like to keep things as they are or, status quo and established, institutions. Okay. A conservative would look at slavery and say, well, this country was founded in 1776, Constitution 1789. And it is 1865, almost been a century since the Constitution's been around. And that's just like that. There's the South has a tradition of slavery. That is, we've had 2 or 3 generations of slavers in the United States, right? I mean, it's further back than that, but whatever. So slavery is the tradition, and I don't know if we should change things up and free people. That seems like too much too fast. So skeptical of that change. Don't know about that. How about we just respect the tradition and the establishment, the institution of slavery in this country? That would be a conservative mindset. A liberal mindset would be, hey, why don't we embrace this new idea of all men are created equal, which I mean, it's, ironic, but considering slaves as people, right? Because they just weren't people at the time. Like they just weren't considered people. Considering slaves as humans. That is a new idea. That's a liberal idea at the time. Okay, well, let's embrace that idea. Let's embrace the idea that people should be free, that there should be no slavery. Abolitionists were liberal. They were progressive. They were trying to change things. They were trying to move away from a tradition. Do we agree with that?
If the argument is that liberal and conservatives are just mindsets, obviously more than just party labels, yeah, I can agree with that. That's fine.
Excellent. Okay. So the Liberal Party, at the time, would have been the Republican Party.
Yes and no. What I'm saying to you is that even if I can grant that to you, it doesn't really matter because in recent times, okay, we've shown the Republican Party has shown actual more of a push towards anti-racism, but it still begs the question, like even if we go back to the 1880s, let's just go more. Let's go to the 1960s. In the 1960s, do you believe that the actual conservative party was Democrats?
The 1960s was this inflection point, right?
Okay, so great. So the civil rights movement.
Right. So what was the conservative ideology during the civil rights movement?
What was that?
What did conservatives believe during the civil rights movement? Were they pro or against civil rights?
They were against.
Correct. Okay, so when did conservatives start being more anti-racism?
2000s.
When and how?
When you're asking when, you're asking for the exact year?
Well, you said 2000s. Well, when and how? I mean, 2000s, did something happen? Like, when I say, sorry, I'm asking, like, what examples do you have of this? Because in my experience, conservatives have always been, I've never seen anti-conservatives be the more anti-racist party.
Yeah, I mean, if the question you're asking me is like when conservatives are obviously shifted away from racism, we can start with obviously the civil rights era, obviously, which was like they call it the beginning of change. So obviously, many
You said
Southern
yourself that conservatives were against civil rights.
wait, yeah,
So,
but I was gonna elaborate on that, but I didn't really get a chance. Okay, but would you agree that many like Southern conservative Democrats strongly oppose civil rights laws?
I'm saying Southern conservatives, yes,
Okay,
opposed to
great.
civil rights.
Did
I'm not using the
conservatives?
parties, man. You're trying to like bring in party labels again. I'm talking conservative versus liberal / progressive.
Yeah, sure. So let's go to the 70s to 80s. Then we have like the political realignment and moderation. So it was pretty much from like what do they call it? They call it the Southern strategy. So they help
Correct.
Republicans. Yeah. So what happened with the Southern strategy? Do you know Nemo or no?
I mean, Southern strategy was summed up by, was it Lee Atwater? I'm not going to say the quote,
Yeah,
but you
yeah,
know
but
the
the
quote.
party nationally began obviously embracing more moderate conservative views on race. Okay, you're asking again. Your question to me is when did conservatives begin shifting? Okay,
No,
obviously
my question was, when did conservatives become the more anti-racism people? Because that's what you said.
you didn't use the
You
word
said
more.
conservatives are now more anti-racism than liberals. So I want to know when that
No, no.
happened.
When I used the word more, I didn't say more than liberals. That would be actually stupid to say because I believe that obviously Republicans hold a more racist view today than obviously liberals do.
Well, I'm sorry, then you said they were more anti-racism.
Well, no, no. Well, again, for clarification, I started my conversation by stating that I believe that Democrats, okay, historically, well, even though we already established, he's saying it's a mindset, so whatever, I'll grant that. It began with Democrats or the conservative mindset, if you will. Then we got to the point of me saying to you guys, I believe that we are now shifting away from that as a party. And I
So
said,
again, we're not talking about parties. We're talking about conservative versus liberal.
right, and I said that I believe the conservatives began shifting away more away from it. I didn't say more than liberals. I'm saying we're shifting more away. The problem is that the actual, I mean, it'd be stupid to say that Republicans or conservatives don't hold a more racist ideological view than liberals do. That's just plain and simple. It's the way it is nowadays. Okay. But I was saying we have obviously shifted more away from that. Obviously, I denounce any fucking racist person, okay? I think it's disgusting. But unfortunately, the fucking Republican or conservative worldview has a lot of racist in it. I think that there's very few, very, very few liberal individuals who actually are racist, okay? So I agree with that. What I'm saying is I think that we are shifting more away from it. I think as a country we are. And if you don't believe we are, I would just ask for the argument against why you think the conservatives still are as racist now as they were in the 1950s.
I think everyone in here thought, including comments based on what chat is saying, that you were suggesting that conservatives are more anti-racism than liberals.
No, again, for clarification, they're not. I'm saying I believe we are moving more away from that. And is there any argument you have to show that 2025 America conservatives are more racist than the 1950s? I think we're making progress.
Well, Ben, so I would say compared to the 1950s, maybe not, but compared to maybe the early aughts, the early 2000s, I think here's what I'll say. I think maybe it's not necessarily that they've become more conservative. Maybe they're just more comfortable in making it obvious how racist they are. Sorry, not more racist. Maybe it's just that they're becoming more comfortable in expressing that racism now than they were 20 years ago. But I definitely think that the racism is a lot more open now than it was like 20 years ago.
I mean, sure. I mean, I can give examples. I mean, like what is it? You have like, let me think of something I can give to you. Like, what is it? You have I don't know what's that. That was the First Step Act, okay, in 2018. That was a bipartisan criminal justice reform, but it obviously that aimed at like reducing racial disparities in sentencing. But that was supported mostly by Republicans, including President Trump. I mean, this law helped reduce mass incarceration which like disproportionately affected minorities and things like that. So this is like an example of like where I'm saying like, yeah, you can make the argument that conservative America today is still racist, but like,
well, so how about Tom Homan today coming out and saying that ICE agents do not need don't need probable cause to detain people. They can do it based on their appearance. That to me sounds like a racial like guidance. Does that not suggest to you that maybe the Republicans in power right now are comfortable enacting their racism?
Yeah, so there's two things to say about that. I mean, obviously the if I understand correctly, what you're trying to give me here is a like, so you're saying that Tom Homan, obviously, you're essentially, to be clear, your argument is that it is racial profiling at its core, right?
Well, that's what he said. He said that ICE agents don't need probable cause. They can detain people based on their appearance. What does that mean to you?
Well, no, that's like a misrepresentation of what he actually said, because I think
that's exactly what he said.
No, because what he said was he argued that ICE officers do not need like a warrant to arrest someone.
No, he said probable cause.
No, he said they don't need a warrant.
He said probable cause.
Can you give me an article for that, please?
Yeah, I'm pulling up the quote.
Yeah, go ahead.
Said, quote, people need to understand ICE officers and Border Patrol don't need probable cause to walk up to somebody, briefly detain them, and question them based on their physical appearance. He said they don't need probable cause.
Is this from the interview
probable
on Fox
cause does not equal a warrant. Probable cause is literally the only way you get to arrest someone without a warrant.
No, but he went on to further explain something. What did he say after that? What did he say after that? It's really important because you're leaving that out for a reason.
What did he say? How about you tell me?
Yeah,
what did he say after that?
So after that, he went and said that the actual ICE agents are trained. I believe he said he said they are trained to, like he said, use articulable facts. So all the ICE agents are trained on to observe. They have information. Okay, he says this. He said it afterwards. They have information they're trained on. That they can use these assessments to actually put them under reasonable suspicion.
Information they're trained on that isn't probable cause. Just so the information they're trained on is what someone looks like.
No.
Somehow they've been trained to assume their status as an immigrant,
and it's
not the same as probable cause. So what was the information they were trained on to determine someone's immigration status without probable cause?
To be clear, before I answer that question, he never said their color. He said things like location, behavior, and occupation. That's what he said.
Location, behavior, and occupation. Okay.
I'm trying to hunt down this quote. Can you repeat it for me so I can try to find
sure. Just so you know, I mean, obviously I have family that works, so you know, I probably shouldn't have said that. But anyway, what it comes down to is that
based on their physical appearance, their actions. He said based on the location, the occupation, their physical appearance, their actions. What did he mean by physical appearance?
Yeah. So there's things that they're actually typically like behavioral cues, like nervousness, like evasiveness.
No. What's physical appearance? Where does it say behavioral cues in physical appearance?
What was the question?
He said physical appearance. Behavioral clues is not physical appearance.
I didn't say physical appearance. It said he was trained on 3 different things.
He said physical appearance.
No, it was observed behavior, location, occupation, things.
I'm reading it right here. Based on the location, the occupation, their physical appearance, their actions.
Yeah, that would be, if he said that, it would be things that typically align with undocumented immigrants. So, for example, things like accent, visible documents.
No, physical appearance. What does physical appearance mean?
No, nowhere says physical appearance. It doesn't say that.
It does, bro.
Holy fuck.
Appearance.
Right here, dude.
No,
dude.
Agents may consider.
We are going to read this quote. We are going to read this quote slowly together. Benjamin, you're talking. That means you're not listening. Stop the debate, bro thing. Calm the fuck down. We are going to read this quote in its entirety, and you are going to tell me that you heard it. You're talking again. Now listen. Quote. ICE officers and Border Patrol have the authority to stop and question individuals based on a combination of factors: location, occupation, and physical appearance when determining immigration status. They do not need probable cause in the same way as police do for criminal investigations. End quote.
He said it. There's actual two quotes where he says this too, because I'm looking at another one from Fox News where he said,
Great,
they
I can
just
answer that
go
for you.
through the observation, get our typical facts based on the location, the occupation, their physical appearance, their actions. So he always includes physical appearance.
Yeah, sure. So what that means is it's quite simple. It would have to be a conjunction of at least two things, and that would be if they are wearing, when it comes to their appearance, if they have the skin color that would match that of a person who's an immigrant. But wait,
There we go. There we go. Thank you.
There's two other things. Wait a minute.
Thank you. It's based on skin color.
Wait. There's two other things you have to do. They would have to be wearing clothing typically that is from another country like Mexico. And number three, they would have to also have an accent. Yeah, it isn't just skin color. You're lying about that.
What kind of clothes do you think people from Mexico wear?
They're trained on clothing that is from Mexico, not from America.
What kind of clothes do you think
Wait. Why are you lying?
man?
Why are you lying saying that it's just that they're brown?
I'm asking you a question.
That's not how it works.
What kind of clothes do you think Mexicans wear, dude?
Wait, I'm not saying that they wear certain clothing. I'm saying if they're wearing clothing that is from Mexico.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? Do they read?
Trained on that. There's clothing that comes from Mexico, certain brands. What are you laughing for? Like, for example,
have you ever met a Mexican person?
What kind of question is that?
I'm asking you. You seem to think that Mexicans.
What does it matter? Wait. I'm not saying all Mexicans.
Okay, that tells me no.
It doesn't really matter. Wait, I'm not saying all Mexicans wear clothing from Mexico. I'm saying you're lying by saying they can just stop them from being brown. That's not true.
No, I'm saying that part of them stopping someone without probable cause is racial profiling. And you just admitted it yourself. You said that they're doing it based on the color of their skin. And you're hold on. You're saying they're basing it. So your point is you're saying, well, they can do, you said color of their skin. You did actually. You're the one.
I said with the conjunction of things. You want a conjunction?
Right. You said the conjunction of, so if a Mexican.
What's conjunction mean?
Let's say if a person has darker skin and they're wearing, let's say, Adidas, do you think they're gonna get picked up because of that?
Did you hear what I said? I said they have to have a skin color that matches a certain region it has to be an accent or speaking a different language, and they have to be wearing clothing from a different country like Mexico or something like that.
What kind of clothing comes from Mexico? I keep asking you this. You can't.
Sure. Tell you what. I'll go to my computer. Just a minute. Just give me a minute. I'll go to my computer.
Let's do it.
That sounded like a fancy way of saying they got to be brown and have an accent.
Yeah, to me it sounds being brown and having...
Right, clothing brands that are exclusive to Mexico: Hupil, Charos, Huarachi, Rebozo, China Probama, Poncho, Sombrero, Gurabaro, Squichy Manatili, Puebla. These are all brands from Mexico. If they're wearing these things that are from Mexico and they have an accent.
Okay, but if they're wearing Adidas, then they can't be picked up, right?
If someone is just brown.
If someone is brown and has an accent and they're wearing Adidas head to toe, they can't be picked up by ICE. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying if they do it, it's actually a violation.
Yeah. Yes or no? Yes or no?
It would be a violation, yeah.
Okay, so let's go through all the footage of who ICE picks up and let's see which ones are wearing
also, I think the craziest part is that the people that are being arrested...
Identifiable, exclusive to Mexico brands. That's interesting. I'll give you one thing. This is a first. I haven't heard this one before.
Hold up, just a minute.
Yeah, citizens in California. Well, that's another good point, Kyle. So what if I go shopping in Mexico?
Okay, stop reading the comments. Talk to me, please.
What if I go shopping in Mexico, Benjamin? Will I get picked up? I know how to speak Spanish. So if I start talking like this, because I spend too much time in Mexico.
That's racist.
What's that?
That's racist.
I'm Spanish, you dumb fuck.
You're not Spanish at all.
I can use my old accent. I'm allowed to do
old
that.
accent? That doesn't make any sense. That's racist. See, I wouldn't do that.
She's Spanish, and you assuming that she isn't Spanish because she's white is actually racist. Because if you know anything, you know that España
es español,
gilipollas. Why don't you go back to playing Magic the Gathering with your friends?
Venga. Okay, yo soy española. Si yo me pongo a hablar así, if I am speaking like this, and I am wearing a shirt that I bought in Mexico. Actually, this shirt I bought in Spain, okay? Now, do you think ICE can pick me up if I'm doing this?
No.
Why not?
Because you wouldn't be doing that.
Why not? If I were doing this, I'm doing it right now. Call ICE, tell them. They can pick me up.
I don't know how we even got to this point.
Why not?
You took us here, dude.
Why would they not pick me up? Why would they not?
Okay.
Is it because of my skin? Is it because of my skin? I have two of the three things that you said. You said it was a skin, it was accent, and it was not American clothes. I'm wearing clothes, not American. I have an accent. Would they pick me up? No, because I'm white.
That's not true.
Oh, okay.
Wait. So you're white. You're white, but also Spanish.
Holy fuck! You really are that dumb,
Nemo. Can you please get out of here, dude? Go get some actual pussy,
dude. Fuck off. Like, who the fuck are you, dude? I question if you've actually even completed puberty. Your voice is too fucking high, and you lack a lot of facial hair. Like, dude, shut the fuck up.
I know that
you're the one who's sitting here trying to do the debate bro thing, and you are really fucking bad at it. You just come off as like an annoying little prick.
With accent, by the way.
I know Pickles is getting action. I can tell. I can see a bro when I see one. I can tell you're an incel. Now, Brenna, back to what we were talking about. What was I saying? So yeah, how are you white, but also Nemo? You're an incel. I can definitely tell.
That's adorable. That you think that. Is that from your 4chan days or some shit?
No, I'm saying is you play Magic the Gathering and beat your hog, dude. Okay, Brenna.
Dude, I'm too poor to even afford a fucking hog. What the hell? I do not support abuse of animals, sir.
Let him ask the question, please.
That's the old hog beater, buddy. Anyway,
I play Magic the Gathering and I fuck hard.
Bravo, you know what I'm saying, dude.
Mono white deck, bitch.
No, I didn't
play. The fact that you understood that reference means that you also play Magic the Gathering.
I play Magic the Gathering, dude.
Okay, so shut the fuck up. Like, stop trying to do this too cool for school bullshit, dude. Like, it's really dumb. It's really dumb. You just got dog walked. All right.
Listen, I'm just saying. I play Magic.
I want to hear his question, Benjamin. No, ask your question. Ask your question.
What I was saying was, you're saying you were Spanish, but I was confused. You said you were also white. So are you also? What is it?
You're asking me how I can be Spanish and be white?
No, not Spanish. What I'm saying to you, I'm saying, do you have a family member that is like Spanish? You can speak Spanish. You have an accent.
Spanish dad. I've got Spanish fucking family up the wazoo. So
okay, great.
I'm sorry. So Benjamin,
you were born in like Mexico or like Spain or something. I don't know.
I just said I was born in Spain, brother.
Damn.
Are you? Do you? What race are Americans to you?
I think there's not a set race.
Okay, cool. So why do you think there's a set race for Spanish people?
I don't think there's a set race per se.
Why are you confused at a white person being Spanish?
Because that was like a very perfect Spanish accent. Like you practiced.
Yeah, because I'm Spanish. I practiced it. I spoke fucking Spanish for the first 18 years of my life.
Wait, do you force it?
So you associate you associate Spanish with a certain ethnicity.
Incorrect. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying to you.
You're so shocked that
you
white
said you were white, though. I believe you could be Spanish and also have your skin complexity, but I'm saying you said you were white.
I am white and I'm Spanish, dude. I mean, first of all, I'm not even touching on the fact that Spain is in Europe, so we're fucking European. But we already we're coming full circle with the debate on whether Spanish is an ethnicity or not. It's not. Spanish is not an ethnicity, nor is it a race. But you're the one who keeps associating. You're saying, well, you said you were
all right. Sorry, I'm sorry, Brenna.
And I'm Spanish. And why is that confusing to you?
I'm sorry, Brenna. Okay, you are Spanish, and I was wrong.
Do you know how many Mexicans are white? Oh.
Damn. Sounded like a petulant little child.
Bye. That was from Taylor. W. Taylor's in the chat.
Sorry, Brenna. I was wrong. You're right, Brenna. God. What the fuck was that?
I mean, I'd love to know why, if I tick 2 of the 3 boxes, the accent and the shirt not being American, but I'm white. Why doesn't that apply, brother? Why doesn't that apply? Also, I think it sounds like we got to start looking at footage of people being picked up by ICE, because if they're wearing Adidas, let me tell you, it sounds like they're innocent, man.
Hi, I'm just up to show my face because I would blow his fucking mind that I have a Mexican grandparent. And didn't he, Brenna, I'm sure your Spanish is mucho mejor que mío. However, didn't he say huaraches and sombrero and he called them brands?
Yeah, I believe so.
Those are not brands of clothing. Huaraches are sandals.
I wasn't sure. There might be brands called sombrero, Enguarates, you know, whatever, but
maybe, but
yeah, no, I agree.
anyways, that's really all I came up to do was and just to tell you guys y'all are awesome. But yeah, no, ethnicity, race, these are they're really not difficult concepts. That guy was woof.
I love pulling out the Spanish accent and then going immediately, "You're racist." It's like,
Yeah,
brother,
right,
you
exactly.
can't report every brown person. I'm
How are
speaking
you
my native
white and
language.
Spanish? How are you European and white? This does not compute.
The fact that it took him, I mean, it was like a solid 5 minutes. He was saying it right there at the end too, like, but wait, like, how are you white and Spanish? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, you
What,
gotta.
are you also white? Like, ah! Yeah!
It is one of my favorite things to do, and it's only happened a couple times, but one very specifically, it happened perfectly. Was I got a totally not racist MAGA dude to say that what America needs are just more babies like mine, not immigrants' babies. He's like, we need more babies like, totally not a racism thing, but America needs people like you having more babies. And I was like, cool, I'm a fucking
Real Americans. Yeah.
That was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun party trick to pull out.
It is a fun
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'll drop down, but have a good night. Keep up the great work, everybody.
You too. Good to see you.
Yeah, Brandon,
Also,
you
by the
went
way,
you
guys,
went like
Louis
full
C.K. is
West Side
Mexican.
Story just then.
Yeah. I was in West Side Story once. Louis C.K.
For real? Oh my god.
Guys. He's pale and redhead. There's a lot of pale redheaded people in South America. Yeah, right, Shui? It's not just Trump. A lot of them can't understand that Kamala could be both Indian and black.
I mean, David Pakman, I'm sure y'all know David Pakman. David Pakman, he's a left-wing political pundit. It blew my fucking mind when I found out homeboy is Argentinian.
Oh yeah.
Argentinians are super pale.
It was just like, so I'll put a picture of him up, but it was just like randomly during, I think, like some debate in 2020, a couple of Democrats were speaking Spanish, and he started correcting and like critiquing their Spanish, and he was doing it flawlessly. And I'm like, wait, what? And then come to find out, yeah, he's from Argentina.
Yeah. Argentinians are often, I dated an Argentinian a gazillion years, well, he was half Argentinian. Blonde, blue-eyed. Lots of blonde people in Argentina. And not just because a bunch of them were Yahtzees going into hiding. Not just because of that.
Yeah.
Yellow.
I don't think I requested, but
Okay. Hi.
I'm just sitting here enjoying.
Oh, okay. I'll let you back down.
Thank you.
I'm Irish and we were once considered person. Yeah. Half German, half Argentinian. No. He was half Czechoslovakian, half Argentinian.
I've got Taco Bell on the way, y'all.
I've never had Taco Bell.
What?
Yo no quiero Taco Bell.
I won't lie. It's not awesome, but it's good late at night.
Yeah. We didn't have it in Spain growing up.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Girl. At this point, it's a point of pride, guys. At this point, I'm kind of proud that I've hit my 30s. Never had Taco Bell.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I would keep that streak going. You could definitely go without.
Right? Maybe I'll eat it on my deathbed when I don't have to deal with the consequences.
Yeah.
Taco Bueno? What is that?
Taco Bueno's good. It's like a different Taco Bell. Kind of a cheaper menu. And they actually have like salsa that you can like dunk chimps into. And
There is nice, Manny. Does Taco Bell not have salsa?
no,
Wait, what?
no, they have little packets that it's like fire salsa or medium, but it doesn't have like, you know, chunks.
Yeah, it's basically just hot sauce.
Yeah, hot sauce.
I didn't know that. I do get like a normal there's a place near me that does like a crunch wrap inspired thing. I had one of those for the first time this year and I really like it, but if they don't have salsa in Taco Bell, I assume it has to be very different.
One
Yeah.
of the like awkward moments for me where I felt just like it was a dumb American moment was okay. So my ex was a British girl, and she told me about this party island that all British people would go to in the Mediterranean. I'm like, okay, cool. She's like, yeah, it's called Ibiza. All right, cool. So I started saying Ibiza, right? Because I thought that's what it was. I didn't think anything of it, and then it was. I saw the island name and it's Ibiza, right? And then I realized, oh, it's her accent. She's saying Ibiza. But why is she saying Ibiza if it's Ibiza? Then come to find out, it's because in Spain, was it predominantly Catalan that, or no, not Catalan. Barcelona, where they do the Barcelona.
No, it's all of Spain. It's Castilian Spanish.
Ah, okay.
So my name in Castilian, which is like the OG Spanish. Sorry to all to other Spanish speaking countries, as we know Castilian. Perez. My last name is Perez.
There you go. So they do the th, and so people that are native to Ibiza or just Spanish, like Castilian Spanish, it's going to be Ibiza, right? Then I finally connected it over years. I was like, oh, because she always pronounced any th was th, like f, and that finally explained it. I felt like a dumbass. I was like walking around saying Ibiza.
But that's the right. So it's fun. I didn't know that Americans. I once listened to a podcast that was like Brits, and it was about Ibiza. I'll call it. Sometimes I'll call it Ibiza if I catch myself, but it's Ibiza, whatever. And it's not because of a king that had a lisp. No. The S's are still pronounced S, guys. I've made like 2 TikToks about this at this point. It's not a lisp because España is still España. Barcelona is Barcelona because it's with a C. It's just we don't have TH in Spanish. We have Z's and we have, mira, Lucia. This is like in Castilian.
Oh shit. Oh fuck, I'm not.
Tell me somebody.
All right. It's
exactly, spazoid.
Healthy. Good for you.
Z and C are TH. Well, C when it's not before an A or an O.
Yeah, they're having a better Friday than me.
What?
They just share the live with a bunch of people. 5 people. Expect more.
When I was learning Spanish, it was funny whenever people like in high school would complain whenever they were learning Spanish, and they're like, God, like Spanish, it's so hard. First off, Spanish, like I'm not fluent by any means, not even close. I would limp my way through a basic conversation, but it's very easy. It's very, very easy to learn Spanish. That's number 1. Number 2, have you tried learning English? Like, just sit down and think about it for a minute. Think about just the ridiculousness that is the English language.
Oh, it's very difficult.
It's insane.
Yeah.
We have a few repeats. We have a few double dippers. in the box.
Make them send you some cash money to get up. Pay the toll, guys. If you already got dropped, pay the toll to get dropped.
I think I might call it soon. I think this Taco Bell's about to I don't know, put me into movie mode.
Movie mode. What kind of movie?
Where we usually hop on my Discord and I don't know. We'll watch something. I don't even remember what we chose last night. I don't know, something along the lines of like the Fifth Element.
Ooh, it's a good one.
Yeah, Jason's ears perked.
Do you guys just like chat through it? That's so fun.
Yeah, we text chat, and then we see who's still awake, and then find another movie.
I like that.
It took me so long to realize that Gary Oldman is in The Fifth Element.
Yeah.
He just fucking inhabited that role.
But that's what he always does. It always takes like, he's unrecognizable in every role. It's amazing. He's my fucking favorite.
Yeah, he's so good. And yeah, guys, if y'all have any other suggestions for movie night tonight, that'd be sick.
Your Discord, is that in your?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Join my Discord. Come hang out.
I gotta say, I'm an old gal. I'm very new to Discord. I have a Discord and I refuse to moderate it or do anything because I'm like, I have too many apps with people sending messages and I get really overwhelmed with all the alerts.
But you're good. If you need more help, message me. But when you join, I'll just do it right here. Boop, boop.
Is it on I'll your speak like? For myself.
Yeah, it's on my link tree.
Oh.
And you click on the Discord link, and you accept it. Open that gold urn. I'm already part of it.
I never thought
that.
Period. End of sentence.
Once you're in, you go to this rules channel, and you click the thumbs up, and it will like unlock the rest of the server for you.
Oh, cool. That's fancy.
And then you hop into voice chat. We all just hang out. So there's actually a couple people there right now. We would use channel number 2. We would all hop in there, and I would stream a movie.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Did we watch The Green Mile yet? No. I am down to watch that, actually, tonight.
The Green Mile. Which one's that one?
It's about the death row inmates.
I don't know if I've seen that.
The main actor, might be dead.
Michael Clark Duncan.
Seven is crazy. Oh man.
Wait, is Michael Clark Duncan who I think it is? Yes. Like 7 foot. Has a voice like Barry Manilow. Just damn.
Yeah.
It's like Mufasa's father.
Gentle giant.
Gentle giant. Someone in chat is trying to.
He died 2012. Wow.
2012. Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was more recent than that. Damn.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen him and stuff recently. Maybe not.
Maybe this is like what
Damn,
getting
Rockwell.
old is like. It's like you these
Well,
people
then.
die and then you're like, wait, I thought that was like 5 years. Oh God, no, it's been a decade.
Damn.
Oh, it's got that guy that married fucking the 16-year-old.
What?
Courtney Stodden. Doug Hutchison. He married, do you not remember that? She came across my FYP recently.
Oh.
And way
Wow.
back when, God, it's funny because she came across my FYP and it was like I hadn't thought about her in years, and I was like, oh damn, like all the comments, I was like, or most of the comments, and I'm happy about this. We're like, man, I'm so sorry. At the time, I totally thought you were the problem, right? And it's true. Like back on that whole thing, he was like 50 something. She was 16. They got married, and it was this whole big media firestorm about this. Everyone was like fascinated by it, but she was kind of made out to be this like kind of like the problem, or like, I mean, just equal whatever. And people were like, oh my God, the media was not kind to her. And culturally, we as a public, I think, were not like recognizing that it was abuse, obviously.
Wow.
And now,
well, it's good that he typically plays bad guys, because now I can just hate him. Like,
yeah.
I can just hate him 100% of the time. Wow, holy shit. I didn't know the sponge was supposed to be wet.
Oh my God, that's right. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
such a
yeah, it's that
fucker,
motherfucker.
dude. Oh, fuck him. Wow. Looking at all of his pictures with him and his significant other, it's... Yeah. Yeah. Typical dick face vibes.
Yeah. I can't believe, I don't know. I mean, I can, right? Because I also remember, like, obviously when the whole Monica Lewinsky thing came out at the time, we also largely, like, viewed her as the problem, right? And, like, now you look back on it and, like, people are like, oh, she was an intern who was taken advantage of by a far more powerful boss. You know what I mean? Like now we would view this so differently. And I just, with the Courtney Stodden things, similarly, like it was this like fascinating, like, oh my God, can you believe it? A 16-year-old? That's crazy. Da-da-da-da. And they're in love. And people were just like, the attitude and the approach was never like, oh my God, she was groomed. Like never. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. MQ. I agree.
It is weird. Like, there are certain things that, you just don't, whenever you think about like the 90s or even the early 2000s, you don't really think about it being that long ago, or that cultural norms have changed that much. But then there's just, if you watch some stuff from that time period, there's just like these casual things that are said, and it's like, bro, what in the fuck? Like, what are you saying about her? Dude, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess it's progress in a way that, now that is seen as fucked up, but damn.
Yeah. I wonder, like, why.
Large order of little cinnamon balls.
Nice.
Hey, careful. My boyfriend and I call Cinnabon Nazi Bon. They're one of them Trump supporting companies.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I know, I'm sorry. The reason we called it that is because we still got it once or twice after discovering that. And by we, I mean he, and we called it Nazi bun. And now we buy cinnamon rolls and we bake them in the oven. And by we, I mean him. All the credit goes to him. It was couple times. No, it was perfect. Obviously, enjoy your Nazi bun, but just want to let you know.
Damn it.
I know.
Surprisingly, I've only had Cinnabon one time, and I think I was at like Universal or like some theme park when I ate it, and you know, it was in Florida in the summer, so I have like a very negative association with it because I ate Cinnabon, I ate one of the big old cinnamon things, and then I proceeded to walk around this theme park for like 5 hours in Florida, hot, humid death. So yeah, I felt like shit.
Yeah.
It's like I felt like the sugar was just coming out of my pores and just yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I think they overdo it sometimes. I like with like the extra stuff on top. It starts getting piled on a lot. I feel you on that. But, you know, cinnamon rolls are still fucking good.
I've been ordering donuts. I took like a week off from streaming, and I was like up at like 4, 5, 6 a.m. and I kept ordering fresh cinnamon donuts, like 4 a.m. fresh out of the bakery. Oh my god! And I had like 5 boxes from the donut store to throw away the other day. Such a
Fucking love them.
yeah.
Are you in the West Coast by any chance? No.
I'm in Dallas.
Oh, in Dallas. Okay. I was gonna say LA donuts or something else. But I used to my like go to kind of like 4 a.m. order for a really long time, and I'll still like drop into that pattern every once in a while. Is from like a donut shop. I'm in New York City, but you know, fucking delicious, the best.
Krispy Kreme's not bad. Not too bad.
Oh, that's Alex in the chat. Remember what she admitted defeat to me? Remember when you bragged about giving criminals tax breaks?
That's right. That's what y'all were talking about. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I think I'm ready.
Movie time.
Or chat, full disclosure.
Yeah, Laura, you're still in here.
Full disclosure, yeah, we're probably not going to do any more debates. Probably going to shut down soon. Probably just going to hang out and yap. Dude, I'm actually so afraid that I literally forgot what our conversation was about.
I love that you guys are here for a reunion. Alex, say hi to Laura. She literally paid money to boot you.
That's right.
I've never had anyone hate me that much. I don't think anyone's ever paid money to get rid of me. Go for it, Trevor.
Man.
Don't tell him what to do, Jack.
Permaban.
I'd do it again. Thank you, Shway. I like your profile picture.
Guys, I don't know if you can do this, but you can order these little cheese rolls, and it's just a tortilla with cheese.
What kind
of you know, it's just the shredded cheese that they use in quesadillas. And it's just like a little, it's $1, looks like $1.50. Yeah, it's melted. Yeah, it's cooked. You can make that yourself.
Nice. Someone asked if they could ask a question. Wait, what? No, I haven't, Trevor. Forced to pivot to immigration. Nope, it wasn't a pivot, Alec. You didn't defeat me. I was pointing out that the no tax on tips was a misnomer, and you have yet to prove that I was wrong on that. I love it. It's so, I mean, I'm sorry, but I love that it's clearly been bugging you this whole time that you had to come back hours later. I didn't switch subject. We were talking about criminals, Alec, because I fucking schooled you. You're going to be thinking about this for at least a month. It's probably going to keep haunting you. It's probably going to haunt you every tax season. Every time your criminal girlfriend lies on her taxes again, it's going to fucking haunt you.
Dirty criminals. Exactly.
Twice in a day. Do we think this is a fresh crash out, or has he been crashing out this whole time? You think it's been like one long crash out?
Yeah, I don't know if I got enough in me for crash out 7 hours into stream.
The whole time. Yeah. Heather says, Discord says only people with an invite link can join, but I clicked from your link tree.
Try copying it and pasting it into the browser.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, Puff. He sounds a little cranky to me.
Pickles, you need some espresso. Not this late.
Pickles, where's your pup?
She's at my mom's house.
Oh. Visiting?
Yeah, my mom came by the other day and asked if she could take her for a little bit.
Really?
Pickles is just so lovable.
That's sweet. Sometimes my boyfriend does that with my dog. I'm the third wheel in that relationship, unfortunately.
Why does my PayPal work? No, I hate to hear that. Still not letting you on to Discord? Gee, dang it. Argent, are you on right now?
Let me see it. Let me try to do it.
She needs help with Discord. Okay. All right.
Now his dog loves me more. Yeah. My dog, I think, loves him more. Well, when I think she's more excited about my boyfriend in general, but I will say on 4th of July, when the fireworks were going off, it was my lap she crawled into. So I think he might be the exciting parent, but I think I'm the ride or die.
The username that you wrote, Heather, is not working.
Yeah, exactly,
Trish. DM me. DM my TikTok. Send me a friend request on Discord. My Discord username is the exact same thing as my username here. Okay. Yeah, my permanent link, it kept going, it kept deactivating because you have to have certain amount of people paying Nitro per month for your Discord. I don't know.
Well,
You had to keep renewing things to get it back online.
I'm trying to join it on a browser right now, and it's not. Yeah, the link doesn't work like on normal browser either.
No. Okay, I got way more food too.
You're making me want Taco Bell. Not gonna lie.
Don't get those Nazi buns, man.
Not so bad.
Don't do it.
Okay. So wait, how do I find you in
Are you
Discord?
on Discord? Go to add friends. Send me a friend request. It's Pickles GGS.
Send friend. I literally have 3 friends on Discord. That's how
There you
little
go.
I use it.
Got you.
Pickles accepted your friend request. Now what?
Let me.
Oh, I have a bunch of random friend requests. Should I just accept it? Yeah. Oh, cool. Where is it? Wait, is Pickles the name of your dog?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's funny. Because I think my username on, I might have changed it at this point, but I think my username on Discord is my dog's name. Is it?
That's
Oh no, I
cute.
switched it. Oh yeah, Rizzo113. There we go.
It all started out. I used to have a PlayStation, and I made a username for my dog on my PlayStation, so that, like, when you booted it up, it looked like she played it when I wasn't home or something. And I ended up using that account for a while, and I liked it.
Okay, rules. Thumbs up here, right? Which thumbs up?
So if you're in the rules thing, there's only one message inside the rules channel, and you're like reacting to it.
Yeah, I did both thumbs up.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Either one.
Cool. And then
And then I'll join chat number 2. I don't want to intrude and push them out. They're probably talking about whatever.
That's so nice.
What is my name really? My real first name is John.
Your username is legendary mushroom. Pokemon goers in your town. That's funny. John. Pay mine too.
All right, y'all. I think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it. Come and get your movie on in Discord
Thank you so much, Pickles, for hosting.
anytime. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling, Nemo. Good to see you again.
Yeah, man. It
Meet
was
you,
fun.
Nemo. That was fun.
It was nice meeting you, Britta. I'm a big fan, I promise.
Thank you. I followed you back. I feel bad.
Thank you.
I'm like flying blind here. I'm looking forward to seeing your content.
Alrighty, y'all.
Follow Pickles, guys. Follow Pickles.
Yeah, please give them both a follow. Big shout out to them for hanging out with me for hours on end. I'll see you guys in Discord. I'll see you all in Discord for those who want to hang out, for those who want to find a group of people, like-minded people to hang out with while we're not live. That's where we're at. That's where we're hanging out. So I'll see y'all there. Y'all behave until tomorrow. Catch y'all then. Peace.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.